the mics working so that we can continue with our business. We really apologize for that. It's something that we had unforeseen because all the preparations were done and tested and checked, but unfortunately, there's always something that sometimes can go wrong when you least expect. I hope members will accept our apology. Thank you very much. Now the Secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on the opening of Parliament address.
Thank you, honourable members. I've received a copy of the opening address of the President delivered at the joint sitting yesterday, 18th July 2024. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I now call upon Honourable M. Julie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic, esteemed members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, in his masterful book titled The Frontiers, the Epic of Africa's Creations and the Tragedy of the Xhosa People, historian Noel Mostert recounts a tale from the 19th century when a Boer general extended an offer of alliance to King Insa of Amaxhosa to resist the encroaching British forces. The offer was ultimately rejected by King Insa, likely informed by a deep-seated mistrust of both the Boers and the British. Yet again, in 1902, the Treaty of Vereeniging was signed between the British and the Boers, ending a South African war and establishing self-government under British rule in the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. Yet the Africans who valiantly fought at that war were excluded from the negotiating table. Among the Boer generals, it is said, were those who championed the inclusions of Africans to address the native question, but their voices were equally ignored. We can only speculate on the trajectory our country would have taken had King Insa accepted the alliance that was offered to him. Nor will we ever know where our country will be today. Madam Speaker, we also know that Zululand had been broken up into 13 smaller territories by the British government, and later realized that the futility of breaking up the Zululand and restore King Cetshwayo as the paramount leader. However, they left uZibhebhu kaMapitha with his lands intact. When King Dinizulu succeeded his father, King Cetshwayo kaSenzangakhona, he contested succession with uZibhebhu. In that contest, King Dinizulu appealed to the British for support, but received no response. He then offered rewards of land to the Boer farmers from the Utrecht and Vryheid to join sides with him and help restore order to unite Zululand and the Zulu Kingdom. Madam Speaker, these episodes are a microcosm of our nation's fraught journey. They serve as a poignant reminder of the intricate dynamics that have shaped our past. They highlight the profound significance of alliances and consequences of our choice. When people are faced with the threat of annihilation, they come together and seek one another to overcome their threat for their continued existence and to thrive. Our democratic breakthrough is under threat, and it is not business as usual. As the ANC, we've invited our people to join in a reasoned and robust debate towards the reconstruction and development of our country, rather than depending on charismatic populism, which often defines our national discourse. The processes which started with the arrival at the Cape of the Dutch settlers resulted in the transformation of our country into a settler colonial state, what we characterize as colonialism of a special type. As a settler colonial state, ours did not differ from how similar settler colonial states such as in the US, Australia and Israel behaved towards the indigenous population. They dispossessed the indigenous population of its country, handed it over as the property of the settlers, and treated the indigenous population as subordinates and subhuman. The difference between us and the US is that our indigenous population, united in spite of their language and tribal divides, remained by far the overwhelming majority relative to the settlers. Madam Speaker, this is what made it possible for this majority in 1912 to unite under the banner of the African National Congress to rise up to end colonial settler colonialism state and to proclaim that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. A united South Africa later declared in the Constitution that South Africa belongs to all who lives in it, united in our diversity. The African National Congress is unwavering in its objective to create a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and a prosperous South Africa in a peaceful world. We are the first to admit that despite the progress we have made together over the past 30 years, more still needs to be done to create a South Africa that is truly united and prosperous, to build a non-racial society, to create development opportunities for all South Africans, and of course to improve the quality of life of all our citizens. Madam Speaker, a towering giant of our struggle for freedom, Inkosi Albert Luthuli, in his message to the Congress of the People gathered in Clifton Park, 1955, 69 years ago today, he had the following to say, and I quote, "The task of gaining freedom in our multiracial society is of considerable magnitude and will tax severely the determination and the courage of the best of us. But the need and the urgency for the task and the justice of the cause demand of us to be willing to pay the supreme price for the noble cause," unquote. His words, Madam Speaker, steeped in the profound wisdom and courage, resonate through the corridors of time, and remind us of the immense responsibility we carry today of building a better life for all our citizens. The outcomes of the 2024 national and provincial elections undoubtedly send shock waves throughout our movement, the National Democratic Movement, the continent and the rest of the world, in which the ANC emerged as a party that is without the minimum 50% plus one of the support. And of course, we've got to admit that it is not difficult to identify the reasons for the increasing support of the ANC in the past elections. The socio-economic situation in our country was changing for the better, directly benefiting the masses of our people. The GDP growth at an average of 3.6%. The number of people with jobs increased from 8 to 14 million. The average GDP per capita increased by almost 40%. Access to basic services such as water, housing, electricity, and energy and infrastructure was expanded. However, the period between 2008 and 2022 saw a major reversal of some of the strategic gains. That constituted a major setback on the advancement of the National Democratic Revolution. The outcomes of the May national and provincial elections confirmed that reality. Despite all of that, the ANC resolved to forge unity among South Africans across race, religion, creed, and that support is unwavering. All our policies are based on creating a prosperous South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it, united in their diversity. Madam Speaker, in the words of our beloved leader and President, Comrade Oliver Tambo, in which he said, and I quote, "Without unity, we are weak. Without action, we will remain oppressed. To move forward, we have to act in unity and unite in action," unquote. We truly have to act in unity and unite in action. The gains of our freedom and democracy must be defended, consolidated, and advanced to realize socio-economic rights as demanded by the Constitution of the Republic. We proceed from the understanding that our Constitution represents the genuine will of our people and their desire to build a better life for all, and therefore that as their democratically elected representatives, this is a task we can neither abdicate nor delegate. We need to continue to engage within our society, within and outside these chambers, to ensure that our society unites and strive to act in unity, consistent with the call that was made by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa yesterday, that our country must converge in a national dialogue to determine our collective future. The ANC remains by far the largest party and has pulled together other parties to ensure that we continue the journey started in 1912 and consolidated in successive governments since 1994 to bring about national cohesion and stability to the democratic state and continued advance to the better life for all. This unprecedented experience is not a deviation from the National Democratic Revolution, but rather a fulfillment of its objectives aimed at building a united and a non-racial society. Madam Speaker, over the past 30 years, our policies have driven social and economic transformation, and we intend to accelerate this trajectory. Thus, the vision of the Government of National Unity to address comprehensive needs of the masses of our people, unlike coalitions that narrow their focus to political power management. Madam Speaker, the statement of intent has as its underlying pillar rapid, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, driven by a commitment to industrializations and high rates of investment, jobs creation and social change. President Cyril Ramaphosa, through his opening address yesterday, has outlined the program of the executive for the year ahead. As the ANC Parliamentary Caucus, we stand ready to support the Seventh Administration to ensure stability and prosperity of our country and the continent, while ensuring strict fidelity, accountability, and transparency. We must renew our commitment to bridge the gap between the people and their parliament and their government. In this regard, we pledge to work collaboratively with all political parties represented in this august House, recognizing, of course, that each party carries the legitimate voice and the aspirations of its constituents. Our political differences should not make us enemies, nor should they invalidate anybody's rights as enshrined in the Constitution or call to question our patriotism. This is the spirit with which the ANC Parliamentary Caucus commit to conduct itself. Madam Speaker, our commitment to the principles of the National Democratic Revolution remains unwavering. We believe that the path to a united and prosperous society presented to us by the current context lies in our ability to pull together across party lines. This is not merely a political strategy, but a moral imperative, rooted in our shared history and our collective future. Thank you very much.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. M.J. Hlophe.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In view of time constraints, I will simply say all protocol observed. Thank you. In view of time constraints, I rise here on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe, the party which I lead in Parliament, and the party which was I rise here on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe, the party which I lead in Parliament, to respond to the speech that was made by the President last night. Our position is as follows. The establishment of the Government of National Unity is singularly a very cruel joke by the Ramaphosa faction of the ANC and the Democratic Alliance perpetuated against the oppressed and downtrodden masses of our people. Our people are painfully aware that it would be impossible to create a united nation in South Africa unless the legacy of colonialism and apartheid was addressed. For a very long time, South Africans have been constituted by two nations, one black, poor and economically disempowered and excluded, and the other white, rich, and in command of most of the means of production, material, and incorporeal resources and advantages of our society. These are not my words. These are the words of the former President, Thabo Mbeki. He uttered these words many years ago, and nothing has changed. Nothing has changed fundamentally since Thabo Mbeki made those remarks. My question to you, President, is this. Through what magic do you hope to forge a national unity of the oppressor and the oppressed, the exploiter and the exploited? The rich capitalists and the rich capitalists and the toiling and exploited working class. Our position is very clear. When the ANC could not secure majority, it became desperate, and the government, so-called government of national unity, was no more than a desperate and deliberate attempt to hold on to power. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Now, if the ANC formed the so-called government of national unity on the basis that it was the largest party, you ask yourself, why was that principle not extended to the province of KZN? It is a fact that Umkhonto weSizwe won the province of KZN convincingly. We know that. That is a fact. That is a fact. Now, if there was consistency in the principle that the party which has the largest majority, one would have expected that to be done in KZN. The students of political science, Mr. President, will tell you a simple fact. You don't form a government of national unity when there is no crisis. A government of national unity is formed when there is a crisis. We had it in 1994 in this country. We had it in 1994 in this country because there was a crisis and we're emerging from apartheid. There is no crisis. The only crisis is that the ANC has lost the majority. Now, we understand why the ANC has lost the majority. And you know it too. What I find striking is this. There were so many parties that campaigned openly against the ANC. There were many parties that said they will never work with the ANC. But when they were offered blue lights, they suddenly fell in love with the ANC. Quite frankly, I respect someone like Minister Gayton Mackenzie, whose views were always clear. He said he will work with any party, and he has been consistent in that regard. There are parties here which campaigned against the ANC, but when the opportunity to be on the gravy train came, they went for it. The MK party is very clear. We are aware that your propagandists have been spreading the lie that a national unity government in South Africa could help deepen democracy because it means no one political party can impose its agenda on all and sundry. But we are not fooled, Mr. President. We are not fools. It is very clear that the DA has a veto power in respect of the so-called government of national unity. The MK party was excluded and denied participation in the sellout GNU because we do not agree with the ANC and the DA racist on many fronts. In our manifesto, we were loud and clear. I quote, "The MK party is committed to transformative change across all sectors of South African society. Our policies are designed to address the most pressing challenges we face today."
Order, honorable members. Can we all be in order and allow the speaker on the podium to proceed?
I will go back to our manifesto. The MK party is committed to transformative change across all sectors of South African society. Our policies are designed to address the most pressing challenges we face today: economic inequality, inadequate access to quality education and healthcare, national security threats, inequitable land distribution, and the need for robust traditional leadership and foreign policies that reflect our values and aspirations. Through our manifesto as the MK party, we aim to lay down a clear path towards a more equitable, secure, and prosperous future for all South Africans. The restitution of land to black South Africans remains a yardstick against which sellout ANC and DA GNU government, against which your performance will be measured. Land has symbolic value to us. It means so much to us. As President Mandela once said in 1995, with freedom and democracy came restoration of the right to land, and with it the opportunity to address the effects of centuries of dispossession and denial. In a similar vein, President Luthuli of the ANC once declared the following. He said, "Without land, there is no dignity." Our own President, Umsholozi, said the following. He said the following, "Inkinga zethu zaqala ngesikhathi kufika abamhlophe kuleli. Bathatha umhlaba wethu, bathatha nomcebo wethu, bafika nomthetho wabo, bazenzela unothanda nje. Namhlanje asinamhlaba, namhlanje asinamfuyo, konke kwathathwa ngesihluku. Salwa silwela umhlaba wethu, asizange sivele siwanike abelungu." At this point, I want to recognize our traditional leaders who are here as part of Umkhonto weSizwe, because in Umkhonto weSizwe, we believe that the land belongs to the nation and the land belongs to the people. His Majesty, the King of the Khoi and the San people, Glenn Taiposh. His Majesty, King Dalindyebo Matutu. His Majesty King Zwelethwa Mthethwa is here. And finally, our own president is a king, Ubaba Zuma. Yes, he is.
Order.
Our position is very clear.
Order.
Our position is very
Honorable
clear.
Honorable members, when we are heckling, we can do so without drowning the speaker. If we want to converse among ourselves, we can also do so without drowning the speaker. Can we please allow the speaker to proceed?
Our position is very clear. Umkhonto Wesizwe was formed because we believe that the ANC of Ramaphosa is not capable of delivering. It has failed dismally. It has failed the...
Honorable Speaker, can you take a seat? Honorable Ndlozi, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. There are people in the House, Speaker, who are drowning the Speaker. We never disrupted anyone.
Order, honorable members. I want to hear the point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Ndlozi?
I'm saying that you are not protecting the Speaker on the podium. He's being drowned.
I've just done that.
Because people are losing their heads here. I don't know.
Honorable
you lost
Ndlozi.
votes, now you are losing your heads. Listen to the honorable judge.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Discipline.
Honorable
Please,
Ndlozi,
Speaker,
take your seat.
Protect the Speaker on the podium.
Order, honorable members. When we make points of order, we do just that. We don't have a debate. Can we now ask Honorable Sope to proceed with his speech?
I proceed. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to proceed.
Order. The Chief Whip of the DA, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe during his point of order, the Honourable Ndlozi referred to the Speaker at the podium, the Leader of the Opposition, as Judge Hlope. I don't think that an impeached judge can be called a judge anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I have ruled, can we all be in order and allow the Speaker on the podium to proceed? Honourable member, you have your point of order.
Well, I'm not going to descend to that level. I've got
Honourable
better
Speaker,
titles.
can you take your seat? Yes, honourable member, what's your point of order? Yeah.
Ngibawa yinto. I know that you are not sitting there as umuntu wakwagogo. Sibawa ukuthi indlu kube ne-order. Ngoba into leyenzeka nje. Mase kunomunye in particular ama-racists makakhuluma la. We will respond with the way they are
Order, honourable member.
Judge Hlope akaliswe our leader ukuthi aqede speech sakhe, please.
Honourable member.
We have listened to Chief Whip
Please take your
azange
seat.
simdisturbe, please.
Ngicela ukuthi amalunga ahloniphekile alendlu yesishayamthetho sonke silalelane. Ngikhulumile nani nonke ngathi sicela ukuthi sinikeze umuntu oseqongeni akwazi ukukhuluma. Kodwa nonke uma senikhuluma senixokozela akazukwazi ukuthi simuzwe. Nathi thina ke esimxhasayo ngicela nje ukuthi sonke simlalele. Qhubeka lunga elihloniphekile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, in 2022, the World Bank reported that inequality in South Africa gave South Africa an inequality in South Africa. South Africa is a country which has a problem to do with inequality. It reported that 80% of the country's wealth was in the hands of 10% of the population. And it is the black population who factor most in the poorest category. The report places the blame for the income disparities directly on race. The legacy of colonialism and apartheid, rooted in racial segregation, continues to reinforce inequality in South Africa, the report stated. This is clear proof that the end of formal apartheid in 1994 did not end the real problems that we have in this country. And against that, I'm asking you, President, how are you hoping to sustain the so-called government of national unity when your interests are fundamentally and diametrically opposed in the so-called government of national unity? As the MK party, we are interested in genuine and real transformation of South Africa. This cannot simply mean having a nice, toothless constitution or so-called world's best constitution. We are not and can never be satisfied with our judges regurgitating Roman law, which was imported into this country through the genocidal force and forced down our throats. When we were colonized, we had our own systems of justice in place. African customary law, which is close to our heart. Colonization brought with it a foreign legal system, Roman Dutch law, and this was done in order to protect and preserve the interests of those who colonize us. I challenge you to tell me a single country in Europe which is governed by African law. A single country in Europe which is governed by African law. If you can't tell me, why do we allow Roman Dutch law, which does not reflect the views and the aspirations of the majority of the people in this country? Why do we allow that to be a system in place? Why? The conclusion is inescapable that that legal system is there to preserve the interests of the privileged white minority in South Africa at the expense of millions of poor black people that we represent in this parliament. It is our considered view that the speech that was delivered by the President yesterday fails on so many fronts. The President mentioned building infrastructure in rural areas. I don't know when that is going to start. He has never done it before. What would make us believe that he would suddenly now focus on rural areas as a priority? Why would he suddenly do that now? You have never done it before, Mr. President. It is our considered view that if we want to bring about fundamental changes, we need to invest in infrastructure, particularly in rural areas. Now, the problem is, where is money going to come from? Because we keep borrowing money every day, Mr. President. Our view is further that we need serious agrarian revolution in this country to turn things around in agriculture. We need agrarian revolution, which has been lacking. Rural areas in the main have not been taken seriously. Whilst, of course, the struggle continues for Section 25 of the Constitution to be amended. We are not apologetic about our stance. We remain firm. Section 25 of the Constitution must be amended. It is our considered view. Thank you. It must be amended to make provision for expropriation of land without compensation. That is the only way we can redress imbalances of the past and ensure that each and every South African has access to land in this country. Once there is access to land, so many of the problems that we have will be dealt with. For example, there will be no influx control. We all know people leave rural areas because they are not developed. They are poorly resourced. They leave rural areas, go to big cities like Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, looking for better opportunities. When they get there, there are no opportunities. But if land were to be restored to our people, they will be confined in those areas, provided they are developed. There will be no need for them to leave those areas and go to urban areas. Furthermore, access to land will ensure that everybody has bread on the table. I know there are members in some of the parties who say there is Ingonyama Trust land, for example, in KZN, and that land is not being used. That is clearly a lie. People who live in those areas are not dependent on your 350 rand per month, Mr. President. They are serious farmers. They practice subsistence farming in those areas. They are not dependent on your 350 rand for them to live. So we need to invest in agrarian revolution, make sure we turn things around. The other way of generating jobs, which is covered in our manifesto, we should reintroduce compulsory military training. That will absorb our young men and women who have no job and teach them to be disciplined. It will immediately turn things around. There is no question about it. We clearly need to reduce spending. It is very clear as a result of this bloated cabinet. It's all about blue lights. It's all about fancy cars. And you have forgotten the reason why you were elected, Mr. Ramaphosa, in the first place. We have forgotten the reasons. You have, to put it bluntly, you have sold out. We in the MK will continue to fight for Section 25 of the Constitution to be amended. We will continue to fight for the improvement of the quality of the life of our people, particularly those who live in rural areas, who are by and large black, and I'm using the term black generically. Until those aspirations, we will continue to fight. We will do it in a peaceful and lawful manner. There are parties here, some of them are in government, in the government of national unity. I've heard some people, ministers, advocating the death penalty. That is unconstitutional, and nobody has said they are acting unconstitutionally. The death penalty was outlawed in this country way back in 1995. Now, to find a cabinet minister advocating death penalty without the Constitution being amended is ridiculous. Where we come from in the MK party, we will continue to act within the law, and it is our right as politicians to act within the law so that the law can be changed, so that it will benefit the majority of the people in this country. Until such time that Africa and Africans are free, the struggle will continue. And insulting us and howling at us or pretending that we are talking nonsense is not going to help. As long as the question of land is not being addressed in this country, as long as the question of land is not being addressed seriously, as long as we are being ridiculed, we will continue to fight. That is why, for example, we are challenging these elections results because they were rigged. They were rigged. We know as a fact that we won, certainly convincingly, even in KZN, we know that as a fact. Our results, our votes were stolen and given to certain people who are now comfortably. We will continue with the fight until such time that we get our land back. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sirnezen. Honorable Sirnezen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that wonderfully warm welcome from the Hardy-Dar benches. Madam Speaker, Mr. President, for far too long, our country's enormous potential has been held up and held captive by political forces that seek to break down rather than to build up.
Honorable members. Order, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Josie, what's the point of order? What is the point of order?
Sorry, Speaker, I was switching on the mic. No, I wanted, Speaker, respectfully to address this honourable member with his rightful title as a matriculant, seeing that there are confusions of titles today.
Honorable
This is a judge.
Honorable
Now you have a matriculant.
Honorable Josie. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members, you have just been into an induction after your election. You were advised what are the points of orders, what are the rules, and it's very disappointing that some of you are doing exactly the opposite. Honorable Josie, you know that was not a point of order, and it's actually spurious. Order, Honorable Sirnezen, can you proceed?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that the grannies and the pensioners and the Stokvels who had their money stolen from them at VBS don't sleep any better knowing that the people who stole from them have doctorates and master's degrees. You see, time and time again, they've used populist politics and racial rhetoric to break down any attempt at building a consensus over the growth-enhancing reforms that our economy so desperately needs. They have done so deliberately because it is only by sowing division and preventing reform that they can keep institutions weak, keep the taps of corruption flowing, and stay out of jail for their many misdeeds. For far too long, we've allowed those who seek to break our country down for their own personal benefit and gain to hold back the builders who yearn for a South Africa with a growing economy that creates millions of new jobs. But the 2024 election, where the people of South Africa chose a new path by not giving any party a majority and forcing us to create a multi-party government, offers us the most important opportunity and the most powerful opportunity in recent history to overcome the suffocating grip that the breakers have held on our economy and society. The Government of National Unity is South Africa's chance to free itself from populism, division, and economic decline. This is our opportunity now to build South Africa into the prosperous country that we know it can be together. And that is exactly what the Democratic Alliance is going to do in government. We are in this government of national unity because we have said loud and clear that we want to build South Africa. We don't want to break South Africa. Last night, the President said, and I quote, "The Government of National Unity will pursue every action that contributes to sustainable, rapid economic growth and remove every obstacle that stands in the way of growth," unquote. In all of the portfolios where the DA is represented, both in the executive and in Parliament, we're already moving with speed to do exactly that. We have proudly answered the call, Mr. President, to serve South Africa first. And, Mr. President, the DA's Weaver birds are already eagerly at work. In agriculture, we are building a South Africa by partnering with the private sector to enhance biosecurity, extension services, international trade, and to turn the agricultural sector into an engine room of economic growth and job creation. In public works and infrastructure, we're exposing corruption and building the foundations to turn South Africa into a giant construction site that grows our economy. At Home Affairs, we are tackling the visa backlog that you referred to, Mr. President, and reforming the system to bring in the valuable skills we desperately need to build our country. In forestry, fisheries, and environment, we are unlocking funding to get the Just Economic Energy Transition Partnership to build the industries of the future. In basic education, we are restoring the dignity of our children by reducing pit toilets and building the skills of tomorrow. And in communications and digital technologies, we're building a new digital ecosystem to drive the modernization and digital transformation of our society. But it doesn't end there. In finance, trade and industry, energy, higher education, small business development, and water and sanitation, DA deputy ministers are also helping to weave the reforms that we need to grow our economy. In Parliament, the DA Weaver birds are just as busy helping to build the home that we all want. Our portfolio committee chairs are going to drive reforms through the legislature to ensure that we remove all legislative obstacles that stand in the way of unleashing the growth that our country needs. Mr. President, the recent Cabinet Lekgotla that you convened has given us the key ingredients.
Honourable Sianezan, can you take your seat? Honourable Member, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I'm Visvant Reddy from Mkhonto Wesizwe Party. I rise in terms of Rule 81, and I seek your guidance, Madam Speaker, in terms of the Speaker's list. The Speaker that's on the podium currently, is he speaking on behalf of the DA or as the Minister of Agriculture? Thank you.
Honourable Member, that is not the point of order. The Speaker's list, the members of the Executive also belong to their parties. So that's not a point of order. Honourable Member, you can proceed. Honourable Sianezan, you can proceed.
He may be ready, but I'm able. The Government of National Unity has identified the apex priorities to unleash rapid and inclusive economic growth, to create jobs as our apex priority. To achieve this, we have identified and committed to a responsible fiscal path that reduces the national debt in order to free up more money and resources for productive investments. The planned review of the sectoral master plans to identify obstacles to growth emphasize and focus on our need for exports, slashing red tape, crowding in private sector investment, and these are the key ingredients that we need. We welcome the interventions to expand the basket of VAT-free goods so we can put food on the tables of more South Africans at a cheaper price. Specialized policing units to fight violent crime and the construction mafias. These policy changes are some that the DA has long advocated for, and we believe they will make a meaningful impact on our people. Now, while the Government of National Unity has met the requirement for sufficient consensus outlined in the Statement of Intent, some key matters of economic policy and other issues around how we deal with problems going forward, it is important to acknowledge that there are still some areas of divergence that require attention. This is a natural feature of any multi-party government anywhere in the world. For example, the need for universal access to basic health care for every citizen, regardless of the economic status, is important. And there are some discussions going on about the best way to achieve that, to ensure that we can fast-track it. The same goes for the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. However, in all of these areas of divergence, which are natural when you bring 10 parties together, I am convinced that we can find a way forward. It will be requiring us to be honest and diligent about where these differences exist and to work in good faith with one another to find solutions in the best interests of all of the people of South Africa. Honourable Speaker, if this Government of National Unity succeeds in delivering on its apex priority of growing the economy and creating jobs, then the builders will defeat the breakers once and for all. And this is because if we rapidly expand growth and job creation, we will diffuse the populist tinderbox that the breakers continuously exploit for their own gain. Let me tell you right now that the single greatest fear of the breakers in this House is that the Government of National Unity succeeds in growing the economy and making South Africa a better place. The greatest fear of the breakers is not that South Africa fails. It'll suit them just fine. If the country goes up in smoke, it'll fuel the politics of division and hatred upon which they thrive. No, the breakers' greatest fear is that South Africa succeeds and our people prosper. Because if that happens, it will destroy the foundation upon which the breakers have built their ugly politics of resentment and populism. But the choice between building and breaking is not ours alone. The creation of the Government of National Unity means that every South African now stands before an important choice. Who wants to be a builder rather than a breaker? And we need those citizens who want to be builders to strengthen the Government of National Unity's hand. To be clear, the Government of National Unity will not be a kumbaya chorus. No multi-party government ever is. And if you've seen successful weavers' nests, you will know quite clearly that things do get noisy from time to time. But this GNU represents the broad interests. And the truth is that the builders in our society have to make this government work, because the parties who sit on the opposite side of the GNU want to break South Africa beyond all repair through their looting, their populism, their Gupta selling out, their VBS looting, and their violence. And so, to every South African, I say now is a time for the choosing. Are you a builder or are you a breaker?
Order, honourable members, what is your point of order?
No, Chair. Let me just clarify it first on your table.
Is that a point of order?
No, it's not a point of order.
What is the point?
Let me.
Order.
I just want to check if Mr. Steenhuisen, does he really understand what he's saying?
Honourable member, that's not the point of order. Thank you very much. Honourable Steenhuisen, can you proceed? Honourable Steenhuisen, can you proceed with the speech?
When you drive north from here, you will find a magical part of South Africa known as the Kalahari. When you get there, you know that the most successful weaver nests are the ones where as many birds as possible work as hard as possible to build and protect their shared home. And whenever they see a boomslang coming in there to try and steal the eggs, they work together to sound the alarm and protect their home. And so it must be for South Africa. To the breakers, to them I simply say that even the wiliest boomslang doesn't stand a chance when 60 million weaver birds unite to build and defend the home that we love. And that is exactly what South Africa must do now. South Africa, are you a builder or are you a breaker?
Order.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mantashe. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Mantashe.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Mamtoko Titiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic, His Excellency Paul Spokoshe Mashatile, honorable members of this House. We start this debate with a big temptation to engage one another on peripheral battles and imagined battles, rather than focusing on the task at hand. And we have chosen not to succumb to that temptation, Honorable President, and not to play to the gallery, but opted to engage on real important issues.
Honorable Mantashe, can you take your seat? What is the point of order, Honorable Joseph?
Speaker, I wanted to check if it's parliamentary for Honorable Mantashe to put the wrong button in the wrong...
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Josie, can you please...
I'm protecting the dignity of GNU now.
Honorable Josie. Honorable Josie. Honorable members. Can we take ourselves seriously and each other seriously too? This is an important debate, and I don't think it is an honor for each one of us to actually cast aspersion or to actually impugn on another person's character. Honorable Mantashe, you can please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Rosie, for helping me out. Thank you. So, the real challenge facing us in this House is to put our heads together and find lasting solutions to massive problems facing our country. Shadow boxing is not a helpful approach to that. It's better to be in the ring and battle on real issues. It is in this context that I will focus on one apex priority that the Cabinet of National Unity has announced by the President. I'm focusing on the inclusive economic growth and employment creation. That is quite important. It's a burning crisis for the country. The National Development Plan 2030 enjoins us to eliminate poverty, reduce inequality, and make it a priority for all of us to create employment opportunity for the people of South Africa. If we subscribe to the objectives of the NDP and agree that we have a collective responsibility to address high unemployment, we must therefore put our heads together and come up with formula that will work and ensure employment is created. To this end, I'm going to focus on the primary sectors of the economy. Primary sectors of the economy are important in the sense that it is strong primary sectors that will ensure that there is sustainable secondary and tertiary development in the economy. So those primary sectors are mining, agriculture, and petroleum. Those are primary sectors of the economy. And therefore, in our view, we need to deal with them, address them decisively to set a foundation for secondary and tertiary economic development in the country. And then we must also respond to the outcry of our people that our jobs are being taken by foreign nationals. It's a cry. It is not getting the right interpretation. The reality of the matter is, it is the bottom end of the labor market that needs our attention. For example, we support the visa regime as envisaged to attract skills and investment into the economy. We support that fully. But we say it should be complemented by us paying attention to the fact that at the lower end of the market, we're not paying attention. And that is where the employment crisis is. In other words, we make the point that it is not xenophobic to say, please protect sectors that do not want complicated skills. That will be your hospitality. It will be your hospitality, it will be your farm work, it will be your construction. And I'm sure people who took time to monitor the George crisis and disaster, you will know that it exposed our laxity in dealing with construction sector as a sector. And the attractiveness of employers is that those sectors, it's easy to invite anybody at substandard wage rates. And it is this government that has a responsibility to deal with that issue and monitor it. Now, every time I go to a restaurant, I won't mention the names because I normally say it's upmarket when it is not in the upmarket. That is the legacy of being a rural boy. But you go to a restaurant, I hardly get served by a South African. We can't accept that. You go to a farm, including shepherds and actually people who look after livestock in rural areas are attracted from the neighboring countries. And we say we have an unemployment crisis. We must deal with that issue. So, having said that, it is quite important, therefore, that we confront the question of cheap labor being an attractive alternative to employment creation. We must deal with that issue. Now, we must draw a lesson from the mining sector. It's a sector I worked in, which used to have 70% of its workforce from the neighboring countries. Today, that portion is less than 20%. And there is a process that took us to that stage, and that process can be used as a lesson to educate us in dealing with challenges facing our society. For us, in the mining sector, as we set sights on addressing obstacles granting mining permits and licenses, we must translate this emergence of new mines irrespective of size. If we accelerate dealing with the backlogs, new mines must be built and people must be employed. We firmly believe that the 400 million seed capital provided by the department working with IDC is a good start, because mining starts with exploration where you discover quantity and quality of a mineral. Then you can mine and then you can process, it goes on. And linked to this is the question of supporting the artisanal mines. We're going to go to the many financial institutions and companies to support that initiative where we train artisanal miners. Many people ask me, what is an artisanal miner? I say it's a miner who uses chisel and hammer to mine. That section of the workforce is going to deal with a problem which attracts illegal mining. sterilizing marginal deposits of the mine. And therefore, those must be used to expand the labor base of the mining industry. Honorable Speaker, our country is endowed with petroleum deposits that are not yet exploited. We appeal to all South Africans to appreciate that our quest for exploration of oil and gas deposits is not a nice to have. It is important to turn around the composition of our economy, and therefore that will translate into the growth of the economy. And it will require another additional intervention. Let's deal with foreign-funded NGOs that block exploration of gas and oil, because that is blocking economic development, and we must confront it and deal with it and allow that. That doesn't mean we are not serious about responsible mining and exploration. Do that, but don't block development, because employment is a function of economic growth and development. So we're making that submission. The justice system must also look into that reality of a view to find solution to these cases up in court, because they go to court. NI, which moved to Cote d'Ivoire, was taken to court 67 times. It packed their suitcases and went to Cote d'Ivoire and made huge discoveries of oil in Cote d'Ivoire. Let's deal with that. So the justice system must accelerate the process. We must therefore accept unreservedly the need to responsible mining and petroleum exploration. That is conscious preserving the environment while accelerating development. Beneficiation is an issue that has been in our vocabulary for many years, and it is time for it to be implemented practically. Beneficiation, sometimes a nice word, but its meaning is value addition. We must not export raw commodities as they are. We must add value here and not export jobs. But there are interventions that must be done. There are interventions that must be done there. The first one is that for beneficiation to happen, we must have reliable, efficient, and affordable electricity supply. Because if you don't have that, beneficiation will collapse. Number two, we should actually have an incentive scheme for beneficiation. Beneficiation is an economic activity in the value chain of mining, and it should be treated as a business. Therefore, incentives are important for that section. That may include granting tax holidays to attract beginning of that sector. It can also mean taxing exports to discourage export of raw commodities. And therefore, we must engage the business to introduce a particular electricity dispensation. For example, there's nothing wrong in developing a commodity price-linked electricity tariffs. We did have it in this country. We can look into those alternatives. Now, as we address the question of unemployment and develop framework for inclusive economic growth, we should bear in mind that involving black South Africans in economic activity is not a favor. Okay? It's not a favor. It is a necessary intervention, because for many years South Africans were not active in the economic activity. Therefore, the question of black economic empowerment and affirmative action is a necessary intervention in the economy. Now, access to land, I'm not talking the same way as Honorable Shope, not the same. But the point I'm making is access to land is a capital asset for economic activity. Therefore, it is going to be important for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much. We want to acknowledge the leadership of all political parties that form part of the progressive forces here in Parliament. These include the leadership of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party, the African Transformation Movement, the United African Transformation, and the National Coloured Congress. We want to salute the people of South Africa who have rejected the former liberation movement that has enjoyed political power for the last 30 years. Today, that era has come to an end. It is beyond doubt that the former liberation movement failed to turn the political power into economic power. As our forefathers in the liberation struggle in the African continent said, political power without economic power is meaningless. Mr. President, you indeed spoke like a badly wounded buffalo yesterday. You spoke like a given-up soul. Nothing inspirational came from that tired speech yesterday. You didn't speak like a person who declined electoral support with 17% to less than 50%. How on earth do you repeat a Sona speech that made you lose elections? You were saying to South Africans yesterday, in so many ways, that you learned nothing out of these historic elections to an extent that you want to continue business as usual. We grew up being told that some of you were collaborators, but we gave you some benefits of the doubt. It was said in this house that you personally wrote a letter to the apartheid police accusing your fellow comrades of planting communist ideas in your head, and we refused to believe that story at that time. It now makes sense that despite the apartheid regime being so oppressive against all freedom fighters, you peacefully and uninterruptedly attended university and you were given your first job by the ambassadors of apartheid, capitalism and colonialism. Without a hassle, you bought yourself a first car and a house with the assistance of the Urban Foundation, which was anchored by the Ruperts and the Oppenheimers, while your comrades were sleeping under trees in exile and languishing in jails. We asked ourselves as to how did you form a union of mine workers without being a mine worker? Can't you know? You were the conveyor belt between the workers and the super exploitative mining capitalists in South Africa after the Oppenheimers and Anglo-American had concluded that the mine workers must be organized. Our elders in the struggle have made allegations before in this house that throughout the struggle against apartheid, you were insulated from any form of arrest and harassment by the apartheid system. Towards the end of apartheid, you shockingly placed yourself at the center of the negotiation for the end of apartheid. No one knows how you arrived to be at the center of the negotiations of our liberation. It now explains as to why so many compromises and capitulations were made, leading to a situation where economic power remained in the hands of the white minority.
Malema, can you take a seat? There's an order by the Deputy Chief Whip.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, you instructed that the Honorable Member, Honorable Malema, must sit down. Before I raise my point of order, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Malema is casting aspersion on the President, on the persona of the President. Can he please bring in a substantive motion to support his statements that he's making in the House? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. the order is sustained, rules does make provision that if the member imputes improper motive against another member, you may do that by way of a motion, and therefore that has to be substantiated. And therefore, Honorable Malema, can you then proceed with your speech? I see there's another point of order that's been raised on DA.
Withdraw what?
Thank you, Madam House Chair. Madam House Chair, I rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 92.10, which indicates that when a point of order is raised during the debate, the member called to order must resume his or her seat, and after the point of order has been stated, the presiding officer by the member raising it, the member raising the point of order must likewise immediately resume his or her seat when she has concluded his or her submission. Madam House Chairperson, can I just get clarity on the fact when the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC raised the point of order, the member at the podium remained standing, and I would just like your ruling on that. Thank you.
Honorable Malema, we have requested that you take your seat, but despite that, you did. Thank you very much. As I have ruled on the previous order, as I've ruled on the previous order that was raised by the Chief Whip, Honorable Malema, can you take your podium and apologize on what you've just said? The order of the custom.
I must apologize for not sitting down.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Malema? The order was raised with regards to casting aspersions on the President. Can I be allowed time, honorable members? I will then allow you space. Order, honorable members. The order was raised with regards to the honorable member casting aspersions on the President, and accordingly, honorable members, can you please take your seat? I have not recognized you, Honorable Shibambo. Can you please take your seat? I have not concluded. Honorable member, can you allow me please to conclude? Honorable Malema, you can take the podium, but please, can you please withdraw, or rather not repeat what you have said earlier on as you proceed with your speech? Honorable members, please, can you? Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable Malema, can you sit down? Honorable Shibambo.
On a point of order, House Chair, we are going to forgive you because you are new, you don't know the rules of this parliament. When a point of order is raised, you must specify the rule and the specific sentence or a phrase that you say this is a violation of the rules of the National Assembly. What the Commander-in-Chief is doing is to give a political characterization of a phenomenon. That is a point of debate. It's not casting aspersions. How else do we deal with political questions without giving context to what got to transpire to where we are now? Where else do we say that except here in this parliament? You can't suppress political debate because of your misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the rules. Please allow the speech to finish. And then when we later on go to Rules Committee, we're going to illustrate to you with proper evidence when we're inducting you that the rules do not say what you are saying that you must withdraw. Please be patient with this process. We are going to understand them when time progresses. Currently, your application is incorrect.
Thank you, Honorable Shibambo. Honorable members, Rule 53 makes provision that if a member makes personal reflection on the member's integrity that are equally offensive or damaging, which cannot be necessarily be substantiated. Therefore, that should be done by a way of a motion so that a member can substantiate what he's been saying. At this point in time, Honorable Malema has cast aspersion against the President, which needs to be substantiated accordingly, and therefore the order remains sustainable. Honorable Malema, as you proceed with your debate, can you kindly refrain from making such aspersion? Thank you very much. You may proceed.
I must proceed. Thank you very much. It now explains as to why so many compromises and capitulations were made, leading to a situation where economic power remained in the hands of the white minority, leaving black people with meaningless political power. We can today confirm that it was pure infiltration by forces of darkness. When it was clear President Mandela is not going to make you the first deputy president of the democratically elected South African government in 1994, you threw tantrums and even boycotted his inauguration. The same President Mandela you asked us to celebrate yesterday, you missed the historic moment to do so in 1994 because of personal aggrandizement. Like many people in South Africa, I stood here in this house and said we will give you the benefit of the doubt, believing that the allegations against you of being a collaborator might not be true. I will tell why I'm giving you this personal account. It is necessitated by your activities, actions, and decisions over the past weeks since the electoral defeat of the former liberation movement, which demonstrated clearly that in the battle against neo-apartheid and neo-colonialism, you chose the side of the oppressor like you did in the past, yet pretending to be with us, the oppressed people. Why will the apartheid beneficiaries say that among all black political leaders, you are the only one they can work with, to an extent that you are called a better black with a better accent, and you believe them over us? They call us criminals who must be arrested, whether we have committed any crime or not, because we disagree with them politically, and you believe them over us. Your own brothers and sisters who come from Shawela and Venda with you are today looked down because of you. You have committed to be a representative of the oppressor. The white capitalist establishment is willing to turn a blind eye to even serious allegations of wrongdoing against you, because through you, they believe that they will perpetuate the exploitation of the oppressed class and reverse the gains of the political freedom attained in 1994. It doesn't matter what you say, but we want to state categorically that the coalition between the Democratic Alliance and the former liberation movement is a sellout position typical of collaborators who sacrifice and compromise the struggle against apartheid and colonialism. White minority arrogance has increased under your term of office. You should have seen them yesterday when you were speaking. It was like you are a true Tabaneka Koko Helen Zille. You boldly take these counter-revolutionary and reactionary decisions because you know you have a full protection of white capitalist establishment. All the things you said yesterday are meaningless because they are exactly what you said in the 6th State of the Nation addresses you have given since you became president in 2018. None of the commitments you made during this State of the Nation addresses have been met. You state here that the vision you are operating under is still the National Development Plan Vision 2030, whose targets have never been met and will never be met. The NDP had targeted to create a certain number of jobs, but joblessness has increased. The NDP target was to reduce unemployment by 14% in 2020, but today unemployment is 32.9% and more than 12 million people are jobless. Even if you meet the target tomorrow of achieving 14% unemployment, the fact of the matter is you miss the target year. The NDP target was to reduce poverty from 39% by 2030, but poverty today is more than 50%. More people live on poverty under your presidency than any other period in the past 30 years. The NDP target was 10% of the GDP for infrastructure investment, but between 2010 and 2022, public sector infrastructure investment was not more than 5.8%. The NDP target was to grow the economy by an average of 5.4% for it to be practical to achieve any of the NDP goals. But in the past 10 years, the economy has not grown by more than 2%. Mr. President, yesterday you shocked all of us and will never recover from that shock. You said nothing about international relations while we are living in a world defined by shifting global balance of forces. The West, under the guidance and protection of the United States of America, is agitating for a world war, which will be defined by recolonization of the African continent and the global South. And you never said anything about that. There is an ongoing aggressive war by apartheid Israel over Palestine, and you never said anything about that because your coalition partners are all fanatics of a Zionist apartheid Israel. Shame on you that you said nothing about the genocide committed right in front of us because Ulabaposo. You chose glory over the dying children and women of Palestine because you are scared to offend your coalition partners. President Mandela, a close friend of President Arafat, who you said we must celebrate yesterday, should be turning in his grave. The trade embargo against Cuba is still intact, and despite the fact that Cuba played a role in the struggle against apartheid, you never said anything about that. There is instability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South African soldiers are dying in that war, and you never said anything about that. There is a real threat of instability in the entire SADC region, and you never said anything about that. There is loss of life in South Sudan, but you had nothing to say about that. The BRICS Forum has been joined by additional countries such as Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, Egypt, Argentina, Iran, and United Arab Emirates, and you never said anything about how South Africa should maximize these strategic relations to grow the economy. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, is agitating for a world war through its admission of Ukraine into NATO alliance, and you never said anything about that. This is happening while South Africa has discovered strategic oil and gas natural resources, which in itself, Minister Mantashe, is a cause for global security, but your president said nothing about that. Even if the global balance of forces does not matter to you, there is nothing tangible you said about the high levels of crime happening in South Africa. In the past year, South Africa had more than 27,000 murder cases, and you never said anything about that. Are we being handed over to the imperialist takeover as South Africa? Mr. President, there are more than 300,000 students who have passed and attained their certificates, diplomas and degrees, but all universities and universities of technology, huge amounts of money. We must cancel student debt and introduce free decolonized education now. You claim to have created 2 million jobs through your presidential employment stimulus, but there are no additional 2 million jobs that were created since you took office in 2018. And if you want to argue this point, go and argue with Stats SA. Another issue we need to highlight is that Kusile Power Station added an additional 800 megawatt into national grid 2 weeks ago. You never mentioned anything about that. Instead, you chose to mention 256 megawatt of unreliable energy by independent power producers, which was plugged into the grid in the Northwest Province. This is an evidence that in addition of selling fictional buffaloes at Palapala, you are also a salesperson for independent power producers. These independent power producers were at the center of why South Africa experienced perennial load shedding for years until 2 months before the elections. The land which our people desperately needed for human settlement, agriculture, public service and business was left in the hands of the oppressors. Our people were told about willing buyer, willing seller, in a situation where violence and genocide were used to learn dispossession of the Khoi, the San, and all indigenous people of our country. We'll amend Section 25 of the Constitution in our lifetime to allow expropriation of land without compensation. South Africa, our country is being traded. We, the progressive forces, need to constitute an alternative radical agenda. Let us do everything in our power to rescue our country from being traded on a silver platter. We call on all workers' movement, civil society, religious leaders, and traditional leaders to reject this grand coalition led by DA under the pretense of the so-called government of national unity. We, as the EFF, will not form part of a factional and a decoy of the so-called national dialogue, which happens after the government has already committed budgets and programs to this agenda. We are not in the business of talk shows. We are in an agenda to realize true economic emancipation of our people, and no matter what it takes, we will never associate with the collaborators and the sell-out agenda of the establishment. Nonyana paku ebyalile tiye a re thuše ke maru a o tla bosele motho wa o ba le matric wo a sankang a ba subjected to a peer review comes here and calls us VBS looters. I understand the mind of a rat will not comprehend that is actually sitting with VBS looters themselves in the government of national unity. The same matriculant is a beneficiary of the loot of 20 billion of Steinhoff that was invested by public investment, by PIC. No amount of nonsensical threats of arrest can silence us. Not even death can silence us, because Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela's voice has multiplied. Ours is a generational mission. We shall overcome. Victory is certain. We want to tell you now, your days are numbered. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. I now call upon the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Your Excellency the President, Honorable members of the 7th Parliament, the past few weeks have been a whirlwind of activity. Parliament has changed, portfolios have changed, cabinet have changed, and the government have changed. The people of South Africa who went to the polls on 29 May placed the future of our country for the next 5 years in the hands of a coalition government. Up front, I must declare that the IFP is committed in making the government of national unity stable and successful, for it is the result of the will of the people of South Africa. The GNU is not about politics, but is about the will of the people and the future of our country. We campaigned and expressed our views to the electorate, but the electorate in response said, work together. Your Excellency, the IFP has been frank and honest about the state of our country and the needs of our people. For 29 years, the IFP, led by Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, remained in this House as a voice of reason, urging those in power to do the right thing. The late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, whether he spoke as a leader of a constructive opposition or as a minister of cabinet or as an acting president of the Republic, he taught us in the IFP of the duty we have to speak loudly on behalf of the people. We will continue to play that role constructively in the GNU for the good of our country. The GNU is a bold and necessary step in the right direction. We have repositioned South Africa to embark on a journey of rebuilding herself and the future of our generation and the generations to come. The real work of changing the lived reality of every South African must proceed with utmost haste. The change that voters demanded needs to be practically seen, felt, and experienced in the next few months. The IFP welcomes the plan laid out yesterday evening by the President in pressing the reset button and opening a new chapter for our country under a collective wisdom, skills, and capabilities of leaders who chose to work together for the sake of the people of South Africa. The IFP welcomes the position taken by the President about a review of the municipal funding model to ensure that municipalities can become fully functional. This will mark a turning point in our history's 30-year history. As we build on the foundations laid, let us build with new energy. The IFP believes that the local government is a critical sphere of government to impact the lasting development and change in the lives of the people of South Africa. It is for this reason that Cocta's budget speech this week was themed, open quote, every municipality must work, close quote. As the Minister of Cocta, I am determined to see all municipalities receive the administrative, technical, and financial support needed to become viable, able to deliver, and able to maintain the infrastructure, because that is what is mandated to do. I also thank the President for his commitment to appoint the political champions of the district development model to fast-track the one-plan solution. With the DDM institutionalized, champions working tirelessly, and Cocta playing its role, we will ensure that every municipality works. Because traditional and cohesion leaders are key role players in a stable democracy, the IFP will champion the interest and deepen the working in partnership with the traditional and cohesion leaders. Honorable members, climate change has placed us in a challenging times. Disasters are happening in rapid succession, necessitating a new approach to disaster management that is proactive, less bureaucratic, and timeous. The IFP is committed to the continued development of a new approach in dealing with disaster management. This week, I undertook assessment visits to areas in the Cape Metro and KwaZulu-Natal where communities have been devastated by floods and fires. Our deepest condolences remain with all who have lost loved ones in these disasters. As the Line Foundation Minister for Disaster Management, I gained clear insight from these victims into the needed interventions, enabling us to engage with communities, with multiple departments, putting together solutions. The government of national unity must be revealed as a responsive, empowering force for good. It must work as the IFP has always done, hand in hand with the people. The IFP is committed to a national dialogue to address social cohesion, landlessness, and the growing gap between the rich and the poor. We are committed in creating a stable GNU that is responsive and delivers. This is the commitment of the IFP to the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. And now upon Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the House, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Deputy President of the country, Deputy President Mashatile, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. In 2010, a group of young people who were leading the ANC Youth League at that particular time went to Zimbabwe to go and do a study, and they had an opportunity to meet with the late President Mugabe. And one of the things that he left, and I was part of that delegation, and some people, of course, that are no longer in the ANC, we were told something that I felt that has actually guided some of us in agreeing and celebrating the government of national unity. The late President Mugabe said to us, when he went to visit President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, he said, you must never sacrifice principle at the altar of political expedience.
Honorable
It is for this reason.
There's a point of order. Can you kindly take your seat? Honorable Ndlozi. Okay. Can you take your seat, Minister?
Do I take a seat? Okay.
Minister, who led the delegation to Zimbabwe?
Honorable Ndlozi,
Can you give us
please
on the
take a
record,
seat?
please
That's
take
not
South
important.
Africans into confidence as to who led the delegation to Zimbabwe
Honorable Ndlozi,
of the
can you
ANC
please
Youth
take
League?
your seat? Allow the minister to continue with her speech.
I will not answer that. And he did say that in order to guide us politically, so that in our plight to grow in politics, we must always remember what constitutes a principle. In this regard, Excellency Mr. President Ramaphosa, I would like to congratulate the members of the GNU because they did put their political differences aside, came together to build a government that would then now take South Africa forward. They forgot whatever it is that they believed against each other and said that, what do we need to do to serve South Africa? What do we need to do to ensure that South Africa move forward and we do respect the electorate that put us where we are? So congratulations, Mr. President. Congratulations to the members of the GNU, because in most cases, GNUs are constituted over a long period. With ourselves, it was constituted within a month. So for that, I would like to say you did very well. You stick to principle, and that's what needs to guide us and make us move forward. Honorable members, in April 2024, 30 years of democracy was actually celebrated. We did that by commemorating this milestone when the President launched a 30-year review report on the 8th of May 2024, and that report represents the government's assessment of progress made from 1994 to date. The review was based on a set of 13 thematic goals that were identified by the National Development Plan, and these priorities were actually also done in the 6th administration. On the 30-year review and social transformation, the orientation of the public service has shifted from serving the minority to serving all sections of the population. Consequently, in 2022, the number of households by access or had access to electricity, piped water, sanitation, and that has increased in 80%. This has removed millions of households from deprivation, thereby improving indicators of multidimensional poverty index and the Human Development Index. South Africa's social wage is one of the most comprehensive in the world and has proven to be an effective anti-poverty tool. The social wage covers all healthcare services, free water and electricity for the indigent, free schools, public housing, school nutrition, and early childhood development. And this has expanded financial support for students at universities and TVET colleges through the NSFAS. Priority 2 that the President has spoken about in the MTDP has actually spoken to this, and we will be building on top of what we have already done before in the 30 years to ensure that our people are served. Our country is moving towards a universal access to education at all levels, and it has improved overall educational outcomes and skills development opportunities, resulting in an improved population-level educational outcomes, such as the literacy and levels of educational qualification per age cohort. These are important pillars for a modern knowledge-based society. Equally, we have improved access to healthcare and are now working towards an ambition of universal access to health. Among others, the expansion of clinics, hospitals, and the healthcare infrastructure, increased primary healthcare has already serviced more people, and it has also included the fact that we are almost accessing what we have set for ourselves. We have also seen that there are a lot of healthcare diseases that has reduced, such as the AIDS-related death. The National Development Plan remains our lodestar, and the long-term plan as adopted by Parliament in 2012. Its goals are the eradication of poverty, reduce inequality, and reduce unemployment. The 10-year review of the NDP highlighted that insufficient progress has been made, but also proposed corrective actions for the remaining 6 years of this implementation. It is for this reason that in this MTDP of 2024 to 2029, which is the 7th administration, we will concentrate on making sure that we move the needle as it relates to the priorities of the NDP. To support the implementation of this NDP, the medium-term development plan of 2024-29, which is the 5-year plan that I've just spoken about, has been developed, and this was based, of course, on the fact that we needed to align to the NDP, but it has also been informed by the fact that we had, as the GNU, a statement of intent that we came together to agree upon for the sake of South Africa. Emerging areas of priority which have been outlined in the address by the President last night has centered around inclusive economic growth and job creation. And Honorable Malema, the President did speak about international relations. He has alluded to the AFCTA and many other things. I wish you could have listened, because you would have heard exactly how we are going to move forward as it relates to making sure that we do intensify economic development as it relates to economic diplomacy. He did speak about that. This is a full appreciation, of course, of what I've already said, but this is also a major task that we have to get to the economy to perform at all its potential and create employment and economic opportunities for the people of South Africa and Africa and the world. In order to improve coordination and agenda setting during this term, the presidency will be strengthened to improve coordination of policy, integrated planning, and oversight in support of development outcomes. The MTDP of 2024 to 2029 will be supported by an evidence-based, not just things that we think about or gossip, but evidence-based outcomes and framework that will enable the integrated monitoring of progress against the set indicators and targets. Government clusters will support the MTDP with their own implementation plans, which will also allow us to respond to emerging issues. Priorities will also be cascaded into institutional plans, strategic plans, and annual performance plans of departments and entities. And it will also be able to assist us to draw up and establish performance management systems of government that will allow us to be able to monitor them. There is a greater focus on accelerating implementation, supported by the applications of relevant monitoring and evaluation tools. As it relates to DDM, the DDM is designed, of course, as we all know, to address problems with service delivery by allowing all spheres of government to work together in a more effective and coordinated way. This is intended to assist municipalities, just like the Minister of Cocktail said here, to better plan budget and also implement programs and to ensure that work of municipalities is managed. We are planning to make sure that we do strengthen DDM so that we can better monitor and evaluate the performance of government in all spheres of government. Given the governance and performance of SOEs, as the President has said yesterday, the President in 2020 established a presidential SOE Council to reform, reposition and revitalize state-owned enterprises. And he did that to be able to ensure that we do have state-owned enterprises that are effective and are also used as an instrument of economic transformation and development. The PSC or the PSEC noted the critical development role of SOEs and recognized serious deficiencies in the South African model and functioning of SOEs. As a result, it has then now been able to come up with recommendations that said that we needed to strengthen our SOEs, and as a result, it has recommended that we needed to ensure that we create, as the President has said yesterday, a centralized model that will allow us to strengthen our SOEs and ensure that whatever it is that they do not...
Minister, can you kindly refer?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just close by saying that there is a lot that this government has done. So as a result, we've got a lot that we are going to build on. It doesn't help that we keep on talking about new things, but it helps that we build on what we have already established. As a result, what we will be doing will be to strengthen, but also to improve and ensure that whatever it is that we are doing grows better and also grows to other people, so that if we have been able to do something for 10% in this 7th administration, we'll definitely make sure that we do it for 100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now call upon the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Honourable Chair, Madam Speaker, Honourable Cyril Ramaphosa, Honourable Deputy President Paul Mashatile. President, let me thank you for making sure that what our people were fighting for during the election, that it found expression in the plans of the GNU. There is now, we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund. We're speaking about the issue of minerals being exported, and most importantly, gang violence. You have listened to us, President, and I would have been a sellout if I was sitting outside. My people walked in the rain, they did door to door for their issues to be represented.
Take your seat. There's a point of order, Honourable Joseph.
I'd like to call a point of order, House Chair, because a government minister cannot deliberately mislead the House. There is no sovereign wealth fund in this country. You must withdraw. There's no such a thing. At this stage where you are, it's not those talks by the streets you are having. You must speak facts on behalf of a government. There's no sovereign wealth fund in this country. You must withdraw. Take us serious here.
Honourable Minister, can you please proceed?
Your peers, you always talk about education, Honourable Ndlozi. Your peers are delivering papers while you are ice boy here being sent around. Must not come to me. Don't tell me about education. I want to thank you, President. President, one man was calling me, one gentleman at the airport was calling me a racist. And I asked him, why are you saying I'm a racist? And he said, whenever you speak only about colored people, it's colored people, colored people. And I engaged him. And President, let me tell you, the issues of colored people has not been addressed yet. And I want you to be the first president, Honorable, to address the national question. All presidents were scared to address the national question. If you can address the national question, you shall be the first. I want to tell the GNU, what we have achieved is remarkable. It is the best thing that could have happened to this country. And I will tell you a secret. The only reason why they call us sellouts, because they are not on the GNU train. They bought the wrong ticket. President, want to tell you, I salute you, because what you have done, you have put South Africa first. We've had many differences between us. You put that aside and you say, my differences with Mackenzie cannot stop me from taking a decision for the benefit of this country. And I want to salute you. I want to say to the Honorable Judge Slope, I want to say to Honorable Judge Slope, I'm sitting there and I'm shocked because you, Honorable Judge, have sent many of my old friends to jail with Roman Dutch law, which you enjoyed. While you were getting you talk about the blue lights. While you were getting the perks of the judge, being a judge, you never saw something wrong with blue light. You never saw something wrong with Roman Dutch law. Today, when you're no longer there, now you are seeing something wrong with Roman Dutch law. It cannot be. I'm going to pay for an appeal for everybody that has been sentenced by you, because you sentenced them with the wrong law according to you. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Order, honorable members, order. I now call upon the Minister of Correctional Services. Order, honorable members, order. Can you please take your seats, honorable members? Honorable Ndlovu, there's no speaker on the floor. What are you rising on?
Chairperson, there needs not be a speaker on the floor for me to raise an order. I hope we can agree on that. So I'd like...
You can proceed, honorable.
Thank you very much. The judge has written a thesis when he was on the bench, attacking Roman Dutch law.
Honorable Ndlovu,
your illiteracy is not going to help us.
Can you please sit down?
This judge has written papers against Roman Dutch law when he was on the bench.
Can you take the
You come here and you lie. You lie. This judge spoke about decolonization of the law from the bench. Don't lie here, man. Must read extensive, well-researched papers that are peer-reviewed. Yes, yes. And he didn't say anything about sports, about arts. He gets there.
Honorable,
but what's going to happen about the arts?
From Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable members, can I bring it to the attention of the House Members, please don't abuse your privilege or your right to raise a point of order. What we've just seen from Honorable Ndlozi is unbecoming, and therefore it will not be sustained in the House. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Geachte Voorzitter, through you, Honorable President, the slogan of the Freedom Front Plus in this last election was restore and build. Now, the question is, what must we restore and what must we build? Honorable Chair, to understand that we must identify the problem and we must be honest towards each other. We are living in a broken country. We have an economic growth of less than 1%. But Africa, the average economic growth is 3.7%.
Honorable Minister, can
there's
you please
a
take
problem.
your seat? There's a hand at the back, Honorable Van Rooyen. Honorable members, can you please take your seat? Honorable members, can you please take your seat? For the last time, honorable members, I'm requesting you to take the seat. This can't go on like this, honorable members. Can we allow Honorable Van Rooyen to speak?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to check if Honorable Groenewald is ready to take a question.
Honorable Groenewald, are you prepared to take a question? Honorable Groenewald, are you prepared to take a question? Can you respond? Honorable Groenewald.
Agbare Voorsitter, ek reageer nie op onsinnighede nie.
I didn't hear the answer. I'm not worried my interpreter.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van Rooyen. You can take your seat. Honorable Groenewald, can you continue?
I just wanted to check with him if he's ready to tell the nation who killed Chris Hani. Who killed Chris Hani?
Honorable Van Rooyen, you are abusing your right to speak on the floor. Honorable Groenewald, please take your, the podium.
Another aspect we must also realize, Honorable President, is the criminality in South Africa and the crime is
Honorable
of such
Groenewald,
nature.
Can you take your seat? There's a hand at the back there. Honorable member.
Francis Mshikilona from Mkandule. I want Amalala, Solos. Welcome in this parliament.
Honorable member, what you are doing is not allowed in the House. Honorable Groenewald, can you please proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our people do not feel safe in South Africa. And to address that, we will have to look at the criminal justice system as a whole, because that plays an important role if we want to build the economy.
Honorable Groenewald, can you please take your seat? There's a hand over there right at the back.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and my apologies, Honorable Groenewald. I'm not raising an order on you. I rise on Rule 40C of the joint rules of people who deliberately undermine the authority of the chairperson. And actions should be taken around that. Because what we see here is members acting disorderly, deliberately in the House. And I want to ask you, Chair, that you put an end to that. We are not in a circus here. Honorable Ndosi just rises up and give a lecture as if he's a pastor here in the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we are all expected to respect the decorum of the House. And therefore, as such, all of us, we do have the responsibility to conduct ourselves in a manner that is befitting. What we've been doing, it's unheard of, and please don't push us to take decisions that we are not interested in. And therefore, can we please allow Honorable Groenewald to continue with his debate?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The crime must be addressed, the criminal justice system. We know unemployment in South Africa, we talk about 42%. When we refer to the young people of South Africa, we talk about 60% of unemployment. And the question that must be asked is that what the Honourable President said yesterday, he said it is the priorities we will have to attend to. And everyone must ask him or herself, do they agree that the policies and the matters that the President has put on the table, whether they also see those as priorities? Because if we deal with the priorities, then we can have success. What is also of utmost importance is our local government. Because if you establish a factory or a business, it is part of a specific municipality. We must look at the infrastructure. And the Freedom Front Plus also supports very strongly the fact that the appointments must be merit-based appointments. We must ensure that we get the best people to do the job. We must be honest towards each other. At the moment we have officials, whether they are catering deployment, but they are not qualified to do their job. And then we have people who are qualified, but they don't do their job. And we must ensure that that must be corrected. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het vir die kiesers van Suid-Afrika aan sy veldtog gesê, kom ons herstel en bou. Ons is almal deel van Suid-Afrika. As die skip sink, sink ons almal saam. Maak nie saak aan watter politieke party jy behoort nie. En omdat die Vryheidsfront Plus gesê het, ons moet herstel en bou, is daar besluit om te sê, hier is 'n geleentheid om te sê, kom ons herstel en ons bou. But we must also be honest. We can't only have policies on paper. We, as government, and note I say we have the responsibility to ensure that it is implemented.
Honourable Minister, can you please round up?
We have the responsibility to be sure that we implement those policies. As the Honourable President once said, the seat you have in Parliament does not belong to you, but to the people. We must be accountable to the people and the Freedom Front Plus will ensure that we restore and build.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Premier of Limpopo.
Honourable Madam Speaker, the Chair of National Council of Provinces, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President.
Honourable Premier, can you please take your seat? There's a point of order.
Honorable Chair, we have a former statesman in the House. He has not been recognized. Please recognize President Jacob Zuma for being in the House.
Honourable Minister, can you please take the podium?
Honorable Deputy President Tatana Mashatile, members of the two houses, ladies and gentlemen, I rise on behalf of the descendants of the warriors of Sekhukhune, the descendants of the warriors of Makhado, of Gungunyane, of Mukopane, and many other great warriors whose land we continue to make the lives of their residents better. I rise on behalf of the sons and daughters of the rain-making queen and on the rain-making powers of Queen Mujaji to welcome and support the opening address by our President Muatamela Zwibuya Ramaphosa. Vane vachi uposa miseve, yavo ya sala yo ima, ngeno ya veiwe vangwe ichiwela fasi, which has chartered a path that we shall follow as we grow this country together. I stand here, Madam Speaker, today on the shoulders of May Charlotte Maxeke, on May Stella Mabitse Skhwale, on Mam Lydia Ngwenya Komape, on Khoshikgadi Madinoga, and the pioneering spirit of Manchi Masimula. I'm here under the tutelage of the great Peter Nchabeleng, of May Joyce Mashamba, of Vuredzani Bulala, of Norman Mashabane, and Chipua Muope. It is the youthful of revolutionary poise of Peter Mukaba, of Collins Chabani, of Tracy Malachi, of Franz Mutlala that set me at peace here today. Pare Mutrupi, Elias Mal, Ramaliva, Lawrence Pukanuka, Mark Shope, and many other sons and daughters of Limpopo have fought to see where Limpopo is today. They have paved the way for our democratic government and service provision in Limpopo. Reflecting on the achievement of the Limpopo government since 1994, Honourable Speaker, it is evident that we have made significant progress in consolidating democratic governance and providing basic services to our residents. The people of Limpopo that we rise on their behalf have consistently shown their support for their democratic system, as evident by the recent election of the ANC as the ruling party, rejecting all those Honourable Hlope who disparately tried very hard along tribal lines, using our traditional leaders to try to divide our people. Hence, you saw the 74%. Our province has seen remarkable improvements in the provision of essential services, such as, if we go back to 1996, electricity supply was at 36%. Today, we are at 97%, Honourable Minister Ramaphosa. Access to piped water was at 33.5% in 1996. In 2010, we improved to 84%. And we know what happened, which resulted in dropping it to now at 69.1%. And we welcome, Mr. President, your pronouncement on making sure that the people of Limpopo, rural as they are, they deserve water because they also form part of the struggle of the liberation. Our rural communities must be provided with clean drinking water. Sanitation was at some stage in 1996 at 27%. Today we are at 63.1%. Our roads from 2,500 kilometers in 1994 that were tarred to today at 7,000 kilometers that have been either tarred or paved. Despite many challenges, these and many other developments have made Limpopo a great province that it is today. We have greatly enhanced the quality of life for our residents. Limpopo's economy has undergone significant transformation since 1994. Despite facing long challenges such as slow economic growth, unemployment and inequality, the province boasts a wealth of mineral resources, fertile agricultural land and tourist attraction that have contributed to its economic development. Mr. President, we are a rural province, and I must emphasize, and building an inclusive economy which also drives rural economic transformation is what we need currently the most. Our province has consistently demonstrated the ability to feed itself. Our people have already demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that even without large tracts of farmland, they are farmers in their own right who can produce for their own livelihood. Recent statistics show that Limpopo is leading in food security. Its people can cultivate food for their own survival. This fits well with your directive of prioritizing rural development, and together we must focus on supporting them to now use agriculture for commercial purposes. They have proven to you that they can farm, so what more do you want from them except supporting them? We have started engagement with businesses focusing on enhancing manufacturing capability, agro-processing and agricultural produce, and establishing mineral beneficiation capacity in Limpopo, with the aim of reducing the transportation of raw materials that could easily be processed in our province and thus create jobs. Gone will be the days very soon of exporting all tomatoes raw as they are without having to manufacture tomato sauce. Gone will be the days where we continuously export timber but have to import a toothpick. So as a province, we need to start there. It might appear small, but it will go a long way in creating jobs for our people. The mining sector, which accounts to 26% of the province's GDP in 2023, has been a key driver of economic growth, creating employment opportunities and fostering sustainable development. Similarly, manufacturing, construction, agriculture, tourism, and the gaming sector have contributed significantly to the province's economy, highlighting the diverse economic landscape of Limpopo. Looking ahead to the 7th administration, our strategic focus will be on water and road infrastructure development, youth empowerment through skills development and job creation, and economic transformation through mining beneficiation, agro-processing and renewable energy initiatives. We are committed to accelerating industrialization in Limpopo by finalizing the establishment and operationalization of the specific economic zones, our Musina, Makado, and the Fitakho-Mutuvatsi. This will drive economic growth, attract investment, and create sustainable enterprises. We are actively engaging with the national government to expedite the approval of Fitakho-Mutuvatsi SCZ proposal and upgrade the Gateway International Airport to serve as a vital cargo hub in the SADC region. Our other catalytic projects, Madam Speaker, including the revitalization of industrial parks such as Sishiru, Leboagomo, Shayandima, and Nkonko, and the Polokwane Logistics Hub. Aim is to enhance economic opportunities and promote the development of local industries. Limpopo has been consistently ranked amongst the top 3 destinations for both domestic and international tourists. I still insist, Honorable President, that up to this day, when God created a man, I don't want to even imagine where he was and what inspired him to create this gender. But I can, without fear of contradiction, that when God created a woman, he was situated in Waterberg, inspired by the beauty of its biosphere. We would want to capitalize on this market, especially the legion of international travelers who must come to explore more routes that we shall have developed, including the routes that celebrate Limpopo's contribution to the liberation wars against colonialism and freedom, with direct links to the rest of SADC. It is an open secret that even the Umkhonto weSizwe, the real Umkhonto weSizwe, when it was formed, they were inspired by King Sekhukhune when he led the Sibatakgomo. By harnessing the potential of tourism and niche markets, we seek to further boost economic growth and create employment opportunities in Limpopo. When honorable members in your different province, you speak about the Big Five, we in Limpopo, the descendant of Makado in Vembe district, speaks about the Big Six. And you will be asking me, what is that? I'm inviting you to visit this district where you will see the biggest baobab tree in the whole world. Youth development is a key priority for us, and we are committed to reskilling young people to meet the demands of an industrialized economy. In addition to our industrialization strategy, we have prioritized skills development as a key pillar to advance sustainable growth youth development program. We believe that
Can you please wind up? No, you still have time. Just wind up.
Our partnership with Tshwane University of Technology and the Department of Higher Education and Training will, in not so distant future, see a new university campus in Guyana established. The province is committed to see successful completion of this university. As I'm concluding, road infrastructure is another key enabler of inclusive economic growth, especially to our local rural economy. Therefore, road maintenance is not only key for the locals to access services such as schools, healthcare, police station, graveyards, but also for them to move their goods from one area to another. As I've already indicated, they are farmers in their own right. Out of more than 20,000 kilometer roads that we have in the province, 13,400 are neither tarred nor paved. Hence, we agree with you, Mr. President, that yellow fleets must be able to reach those areas. In my language, in my province, we call them Dikherekhere. Hence, we have Dikherekhere Wednesday. And I must declare to this House that Dikherekhere has got nothing to do with a tender. Many of you will be salivating to think another project. It's an in-sourced program where we are currently using the yellow fleet that we have and the staff that we have. What we need from the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Public Works, it's more allocation towards the Dikherekhere. In conclusion, I'm reminded of Desmond Tutu, who said, hope is being able to see that there is light despite
Honorable member, please take
darkness.
your seat. Thanks. I now call upon Honorable Trolley.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable President, sadly, last night
was a deja vu moment for myself and all too many South Africans. Your understandable sales pitch for your new government and promises might have sounded fantastic to the naive amongst us, but the electorate who showed their jaundice towards your last government know that these were flights of fantasy. Because, Honourable President, we don't trust you anymore. We don't believe you anymore. We haven't seen a smart city. All we see is broken cities. We've heard your "we will do" speeches so often, but we've never heard you say "we have done" speech in Parliament before. You have started your second term in office really badly by appointing almost 20% of the people in this Parliament to your cabinet. That says to the people of South Africa that your government is more important than they are. While some in this House are going to go to court about what you call your government, we don't care. If I can borrow from Romeo and Juliet, what's in a name? That which you call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. South Africans want change. They want security, dignity, and the independence of a job. They took your previous majority away because you couldn't grow the economy, create jobs, deliver services to them effectively, and keep them safe in their homes. You need to repair our international reputation before we will be able to attract the foreign direct investment so badly needed to grow our economy. Investors want political stability. They want policy certainty. You need to get us off the international grey listing. You need to stop corruption. You need to eradicate violent crime. Being one of the most violent nations in the world where women are objectified, routinely abused and murdered is a disgrace. Criminality is entrenched in our society, and we experience it daily with wanton and uncontrolled theft, vandalization and destruction of our economic and service delivery infrastructure. This drives away investment and destroys our economy. Last night, you claimed that 80% of all passenger rail services are operational again. That is not a fact. It's not true. South Africa has extraordinary mineral and agricultural wealth, virtually unparalleled environmental endowment, including an incredibly richly diverse marine life with a spectacular coastline. But most importantly, what South Africa has is the most prized attraction of 400 years ago and still remains so now, is our geopolitical global positioning and marvelous climate. Why can't you leverage that? With all of these bounties, we should be a thriving economy with a thriving country with a world-topping economy. We know that our history has militated against this and prevented us achieving our full potential. So let's not entrench our uncontrollable volition to undermine ourselves and to continue to drive ourselves apart. In this regard, I want to caution South Africans and your government not to be distracted nor to succumb to the self-harm disorder that some political parties display in this House. As Hamlet pondered in Shakespeare's soliloquy, these parties display a schizophrenic characteristic: to be or not to be. Their paradoxical offer won't fix anything. We need an El Salvador rehabilitation such as that being led by President Nayib Bukele Ortez, from being the most violent country in South America to the most peaceful country in South America in 2 years. You need to stop crime. You need to stop corruption. You need to stop service delivery mafia by declaring war on those who perpetrate these crimes. In this regard,
wind up, Honourable Member.
it can't be. It can't be time.
There's a watch in front of you, Honourable Member.
I beg your pardon?
There's a watch in front of you.
I can't hear you.
There's a watch in front of you, Honourable Member. Please round up.
I'm going to round up like the previous speaker for a while.
As we watch the inevitable public exposure of the incorrigible theft of poor people's life savings from the VBS Bank, you must know that this is going to detonate the inevitable demand for public exposure of the Phala Phala saga, and your government's survival will depend on your innocence or guilt. Because, Honourable President, corruption infraction, large or small, must be dealt with equally. We will not fall into the trap that your newfound partners have of equivocation and making odious comparisons of extent. We will not allow Phala Phala to become this Parliament's next fire pool disgrace.
Your time is up.
We as Action SA will give you the benefit of the doubt as you are a new government.
Your time is up.
But if you don't fix the problems of this country, I'm just rounding up like the previous speaker. If you don't fix the problems of this country, the election is coming. I'm rounding up.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Thank you. Honourable Member, the time is 1 o'clock. We are breaking for lunch. We are expected to come back at 2 o'clock. I am told that lunch is served in the banquet hall, second floor. The bells will be rang 10 minutes before the start of the next session. Thank you very much.
responsibility given to each and every one of us by the voters in this country, and for me, by the voters in this very province. Mr. President, the weavers and the builders of the Western Cape are ready to play their part to build South Africa, to play their part in supporting this government of national unity. But, Mr. President, we will not only support the government of national unity, we will also make sure that the Western Cape plays its part in building a better future. But at the same time, we have a lot of work to do, and we will also hold, Mr. President, this government of national unity to account for the citizens of the Western Cape. Sometimes there will be robust debate, because I am absolutely committed to make sure that at the same time, on behalf of the citizens of this great province, the Western Cape, we do the very best we can to build a better Western Cape while we are building a better South Africa. Mr. President, I want to base everything I do on saying that we need to give everyone an absolute fair chance. And therefore, my first point that I want to raise on behalf of the citizens of this province, the Western Cape, that we need to make sure we get our fair share. Mr. President, we know that this province is currently the fastest growing province in South Africa. We heard that at the Lekgotla from the Statistician General. We know that we are now the province with the third most citizens, the third largest population in our country. But, Mr. President, we get the fifth most budget. We need to make sure, and I will fight for our fair share of the budget in this province. Mr. President, but I will also work with the province of Gauteng and the province of KwaZulu-Natal, because they also need to make sure they get the fair share of budget, because we are fast growing, and I promise you it is education, it is health that feel the brunt, because we have more and more learners and more patients in our hospitals. But, Mr. President, I really do welcome the call yesterday. I welcome this government of national unity's positioning that we feel around a massive disaster. As I speak, and as we walked out for lunch, it was pouring with rain still in this province. We have had more than a week of solid rain, devastating weather, more than 200,000 citizens in this province displaced because of this weather incident that has now been declared a disaster. More than 44,000 structures damaged and destroyed. Many roads. As I stand here, more than 70 roads still underwater. But, Mr. President, it is about disasters, and I must say to Minister Schlabise, to the Deputy Minister, to the way that you reacted to this disaster, there's a new feeling behind this government of national unity, Mr. President. On Friday, we wrote to the Minister saying this needs a declaration of disaster. On Friday, we got an answer to say yes. On Monday, the Minister and the Deputy Minister came to visit. I want to say thank you very much. There's a new feeling to build a new and better country. But Mr. President, we will still fight in policing. Minister Mchunu, thank you very much for coming to visit us tomorrow, to come to listen, because our citizens feel gangsterism and crime every day. I am still going to work with you, but I'm going to fight for more devolution of power. I do believe it's the right thing to do, and I believe we will base it on data and evidence. And together, we will come up with solutions that will make it safer for the citizens in our province. Mr. President, I will support you on infrastructure, because if we don't have infrastructure enabling the growth and economic growth of our province and our country, we will not be able to deliver what we need to deliver. And that is electrical infrastructure, road infrastructure.
Honourable Premier, your time has expired.
Do I not get a closing comment, Madam Deputy Speaker?
Sorry, no.
I can't even do what was done before lunch. I hereby commit the Western Cape to building a better South Africa, to supporting the government of national unity, but we will make sure that this province gets its fair share while we are playing our fair part. Thank you very much.
I now call on Honourable the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, presiding officers of Parliament, President and Deputy President of the Republic, members of the National Executive, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Quite clearly, our country is standing at a crossroads. On the one hand, we face a tipping point if we maintain the status quo responsible for South Africa not realizing its full potential. On the other hand, we can positively disrupt the status quo with pragmatic interventions that yield positive outcomes. As the DTIC Group, our decision is clear in working to support and enhance the programs instructively outlined by the President in his speech last night. This is important, especially if we calculate the costs of poverty, which constitute 60% of the national budget. The reality is that we have to adopt a mission-oriented approach to industrial policy and strategy as articulated by Mariana Mazzucato. As Mazzucato argues, such a strategy is about co-creating markets instead of fixing markets and designing reciprocal partnerships around shared goals that produce shared value. She further argues that it requires a view of the state not just as a market fixer, but rather as a market shaper. As such, we must implement with laser focus the program of priorities outlined in the GNU to benefit all South Africans, most particularly the women, the youth, and people with disabilities. If we do not implement programmatic priorities of social justice, redress, and poverty alleviation, then our nation-building and social cohesion projects will remain an elusive ideal. In line with what was said by the President when talking about smart industrial policy, the DTIC Group will implement sectoral plans building on the successes recorded in the automotive, clothing and textile, retail, and agro-processing sectors. Every year, the South African economy spends 25% of the national wealth created on imported goods. Not only is this propensity to import much greater than our competitor countries, it is also out of sync with our development needs. We will reverse this in pharmaceutical and medical devices, green industries, food products, and manufactured goods, amongst others. Smart industrial policies and programs are being implemented to respond to the global market trends towards electric vehicles. As you know, in February this year, the Minister of Finance announced that the government will introduce an investment allowance for new investments. This will see producers having the opportunity to claim 150% of qualifying investment expenditure of electric and hybrid-powered vehicles within the initial year. Our structural transformation relating to triple fuel is the DTIC Group will use the public procurement regime to advance triple fuel and SMEs. We will work with the National Treasury to ensure that the procurement bills
under consideration by the President will be implemented. We are also aware that enterprise and supply development elements of the codes have the potential to raise several billions from the private sector. Therefore, working very closely with the Commission in monitoring the contributions of enterprise and supply development, let industrialists and SMEs will benefit from such financial contributions. The existential fact for South Africa is that transformation and redress are the preconditions and rational basis for the unity of South African people as a whole. Our common prosperity is contingent on building a better life for all and not for some. In line with what the President said, the DPIC group will refocus on industrialization in a targeted manner using available policy instruments. This through aggregating industrial financing to recapitalize the MEF. Through utilizing equity equivalent measures directed at financing plus enterprise and supply development initiatives. And through refocusing the IPC on industrialization-focused investments. Obviously, partnering is a critical component of our smart industrial programs. The private sector is an invaluable partner in financing and driving inclusive economic and enhancing our export capabilities through, for example, our Export Credit Insurance Corporation. Furthermore, we are placing focus on regional industrial development. Our message for SADC partners is a call to action for a united effort to promote regional industrialization. This will leverage South Africa's trade with Africa, which has increased significantly, growing from just over 333 billion rand in 2019 to just under 547 billion in 2023. This is what is known by inclusive economic diplomacy. Hence, South Africa has already launched preferential trade under the AFCFTA with 12 products being traded in the continent since January this year. The AFCFTA is a game-changing initiative to liberate one of the fastest-growing consumer markets in the world. A growing market which is young, tech-savvy, highly educated, and conscientious about implementing actionable Pan-Africanism for the 21st century. With approximately 450 billion rand in potential income gains from the AFCFTA, a significant portion will arise from increased trade facilitation measures that reduce red tape and simplify customs procedures. As I conclude, let us be mindful of the hazards of climate change, which has real negative consequences, as witnessed here in the Western Cape, in the Eastern Cape, and in KZN. Whilst acting to contribute to concerted climate action, we continue to advocate for the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in line with national circumstances. This is important in the context of trade, where countries in the global north introduce trade measures under the guise of climate action. Thank you very much. And I invite the Honourable
Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, on behalf of the ACDP President, Reverend Dr. Kenneth Meshwe, and our ACDP leadership, I wish to state again that the ACDP is not a part of the GNU for reasons that we have made clear. What the ACDP will do is to fulfill its constitutional mandate of holding the executive to account. It is a role that we take seriously and one that we will not shy away from. We do wish the members of the GNU certainly, as the ACGP, do not wish to see South Africa becoming a failed state.
The ACGP agrees, Mr. President, that we have a responsibility for each other, and our well-being cannot be separated from that of our fellow South Africans. This is a responsibility that we as politicians, and indeed you, Mr. President, cannot renege on, for we are our brother's keeper. The first two GNU priorities of driving inclusive growth and job creation, and secondly, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, is going to be a mammoth task. Why? Because we are currently facing a fiscal crisis. We have a debt to GDP of some 74%, a budget deficit of over 300 billion, which will be added to the already accumulated debt of over 5 trillion. Our debt service costs are crowding out key service delivery programs from our different departments. We have a shrinking tax base where 3 million taxpayers contribute 95% of government revenue. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. Budgets in most departments have been cut and austerity measures implemented. Mr. President, the red tape that you have spoken of over so many years has now become so long that it is strangling SMMEs and economic growth. This, Mr. President, has happened under your watch, adding five more years to your 9 wasted years. So what budget cuts mean is that for the next financial year, service delivery will be impeded. Your third priority of building a capable and ethical and developmental state points to a current incapable state, incapable of carrying out programs set in our department's APPs, incapable of carrying out effective service delivery, evidenced by all of the service delivery protests across the country, incapable of protecting our communities, evidenced by our high crime rate and drug-infested communities where policemen and women are on the take. Additionally, underscored by a murder rate of 70 people per day and over 130 women that are raped in South Africa every day. And so when we speak of building a capable, ethical, developmental state, it is against this backdrop that it has to be created. Mr. President, our President, Dr. Meshwe, warned you about inviting the judgment of God upon yourself and your party regarding the hypocritical international position taken on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Let this be your second warning. The ACGP agrees with the economic growth that is inclusive and transformational. We disagree on the how paradigm and have stated multiple times that race-based policies are a hindrance to structural reform and economic growth. The ACGP has an unselfish love and commitment to the people of South Africa. We strive and will continue to strive to use our skills, talents and resources to enhance South Africa's competitive and comparative advantages and leverage on our economies of scale so as to grow our industrial base and reduce unemployment. This is the commitment of the ACGP to South Africa. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Breitenbach to the podium.
Madam Deputy Speaker, honourable members, as a matter of legal history, it is broadly accepted that there were two primary evils in the apartheid legal order: parliamentary supremacy and strict legal positivism. Parliamentary supremacy, in simple terms, meant that Parliament could pass laws in an unconstrained manner, and those who applied the law had to give effect to these laws, irrespective of whether they believed it to be right or wrong. In this regard, former Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke pointed out that, and I quote, "Under apartheid, Parliament enjoyed supremacy, and no constitutional Bill of Rights provided any fetter on its legislative powers. Oppressive laws passed by Parliament could, for the most part, not be challenged by the courts. The apartheid regime was sustained by a lack of accountability and the construct of parliamentary sovereignty. At the time when the South African Parliament enjoyed parliamentary sovereignty, the appellate division and the judiciary more generally was a weak check on Parliament's powers. Parliament essentially enjoyed a monopoly on power. Close quote. Other academic legal scholars have also analyzed the damage caused by the system of parliamentary supremacy and the related tendency for other state organs to simply apply the law. In this regard, one such commentator remarked that it is essential that we should learn to say no to unwarranted parliamentary violations of human rights, and advocated for the establishment of a true human rights culture in our country, arguing forcefully that to achieve this, the rule of law must be strongly supported. Deputy Speaker, honourable members, this commentator is none other than Dr. Don Hlophe. In a learned article in the South African Law Journal of February 1995, it is the very same Dr. Hlophe who now proclaims that our legal system, the one transformed from an apartheid-enabling system to one founded on the rule of law and human rights, is nothing but a system imposed upon us by our former colonizers, and is, if not the problem, then at least part of the problem in our country. He is, of course, now the leader of the MK party in this House. A cursory reading of the election manifesto of the MK party makes it very clear that they are not constitutionally inclined. Their goal, clearly stated, is to destroy our constitution. A constitution painstakingly drafted, lauded internationally, and one that has served us well. MK would replace our constitutional democracy with a government of parliamentary supremacy. Now, we know from our painful history that it is precisely that structure of government that gave rise to apartheid, the passing of racially discriminatory laws, and the causing of untold misery for all South Africans. Yet, upon entering the service of South Africans in this House, all MK MPs, like all other MPs, swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Those who drafted our Constitution did not contemplate a situation where those found wanting, when entrusted with upholding our Constitution, could simply move to another position where the same obligation was to be sworn to. However, the drafters, in their infinite wisdom, gifted us with a safeguard that to break down constitutional supremacy and the rule of law requires the support of at least 75% of the members of this House. They did this because they realized that we needed a definitive break with parliamentary supremacy if our constitutional democracy is to withstand those who try to subvert it. This firewall we will work ceaselessly to protect. The parliamentary leader of MK also swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when he became a judge, an oath that he regarded with such frivolity that he has become the first judge to be impeached in democratic South Africa for behaviour so odious, so beyond the pale, that he was found guilty of gross misconduct by the Judicial Services Commission. Now, this is the man who is before you all today, a man who swore an oath repeatedly to defend and uphold our Constitution, yet he has now a stated intent to destroy our constitutional democracy. This is the type of political smoke and mirror game that is to be expected, a true homecoming for someone who has always seen himself as a politician, a man who cannot be trusted. Our Constitution embodies a never-again moment.
Please take your seat. Could you please take your seat? There is a point of order.
Honourable Speaker, I rise on the point of order. Rule 43, actually 53, is very clear that we can't have a member insinuating or insulting and disrespectful to another member of Parliament. Rule 53 is very clear. So if Honourable Breitenbach can withdraw that, because she forgets herself that she's from NPA and she was charged criminally, so she can't impugn this to another member of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In your point of order, you in fact did the exact same thing as what you are accusing the Honourable Member at the podium. Honourable members, order. Honourable Breitenbach, you came extremely close to falling foul of Rule 53. So please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I see it is... Our Constitution embodies a never-again moment. Never again will we allow the rule of men to threaten our democracy, our human rights and our freedom. We will work ceaselessly during this 7th administration, from one debate to the next, to expose those who yearn for the system that enabled personal ambitions to trump the law. I thank you.
I now call on the Honourable Mao Mapelo.
Madam Deputy Speaker and the collective of the Presidium, the President and the collective of the Executive, the collective of the honourable members who are the first line and the last line of defense in executing oversight over the Executive, all members who are following the proceedings of today here on the debate of the speech of the President. Honourable members, from the outset, we need to make it plainly clear that our quest to build a better Africa and a better world is a necessary strategic goal that we need to strive for. This necessary strategic goal is anchored on 3 pillars. The first pillar is our national interests, which must under all circumstances supersede any other interest. The second pillar is the necessary understanding that the struggle we prosecute to build a better Africa and a better world is a struggle that is in perpetuity. It's like a road that is perpetually under construction. And the third pillar is based on the understanding that the African National Congress is not in the business of political pendularism. Because the ANC ideologically is very much steadfast, it doesn't act like a pendulum. Therefore, this necessary understanding of the third pillar is important because building a better Africa and a better world is something which we as the leadership collectively have to understand that its dynamics are based on us having to internalize the fact that we must master the art of managing contradictions globally. It is in this context, honourable members, to not only understand but to internalize the reality that the leadership to whom we bestow the responsibility to build a better Africa and a better world must at all material times seek to improve their individual and collective understanding, as I've already said. We must also make it patently clear that our approach as the ANC on matters of international relations and cooperation is premised on solid principles of democracy, peace, respect for sovereignty, anti-imperialism, cooperation, respect and adherence to the rule of law, among other things. Bequeathed to us as this House and society in general, it is the unparalleled international solidarity work done by President Oliver Tambo And the African National Congress, when they spared no energy nor strength to do work with the international community to bring about democracy in this country. Everything that they embarked upon to make sure that we annihilate, throttle, weaken, and ultimately defeat the monster of colonialism and apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity by the United Nations, was done to precision and at all material times making sure that the entire globe is mobilized behind that task. In the same context, Madam Presiding Officer, bequeathed to us as a living generation is the practical step as part of our international solidarity undertaken, we welcomed and supported, which was welcomed and supported by the Algerian people when Nelson Mandela went out as part of practical expression of solidarity and got training for military purposes of executing the struggle in our country. When the Land Act was introduced by our oppressors in 1913, the leaders of our people, through the then SANNC, sought to embark on various initiatives internationally as part of diplomacy through deputations and petitions to make sure that Britain hears the call of South Africans here for them to get their land back. 111 years later, we are still firm on the international solidarity work to build a better Africa and a better world. This work that we do, honorable members, whether it's on Palestine, whether it's making sure that we participate in the United Nations and all its ancillary bodies, making sure that there's peace in the African continent, making sure that we, as a country, the SADC work that is aimed at not only developing SADC economies, but also making sure that we cooperate with our SADC countries to build neighborliness is part of our approach as the African National Congress on international relations. We have 370 trade agreements. Those trade agreements in the long term should find expression in the type of South Africa we seek to build, which is non-sexist, non-racial, and prosperous. The BRICS work that we do with countries that have been in BRICS and those that have joined BRICS is aimed at nothing else but making sure that we continue our quest to build a better Africa and a better world. The economy of Africa that we are trying to build, integrate, and grow through the AfCFTA is aimed also at making sure that part of the integration of the African continent includes necessary matters of growing its economies. I want to, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, because I can see the time is running out, to quote Pixley Kaisaka Seme. Pixley Kaisaka Seme said, "Today, we as the African people, the animosity that exists between the Zulus and the Tsongas, between the Basutus, and every native must be buried and forgotten. It has shed among us sufficient blood. We are one people. These divisions, these jealousies, are the cause of all our woes and all our backwardness and ignorance." Close quote. We, the African people, honorable members, it is utmost necessary to bequeath to future generations a crystallized, solid, unshakable African unity upon which a non-racial, non-sexist, and a proper society will be built. This is an almost solemn prerequisite for us to succeed in building a better Africa
and a better world. Ke a leboga, Musakgolo.
I now invite Honourable the Chief Whip of the Council in
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Speaker, Mayor Didiza, Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Province, Mayor Tsipani, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, President of SALGA, honorable members. Indeed, the official opening of the democratically elected 7th Democratic Parliament yesterday marked yet another important chapter in the evolution of the constitutional democracy. We are truly humbled that the official opening of the 7th of Parliament took place on a day that is dedicated to honor and celebrate the indelible legacy of our icon of global peace, humanity, and freedom, the late former President Nelson Mandela, as we honor the iconic life of the President Nelson Mandela in his self-service to humanity. We reaffirm our pledge to continue to work and tirelessly to liberate all our people from the persistent bondages of the legacy of poverty, deprivation, suffering, and all forms of discrimination and suffering that our people face. We do so, Deputy Speaker, because we must ensure that indeed we live and see in practice the concept of the people shall govern that the Freedom Charter spoke of in 1955. To achieve this, Deputy Speaker, we must have a People's Parliament and parliamentary constituency offices that are used as springboards for community outreach work. These offices must be the hub for advice, the engine rooms for discussion, and center where communities can receive. Indeed, we must appreciate the confidence in which our President took us into by convening the 7th Parliament, this joint sitting, to be able to take us through the priorities that the government of GNU has identified. Indeed, this is a confirmation that as the 7th Parliament, we reassure you, President, that this will be an activist parliament. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the President has correctly characterized the May 29 national and provincial elections and their outcome that will go down in the narration of the profound stories of our democratic transition as one of the key chronicles of change since 1994. They are among the most critical watersheds in the evolution of our democracy. We deeply appreciate the role that our masses, our people, and their political mass democratic movements, the religious formations, women, youth, business, traditional leaders have played in making sure that these elections further reaffirm our common destiny. As the African National Congress, Deputy Speaker, we take part in this debate with clear conscience that the formation of an inclusive government of national unity under the leadership of the mighty African National Congress remains a viable reality dictated by the popular will of the people. And as the Freedom Charter proclaims, there is no government that can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we commit to rally the 7th Parliament behind the President's vision because it is based on the government 30-year review of South Africa's democracy, which indeed provided a detailed boilerplate of the state of our nation and documents in great detail the significant successes that our nation has made since the fall of apartheid in 1994. Of course, it also narrates stark challenges that our people still face as we steadfastly wage a concerted battle against the legacy of apartheid, colonialism, segregation, and apartheid special settlement. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the malignance of corruption, hard-pressed state capacity to provide basic services to the people, especially the local government, and the poor economic performance are among the critical setbacks and challenges of the democratic state over the recent past that the President has correctly identified as among the key strategic priorities of the 7th administration. As identified in the diagnostic report of the National Planning Commission, the fragmented planning, competing roles and poor policy coordination are among the key areas in the 3 spheres of our democratic governance that has to be attended to. Honorable President, as the African National Congress, we reaffirm our pledge to the people of South Africa to work with everyone and all sectors of our society in pursuit of Nelson Mandela's vision of a better future. We owe it to the legacy of President Nelson Mandela to join all our efforts in ensuring that our Constitution remains the firm and sole roadster that binds into the shared agenda founded on the values of human dignity. The Constitution, Honorable Deputy Speaker, locates the National Council of Province as the only legislative chamber whose oversight straddles across the 3 spheres of system of democratic governance. This gives it the unique and differentiated oversight role with immense possibilities, not only to strengthen integrated cooperative governance among the 3 spheres of our system of democratic governance, these 3 spheres that are distinct, interrelated, and interdependent. But therefore, the role of the NCOP at the cutting edge of strengthening our system of local government cannot be overemphasized. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the NCOP has 3 flagship programs that we will be pursuing as part and parcel of strengthening Parliament as an activist one. Taking Parliament to the people, the NCOP Provincial Week, and then the NCOP Local Government Week. These programs have deepened the dialogue among the 3 spheres. Also, as the 7th Parliament, we recommit ourselves to ensure that the district development vendor will also be on our radar. Mr. President and honorable members, among the abiding critical lessons of the last 8 years of our democracy are 3 interrelated fundamental questions that require honest conversation and policy rethink if we are to turn our system of local government around in a more meaningful way. First is the current funding model of local government appropriate to address the development challenges of our communities. Secondly, how do we measure up the success of our democracy and the intervention of Parliament in the midst of municipalities that fail to fulfill their obligations in terms of the Constitution? And lastly, to what extent has our current public participation model fostered a responsive activist people's parliament? Indeed, the planning cycle of the committees of the 7th administration will definitely ensure that these 3 fundamental questions are responded to. But critical to that is the issue of public participation. Because, Mr. President, in the seminal Lamosa judgment, the court has outlined 2 interrelated important points when it comes to the importance of public participation. First, the duty of Parliament to provide meaningful opportunity for participation, and secondly, the obligation and commitment by Parliament to demonstrate the willingness to integrate people's voices in the policy making, and if not so, evidence to the effect why the views are not being integrated. In the same breath, our oversight The success of our oversight must be measured by the impact that it makes in changing the lives of our people. This will require conscious and deliberate scrutiny of the reports of the relevant Chapter 9 institutions and partnering with them around key service delivery issues. Mr. President, allow me in conclusion to assure you and the collective leadership of the African National Congress that we are fully behind you, and history will vindicate you for having risen to the challenges when it was so much required, by avoiding to pay to the public gallery, by avoiding narrow choices that could have deepened the polarization of this country along the identities defined by the apartheid colonial heritage. You have stood true to the historic mission of the founding fathers of the African National Congress to unite the people in their diversity for the pursuit of one common national destiny of a better quality life for all. We pledge ourselves to continue supporting you, your efforts to liberate all our people from the continuing bondages of poverty, deprivation, suffering, gender oppression, and other discrimination. We recommit ourselves to working tirelessly to ensure that the reconstruction of our nation is complete and triumph in the effort to implant hope in the hearts of our people. Ke a leboga, Motlatsa Musa Kgotla.
I now invite the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, democratic governance is always in a state of flux. It goes through various phases, which is constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed. South Africans have actually asked us to reconstruct our democratic systems of governance. In so doing, I think what is important for us is the development of an overarching national narrative about what should be the priorities and development goals of our country as we go forward. And we do so in a manner that ensures that there's no contradiction between our founding principles or whatever program we are going to develop and the social realities on the ground. The other important issue, President, is that it is clear when you hold to account the various government departments that there has been no alignment, rather, between the National Development Plan and some of the annual performance plans of the different departments. If plans are going to be developed for the next 5 years, it's important the medium-term development plan you were talking about, it's important that there's alignment so that people are held to account for the targets that they are going to set going forward. President, South Africa faces a cost of living crisis of gargantuan proportions, with rocketing food and fuel prices, while aggressive interest rate hikes erode our people's disposable income. According to a research conducted recently, the annual average of a household food basket has increased by a whopping 64% from 2019 to 2023. And Stats SA General Household Service showed an indication that in 2022, social grants became number 2 as the source of income for households in our country, which means our people are living in poverty. But what is even worse is that while the 350 rands which provides our people with a much-needed relief, it falls short of the inflation-adjusted national food poverty line, which stands at about 760 per person per month, which means we require the introduction of a basic income grant. In light of the issues and the myriad of socio-economic challenges facing the country, such as the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, it is morally difficult to justify a milliman state that provides no social safety net or security net for the poor. However, a durable solution to our problem in our country centers around the issue you cited yesterday, which is reigniting the economic growth of our country and putting our economy back on track. One of the issues you cited was the importance or the need for the reindustrialization of the South African economy. We support that entirely. Why? Because economic literature is replete with empirical evidence about the relationship, especially the positive correlation that exists between reindustrialization or industrializing and development in a country. However, it means that when we implement the new reindustrialization strategy, it must be done in a non-conventional sense. One, for example, it cannot be the domain of one department. We have to ensure that it requires an intensive coordination across a range of government departments in order for it to work. The other issue is that we need to maintain intersectoral linkages that are important to enhance and inform the robustness of the industrial policy design and implementation across government, meaning it's a mindset, it's not a one-off issue. President, one of the issues which is important for us to consider is where we need to make sure that we maintain our energy independence as much as we're trying to move towards an energy mix, because without energy independence, you lose your sovereignty as a country. Crime intelligence is a challenge, and violent crime is a problem in South Africa, which requires the attention of South Africa and us to invest money because our people in communities are living in fear. I've cited this in the budget for the police. It's well worth repeating because that is what is destroying our economies. Thank you.
And I'll call on the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Mr. President, the Honourable Deputy President, members of the Executive, and Honourable members. Mr. President, there is little to disagree with in what you said last night, in outlining the matters that need yours and our collective urgent attention. The issues keeping South Africans awake at night have been self-evident for years. The goals we set for dealing with the same are also obvious. Which president would not say they want the best schooling for their country's children to guarantee a better future for them and our nation? Which president would not say they want safe, prosperous communities? And so, Mr. President, you said many of the right things. But it is also true to say that we live in a time that demands more of you and demands more of us in this House. We need a new language that reflects a new attitude on the same issues that are the symptoms of our ills as a society. We are a society where public servants live in fear of getting killed, such as Advocate Nodie, who was doing work for SARS and was shot and critically injured in eThekwini yesterday, in broad daylight. She was shot by assailants who strolled over to their getaway car. The rich walk and drive around surrounded by people armed with firearms bigger than those carried by your protectors, Mr. President. They send a message that says our state is weak and not the center of democratic power it must be. We are becoming numb to human suffering. Millions of people that in today's weather get to confront the depth of the indignity that torments their lives. And that this is where many children are born into inhumanity, grow up in inhumanity, lose hope, and die poor, having never seen the promised land. That, Mr. President, is a profound crisis. It was in this building just over 34 years ago, Mr. President, that you, as a much younger man, held the bullhorn for a revered Madiba as he addressed the South African people the day he walked out of prison. As you know, that was also a time of crisis. It was a crisis so deep that the very birth of our democracy was hailed as a miracle. Today, we have another profound crisis that needs another miracle. The symbolism of this venue and the fact of Madiba's birthday yesterday offers you and all of us an opportunity to challenge ourselves anew. I want to challenge you, Mr. President, that in your response next week, you speak to the South African soul. I ask you to do more than offer objectives and targets. I ask you to inspire, to unite, not just your cabinet, but an entire nation crying for new hope. Yesterday, you promised that in due course you will revert with clear targets and timelines and fiscal allocations for all the themes you addressed in your speech. Urgency is the currency of the times in which we now live. Bring those commitments back to this House so they can form the basis of the contract Parliament uses to hold the executive accountable. There are many of us who understand that being here is a sacred duty. So we will do our duty vigorously, but always in good faith, because this is exactly how the founders of our democratic system wanted it to work. Mr. President, you represent the last of the generation that both fought for freedom and live to lead in what was supposed to be the promised land. None of us has the luxury of time. Our system of government gives us 5 years to write a different legacy, to hand over a baton filled with hope for future generations. We have an opportunity to write, through our actions, a brilliant narrative for the next 30 years of our national life. To paraphrase the great Dalibunga, we dare not linger, for with freedom come responsibilities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next on the speakers list is the Honourable Hirika.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In die belang van tyd gaan ek ook net sê alle protokol gaan af. Die opening toespraak van President Ramaphosa gisteraand sou mense wat vir die eerste keer na hom geluister het in ekstase en in opgewondenheid gehad het. Dit was gevul met goeie stories en vol beloftes. Ek het ook gehoor van klaarblyklike suksesse van werkskepping en ekonomiese groei. Ek is met eens herinner daaraan dat diezelfde storie van beloftes en 'n beter lewe vir almal ook voorgehou was by die president se Tumamina toespraak aan die 2018 State of the Nation Address. Na sy joviale toespraak en beloftes het egter bitter min gebeur vir agtergeblewe Suid-Afrikaners. Inteendeel, onder die regering van president Ramaphosa het die werkloosheidssyfer die hoogte ingeskiet, informele nedersettings het vermeerder, meer besighede het al deure toegemaak, dienslewering protesoptogte het toegeneem en geweld en misdaad het deel geword van ons volk se daaglikse bestaan. As 'n bruin Suid-Afrikaner is ek hewig ontsteld dat my mense se omstandighede onder die Ramaphosa-regering verder agteruit gegaan het. Die bruin volk het 'n vergete volk geword onder u regering, meneer die president. Die bruin volk leef van die krummels van die basis se tafels af. Ons identiteit is vinnig besig om te verdwyn nadat die front van ons voorouers met alle mag onder ons uitverkoop word. Aan die ryk ontwikkelaars, wit ontwikkelaars. Onder u regering is daar bitter min gedoen om die grondregte van die Khoi en die San-volk te herstel. Die sogenaamde proses van restitusie het 'n vaardroom geword vir miljoene breinmense. Breinmense leef in erger en groter verdrukking as voor 1994. Swart en bruin kinders sit met kwalifikasies en grade sonder werk. Dit terwyl u roem daarin dat 2 miljoen werksgeleenthede deur u regering geskep is. Dit maak nie sin nie, ons kan dit nêrens sien nie. Breinmense in die Weskaap leef in haglike omstandighede. Bende geweld het 'n daaglikse fenomeen geword in ons woongebiede. Bejaardes en vroue en kinders is gevangenes in hul eie huise en omgewing. Gebiede soos Mitchells Plain, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Hanover Park, Eerste Rivier, Eldorado Park en vele meer het oorlogssones geword en no-go areas geword. Dit terwyl wit gebiede dag en nag gepatrolleer word deur die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens. 'n Totale sosiale verval is aanwesig in veral breingebiede. Tienerswangerskappe het die hoogte ingeskiet. Hierdie jong meisies het geen vooruitgang op 'n beter toekoms nie. Hulle enigste hoop is die social grant om hulself en hul kinders aan die lewe te hou. Dit alles is as gevolg van hul omstandighede soos oorbevolking en klein huisies. Baie van hulle het hul oë oopgemaak in 'n agterplaas, groot geword in 'n hok en kinders gekry in dieselfde hok. Dit is die uiterste patetiese omstandighede waaronder ons mense hulle bevind onder aan C-regering in Suid-Afrika. Daarom sukkel ek persoonlik om te verstaan waar dit so goed gaan in ons land as die arm massas in sulke omstandighede lewe. Gesondheidsorg het verval in groot dele van ons land. Maar u regering wil die National Health Insurance Bill in ons volk se kele afdruk. Daar is baie gekwalifiseerde dokters wat werkloos is, maar tot 'n skande word meer geld gesteel onder u bewind as om dokters aan te stel. Die vlakke van korrupsie het groter toegeneem onder u regering en 'n voetesleeper om korrupsie te arresteer het 'n trademark van u regering geword. Diegene wat in die binnekring is onaantastbaar. Staatsmasjinerie word eerder ingespan om politieke opponente te elimineer. Hulle wie die duurste met hulle lewens betaal het om ons land te bevry van apartheid, diskriminasie en kolonialisme, het dit alles verniet gedoen. Die ideaal van 'n vrye en demokratiese samelewing is in die drein af. Die oomblik toe u die nasate van apartheid argitekte en beginsigtes opgeneem het in die sogenaamde regering van nasionale eenheid. Ironies genoeg is die grootste beginsigtes weer eens wit Suid-Afrika wat baat gevind het by die onderdrukking van bruin, Indiër en swart mense. Weer eens wit Suid-Afrika wat baat gevind het by mags- en menseregte vergrype, hulle vind nou baat. Hoe kan ons vrede maak met 'n regering van nasionale eenheid as die proses van versoening en vergifnis nog nie afgehandel is nie? En ons leef nie in die verlede nie, meneer Guyton McKenzie. We don't live in the past, we live in the current. Ons leef in die realiteit waarin ons onsself bevind in die hedendaagse Suid-Afrika. I close. To the embarrassment and disgrace of all freedom fighters and peace-loving people in our country, some of your cabinet ministers, Mr. President, defend the inclusion of the stem in our national anthem. The stem is a racist, anti-transformation, filthy, apartheid song that has no place in our democratic dispensation. It is hurting. It is hurting the racist. It is hurting the millions of South Africans who suffered the evil of racist white South Africa. The stem is a cause of trauma to millions who were oppressed, discriminated against, subjugated, evicted, and forcefully removed and displaced. Today, Mr. President, I close. The EFF reminds you of the Arab Spring of 2010. The factors that led to this uprising were human rights violations, corruption, economic decline, unemployment, and extreme poverty, such as experienced in South Africa today. Your government of national unity,
your time has expired.
Your government of national unity will not be able to stop a similar event if you do not take decisive action and restore the dignity of the masses by doing justice to the marginalized, poor and vulnerable section of our community. Forward.
I now call upon the next honourable member to speak, and that is the Honourable Maimane. You have 4 minutes.
Honourable members, fellow South Africans, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, Bagaid Sudumelang. Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry. Let me begin by welcoming last night's address by the President on the opening of Parliament. I think none of us can deny that the ideals that the President put forward can be things that are not desirable to the people of this country. The speech in its entirety outlined 12 priorities to which I think none of us could deny the fact that we are in desperate need of those things, and many of them we've heard them before. But as Build One South Africa, I want to reaffirm that we want to play a constructive role in being able to hold the executive to account and speak about where we go in terms of this government of national unity. It's in the light of that spirit that I want to, Mr. President, look at perhaps a 30-year period since 1994 and ahead to 2030, highlighting some lessons we can learn. The first is perhaps the period between 2000 to 2010. What could be defined from unity to execution? We had one priority, which was to focus on delivering a sensible World Cup. We averaged growth of 3.5%. Because we did one thing. We narrowed priorities. We prioritized policing and started to spend more on policing and saw the reduction of murder. We borrowed to fund infrastructure rather than to keep our social spend. Mr. President, it's worth noting the fact that at that time, that cabinet was much smaller than what it is today. I guess the lesson we can learn from that decade is that when we prioritize, choose priorities, we deliver growth. 12 priorities is just too many, Mr. President. I would urge we narrow them down and give South Africans a singular focus we can achieve collectively as a people. Secondly, Mr. President, I would urge that in learning from that, let's not borrow to fund our social spend. Let's borrow to build infrastructure. That way we can deliver growth. The second decade to look at is a decade between 2010 to 2020. This was a decade of great interest to many South Africans because in many ways we moved from public finance becoming personal finance. The state became a tool for individuals. And so I urge we can have a government of national unity, but we dare not forget that we've lived through a decade of VBS, of Steinhoff, of state capture, and I would urge, Mr. President, all acts of corruption must be arrested. Unity does not erase it. I ask. Sorry, Chairperson. Can you protect me?
Order, honorable members, let the speaker on the podium have his say.
So, Mr. President, let me ask, rather than funding VIP security, let us fund the NPA and the SIU and get after wrongdoers. I welcome your focus on local government, Mr. President, but again, I urge you, local government doesn't fail for lack of summits. It fails primarily because state capture is still occurring there still. Let me go to the third decade because that's going to be the most important, from 2020 to 2030. I cite this because 6 years from now will be 2030 and the NDP was meant to be done. Mr. President, this will be a period defined by geopolitics.
Start rounding up.
So, in this particular period, let me highlight a few things that COVID have taught us. The first is that we introduce a 350 SRD grant. Mr. President, let me ask you, let's convert this to a basic income grant so that we can budget for it in the midterm. The second is, let's educate our young people. They're not competing with each other, they're competing with the world. So I would urge, Mr. President, let's ensure that we scrap the 30% pass mark. Lastly, Mr. President, let's move from fossil energy to sustainable energy and make this country the battery center of this world. We do this. By 2030, we'll tell our children that we were able to grow an economy and develop a future for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I call upon the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Ryder. Honorable Ryder, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Mr. President, Madam Speaker, and all South Africans, what an historic moment in our young democracy's evolution this is. What an honor it is to be part of this historic joint sitting, and what an honor it is for me to be part of the team in Parliament where we hope to restore the reputation of our Parliament to one that performs rigorous oversight over the work of the ministers and their departments. The role of the National Council of Provinces has previously been the target of pejorative nicknames, and this has been partly deserved, as the dominance of one party overwhelmed the rest, diluted the oversight role, and reduced our House to little more than a rubber stamp. That time is over. Section 42 of the Constitution directs the NCOP to ensure that the interests of provinces are furthered during the creation of legislation and in the subsequent monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of these laws. Importantly, though, Section 44 gives an additional role and charges the House with the performance of a senatorial role over legislation that does not directly impact provinces. What this means is that, noting the new composition of the NCOP, money bills and Section 75 legislation will no longer be able to be rushed through the NCOP with a predetermined outcome. Indeed, we saw substantial amendments to, amongst others, the Public Procurement Bill and the Bailiff Bill as they were put through our committees in the NCOP in the 6th Parliament. That will continue. Senates and upper houses around the world are retained for their moderative influence over legislation in a less politically charged environment than the bigger assemblies. The NCOP is no different. The voters of South Africa delivered a clear message to political parties during the election. That message told us that no one party has all of the answers, and that we will need to put our heads together and seek solutions to take our diverse nation's needs into consideration as we find ways to rescue South Africa from the steep downward trajectory that has been driven by those who would break down what we have. We have been given a mandate by the electorate to cooperate and find the best in each other, compromising our solutions, but only when there is a better option that puts South Africa first. Where a whole new solution needs to be crafted, this must be done. That is the work of the President and the Executive. As we enter a new era of balance and compromise, it will be the role of both Houses of Parliament to ensure that the laws presented meet this mandate, and that the implementation of these laws and the wider focus of government departments as well all meet the standards that South Africans wish to see from this government. Mr. President, your speech last night was filled with hope. You reassured us that you know where the problems lie and you know what direction to take to set things right. So if I can repeat a line from my speech from the joint sitting when we debated the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, I said, bring the good legislation and we will help you pass it. Our position on this has not changed. We are here to build South Africa. The select committees of the National Council of Provinces will do our part to ensure that good legislation is passed and to ensure that bills are improved following consultation with provinces and with the public. And then we will monitor the departments on the implementation. Mr. President, congratulations on your election. Congratulations on filling a cabinet that reflects the response to the mandate that the voters have given us. We look forward to hosting you in the NCOP and your deputy and the ministers. You will be called there to account for all of your decisions. If you have done your job as demanded by South Africans, it will be a comfortable affair. But where there are failures, expect to be called out and asked to explain what solutions you are proposing. For many years, Mr. President, I've ended my speeches with a Sesotho call to action because I am, after all, from Gauteng. That call to action has never been more apt. Ritswelopele, kaofela, kialaboga.
Thank you. And now I call upon the next speaker, that is the Honorable the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. Deputy Minister, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Mdumiseni Ntuli, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, Honorable members, fellow South Africans,
allow me to greet you. Today, I stand on this pedestal to reaffirm our commitment to the progressive policies that have guided our nation over the past 3 decades. As we address the critics raised by the doomsayers and the new political apprentice, it is crucial to highlight the consistent progress we have made and our unwavering dedication to transforming the lives of South Africans for the better. Our efforts in human settlements have played a pivotal role in the broader vision outlined by the President during his opening of Parliament address on contributing significantly to creating a capable state. In his address to Parliament, President Ramaphosa highlighted our nation's resilience and the unity in the face of adversity. He spoke of our collective efforts to rebuild and recover from natural disasters and economic challenges. His emphasis on inclusive growth, healthcare reform, and social equity aligns with our long-standing commitments. He likened us to weaver birds, known for their ability to work collectively to build complex and resilient structures. This analogy beautifully captures the essence of our strength, which lies in our unity and collective efforts. Our achievements over the past 30 years are a testament of what we can accomplish when we work together towards a common goal. President's address underscored our commitment to pro-poor interventions, our efforts in human settlements, such as providing housing, supporting the indigent households, and ensuring access to basic services are clear examples of these interventions. These initiatives are designed to uplift the most disadvantaged, and ensuring that no one is left behind. Mr. President, your focus on driving inclusive economic growth and job creation mirrors our strategies over the past 3 decades. Our labor-intensive projects, support for SMMEs, and skills development initiatives are crucial components of this agenda. Our policies have created millions of jobs and provided economic opportunities to those who need them most. Madam Speaker, our targeted human resource development initiatives, particularly in TVET colleges and skills training, are essential for building a capable workforce. The President's emphasis on these areas underscores the importance in driving economic growth and reducing inequalities. Over the past decades, the ANC government made significant strides in improving title deeds to providing title deeds to millions of South Africans. Home ownership is fundamental to empowering individuals and ensuring long-term economic stability. Since 1994, we have issued over 1 million title deeds, giving many citizens the legal recognition of their properties. This has provided security and enabled homeowners to leverage their properties for economic activities and investments. Honorable members, social housing programs have been pivotal in creating inclusive and integrated communities. We have developed over 300,000 social housing units through partnerships with other institutions. These initiatives have revitalized urban areas, reduced informal settlements, and provided quality housing near economic opportunities. Improving living standards and fosters social cohesion and inclusivity. Infrastructure development is the backbone of sustainable human settlements. We have invested significantly in infrastructure, including water and sanitation systems, road and public transport. The rollout of these projects have improved living conditions and created numerous job opportunities. For instance, the EPWP has provided over 8 million work opportunities, contributing to skills development and economic empowerment. The human settlement sector has been a major driver of job creation and skills development. Infrastructure projects, housing construction, and maintenance activities have created thousands of jobs, particularly for youth and women. Skills development programs associated with these projects have equipped many individuals with valuable skills, enhancing their employability and economic prospects. The sector's contribution to the GDP and economic growth cannot be overstated, as it stimulates various industries from construction to manufacturing and services. Mr. President, our government investment in the youth is evident through various programs aimed at education, skills development, and employment. Technical and vocational education and training colleges have played a crucial role in equipping young South Africans with practical skills. Youth-targeted initiatives such as Youth Employment Services, meaning the YES, have provided job opportunities and work experience, paving the way for their future careers. Over the past decade, these programs have benefited millions of young people, preparing them for active participation in the economy. Gender equality is at the core of our development agenda. We have implemented numerous programs to support women empowerment, including access to housing, finance and employment opportunities. Women-led housing projects and cooperatives have been established, providing both housing and economic opportunities for women. Our commitment to gender equality is further demonstrated by policies that ensure women benefit equitably from government programs and initiatives. Our progressive legislative framework has been instrumental in driving transformation and ensuring social justice. As we continue on this path, let us remain focused on our goals and committed to improving the lives of all South Africans. Our achievements are clear indication that we are on the right track, and with continued effort and dedication, we can achieve even greater success.
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
And I call upon the Honorable M.M. Peter. Honourable Member, you have 6 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, Deputy President, Kwete Mandashe Molo, Honourable members,
Honourable members, allow the Speaker to continue.
Honourable President, EUDM Mhlekazi ayixolanga si-State of the Nation address ubuvula indlu yowiso-mthetho izolo ngezithembiso President ozenzileyo waze awanika detailed ukubuza ungena njani kule miceli-mngeni yonzakalisa isizwe. Okwesibini, President, ukusukela ngo-1918 ungenile kulawulo, asibonanga ziqhamo zinqumisayo, President. Okwesithathu, President, ulutsha, President, lusajonge enkalweni lujonge imisebenzi. Kwi-State of the Nation address
never usenza president uthembisa ngemisebenzi. Uhulumende kwalulawulayo ukunika istats esithi abantu abaqashwa izinga linyukile ku-32%. The same government that you are presiding over. And that's noba your contradiction na president. Okwesibini president, isizwe, South Africa, there is no water. Akomanzi. Sitamanzi president, yimpilo, life is, water is life. Xa engekho amanzi, iphi na impilo. Mandiyikhumtshele le ndawo mhlawumbi uzayiva kakuhle president. Earlier this year, the former police minister, Bheki Cele, released alarming crime statistics for the third quarter of the financial year 2023 and 2024, showing the communities across South Africa are under siege from violent criminals in major cities, President. Gqeberha is ranking at number 8 of the highest number of most dangerous cities in the world. Gqeberha le ndihlala kuyo president irate number 8 kwi-world nge-crime ekhoyo president. Abantu president eGqeberha, they are murdered daily. Otitshala ezikolweni batitsha besoyika barojwa cell phone. Abefundisi ezicaweni bashumayela besoyika bayarojwa befundisi. Amapolisa, the same police president aba under your state, ayarojwa amapolisa, ayarojwa amapolisa president. Kuthathwa firearms emapoliseni kwenziwe icrime ngazo president. Ikwayara yakho ayikuncedi ndawo, your choir ayikuncedi ndawo, sithetha ngelizwe ngoku. President Cyril Ramaphosa, my honorable president, you spoke about deploying modern technology to end the crime. Say, I appreciate Alondo Mhlekazi. And the city Mhlekazi ayonelanga. We need the visibility of the police in our rural areas. Dear President, amajoni, my dear President, ahlelele ntoni kwi-barracks abantu besifa ezilokishini. People are dying every day in our township. Amajoni ahleli agade bani ziphi imfazwe president. Abantu, they've been massacred all over South Africa, president. You never, through your speech, touch no pain. Okugqibela president, ngangendlela abantu ababulawa ngayo kwindawo esihlala kuzo president, abantwana bethu boyika nokudlala phandle. We are traumatized. We are traumatized, president. Sinoloyiko, hijacking, high president. Okugqibela ke president, phaya eGqeberha, president, through your State of the Nation address.
Honourable member, your time is expired.
Masibayeke abaculi kwayara sawubuya ngabo enkosi president.
Thank you, honourable members. I now call upon the Honourable, the Deputy Minister of Finance, Honourable Sarupan. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to start my remarks today, Mr. President, by emphasizing that the Democratic Alliance commits itself absolutely to driving inclusive growth and creating job opportunities for all South Africans. And we believe that the GNU has rightly identified the apex priority of this administration to drive inclusive growth and job creation, because when you look at the data, it is the single most important thing that we can do over the next 5 years.
Member, can you please take your seat? I see a hand up there. What is your point of order and which rule are you standing on?
On a point of order.
On which rule?
The Speaker
on
cannot
which rule are you standing on, Honourable Member?
The Speaker cannot speak on a point of order.
On which rule?
Yes, give me a chance.
Please quote the rule number.
Yes, Chair, listen.
I am listening, but if you have a point of order, you must stand on the rule.
The point of order. Yes, Chair. Okay, that's fine. I'm standing on Rule 40. Chair, may the Speaker please respect this House. You are addressing the nation. You can't address the nation sitting down. Please, stand up and address the nation.
No, that's not a point of order. Continue, Honourable Deputy Minister.
I suppose now that I'm at the Treasury, anyone involved in VBS is going to get a bit hot under the collar. But regardless, I will keep a close eye on those matters, Mr. President. We'll look into VBS, I commit. Now, we face a deepening unemployment crisis, Mr. President, and young people are the hardest hit. More than half of young people cannot find jobs. And we must acknowledge that this unemployment crisis has its roots in the failures of past administrations, particularly between 2010 and 2018, and some parties try to pretend that they weren't involved during that time, unfortunately. But we now need to create the conditions conducive for economic growth, and we must get back to growth. And this GNU presents us with a unique opportunity to get onto this growth trajectory. And our success or failure as a GNU will be measured, Mr. President, collectively by whether or not we get this economy moving. And when you said that our experience over the past 30 years has shown that when the economy grows, jobs are created. When it contracts, jobs are lost. It is self-evident, and it is bizarre to me that there are parties who seem to deny this relationship, but we know the truth. And in fact, the relationship between economic growth and job creation has only strengthened since the dawn of our democracy as we've transformed to a services economy. So the more we grow the economy, the more jobs will be created. And we also agree, Mr. President, that growth must be inclusive and transformational. And the transformation that we need is to pull millions of people out of poverty and into the middle class, because this will be felt by all South Africans. Now, in addressing the role of municipalities, Mr. President, you mentioned that municipalities must become both providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive economic growth. The DA has experience in this particular area, expertise, I might say, in Cape Town, in Midvaal, in Mgeni, and elsewhere, and we are ready to extend a hand of friendship and lend this expertise across the state. Because local government can be a driver of growth, but it can only happen if we start pushing unfunded mandates onto local governments, and we must make sure that local government complies with its core constitutional mandate of service delivery. We must also make sure that we inject capital into infrastructure at local government level to prevent a collapse of service delivery. It is both an economic and moral imperative. We also support, Mr. President, your call to simplify regulations on public-private partnerships to enable greater investment in social and economic infrastructure. And we must move with speed to invest in infrastructure that targets areas that both enable economic opportunity and to rescue them from collapse and failure, particularly in roads, in rail, in energy, and in ports. And Mr. President, I welcome, in particular, your commitment to stabilizing debt and reducing the cost of servicing our debt. And I've been very critical in the past of this factor, but Mr. President, I'll concede today that, again, certain parties that pretend to be new accumulated this debt when they corrupted and bailed out our SOEs to the tune of 500 billion rand between 2010 and 2018. And we must not let them get away with it and pretend that they didn't do it. We must acknowledge that the root cause of these bailouts and failures was state capture. And now to meet our fiscal targets, Mr. President, we must make sure that we have the political will to not bail out these SOEs anymore. We need a paradigm shift from the 2010 to 2018 administration sitting over there. And we must invest in growth, not bail out failure. And Mr. President, we fully endorse the proposal to expand the zero-rated VAT basket and the comprehensive review of administered prices. Administered prices have been a significant driver of inflation, and market-related prices, as opposed to administered prices, have actually had much lower levels of inflation. But we do have points of divergence, and of course it is around BEE. Every party included in the GNU agrees that we must get better economic outcomes for the poor and address historical imbalances. And I can say, Mr. President, proudly that the DA believes in redress, but we do not support creating new systems of exclusion. In the state, we do not use race to determine who gets a social grant or an RDP house, but these interventions have been very successful precisely because they use poverty as the marker of who to empower, not race. And moving to that system more broadly would end the rent-seeking and abuse by politicians who enrich themselves repeatedly at the expense of the state. We must also clean up public procurement, Mr. President, because we cannot continue as normal. The status quo is plagued with corruption, particularly at municipal level, and we need stronger mechanisms to prevent corruption in public procurement and get value for money. Now, Mr. President, we need one third area of reform, and you've mentioned this. It is on the master plans. It is not good when government tries to pick winners or losers. So we must move our industrial policy to interventions to those that grow exports and target activities such as investment in infrastructure and innovation rather than try to pick winners or losers. With that formula, Mr. President, there's much in your economic agenda to celebrate, and as the new Deputy Minister of Finance, you have my support. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. I now call upon the Honourable V. Zungula. Honourable Member, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mhlali ngaphambili. Kufuneka namhlanje kungafihlwa amakhuba kuzolinywa, makuthethwe inyani zodwa. Inyani is that the country is in a crisis that is leading the country to be a failed state. At the core of the crisis is how the democratic project of 1994 did not address the systematic racial and economic structure of the country. The economy and wealth of the country is still in the hands of few white families, while the majority of black South Africans do not know where their next meal is coming from. The government can have many interventions, but if they don't address the structural design of the economy, none of those interventions are going to work. We are clear, as the ATM, that the unemployment, the poverty and inequality keep on increasing because we've got an economic system that is only benefiting a selected few. We know many political leaders, as Ikoyo Apa, have been co-opted by the system. They do not represent the aspirations of the poor. They are there to ensure ukuba the system keeps on eating and eating. Those leaders that are here proclaim to be servants of the people, but they are opposing a transformation that is going to benefit the citizens. 30 years into democracy, we must speak the truth. And the truth is that this system is not working, nor is it sustainable. We need a government that will drive fundamental changes to the economy, not cosmetic changes that won't systematically address the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Land must be returned to its rightful owners. The mineral wealth of the country must belong to the people. And the commanding heights of the economy must reflect the racial demographics of our country. The government must embark on a local production drive to ensure that we produce what we consume and consume what we produce. The government spending must be more than 50% on SMMEs. There is a crisis here of illegal immigration that is a national security risk. Every week we hear of military-age men arrested in other countries coming to South Africa. These men are not refugees, because there's no refugee that would flee war or persecution anoshiya abantwana nabafazi babo. It is very clear ukuba these men settle in our communities unvetted, and they've taken over the township economy. You, Mr. President, oti uzoba supporta ngayo. It's very clear, Mr. President, ukuba we need to deal with crime. We need to make sure ukuba criminals are the ones that are living in fear, not the other way around. Lastly, as the ATM were of the view that this grand coalition has got nothing to offer the people, because it is a partnership of hypocrites who were once opposed to a bloated cabinet, but now that they are being driven around in blue lights, a bloated cabinet is not a problem. Mr. President, your speeches as a head of state are not a public speaking contest. Your faves can applaud you because of your tone, your body language, or whether you said something new. But the most important thing is that for the people of our country, your people are going to judge you harshly in terms of your speeches. Because your presidency of the past 6 years has been characterized by the increase in crime, in corruption, in unemployment and poverty.
Honorable Zungula, your time has expired.
Mongameli, wohlulekile, hlala phansi, dula phansi. Thank you.
The next speaker on the podium is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Social Development. Honorable Deputy Minister, I want to know the Honorable Joseph.
Honorable House Chair.
Sorry?
Chairperson of the Women's League, my minister.
Honorable Deputy, can you take a seat so that I can take the intervention of Honorable Joseph? On what are you rising, Honorable Joseph?
You are seated wrongly. Come this side. I agree you call orders. You are in the wrong chair. You sit this side, you. Chairman card. Buya ngapha.
Take your seat.
Buya ngapha.
Take your seat.
You are seated in the wrong side. Come this side. Because your job is those things of point of order. Buya ngapha. Ulahlekile.
Honorable Joseph, take your seat. You can only rise on a point of order.
Come this side.
Take your seat.
Woza. Ulahlekile phela.
Asha, will you please take that mic?
Awumsizeni.
Mic. All right, Honorable Deputy Minister of Social Development, the platform is yours. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable House Chair, Chairperson of the Women's League, my minister. My Premier from Gauteng who told me to take the lead. Honorable President, you phoned me and we fought about whether I must be a deputy minister or a deputy president. I'm very happy to be a deputy minister with such a wonderful minister to support me. The opening address by the President is commendable in that it confirms that government will not back down from its decade-long promises stipulated in the National Development Plan Vision 2030, as the President reiterated that it remains the defining blueprint for our country's growth and development. To reach its target to effectively address inequalities and poverty by 2030 is an ambitious task. I hope that it will be achieved. This informed the priorities we heard last night. The Minister of Agriculture gave it a 99% thumbs up. I gave, you remember, 10 out of 10. Yesterday we celebrated Mandela International Day, also known as 67 Minutes for Madiba, to reaffirm our commitment to human rights and dignity for all in Cape Town as part of its 67 Minutes to Madiba. Al-Jamal launched the renewed campaigns Boycott Genocide, Ban Apartheid Israel. President has, and rightly so, described Nelson Mandela as a global icon for peace, justice and reconciliation. In honor of Mandela's memorable legacy, I appeal to the conscience of the world that we support the Boycott Genocide and a Ban Apartheid Israel campaigns to stop the Zionist state of Israel's genocide of Palestinians. They have not only ignored the ICJ's legal decisions, but the world's voice to stop their pathological acts of ethnic extermination and racial cleansing. As a South African and anti-Zionist, I and millions of South Africans cherish and rejoice our freedom. These expressions of joy all of us desire for our Palestinians too. In fact, all South Africans except those who identify with the Zionist ideology wish that Palestine gains its liberation in our lifetime. All of us should remember the words of a respected late leader Mandela, who publicly stated, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians." The President further stated that South Africa and the world, millions of people mark Mandela Day with deeds of service and solidarity. And I quote you, Honorable President, "Their actions give life to fundamental truths that we derive our humanity from the humanity of others." Viva Mandela! Viva Palestine! From the river to the sea, Viva Mandela!
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Mkwena.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to greet the Madam Speaker, Mr. President of South Africa, Deputy President, honorable members, but more than anything, I would like to do a special welcome to my party president, President Zuma. We thank you, President Zuma, that you were able to be confident enough to formulate Umkhonto weSizwe as a party for the people. Mr. President, your State of the Nation address was filled with promises, projections, self-congratulations, and visions and optimistic forecasts. Yet the only thing that was clear yesterday was that the MK, together with the Progressive Charter, will now be the only beacon of hope for the people of South Africa come 2026. If you were in touch with the average South African, you will realize that a bloated cabinet is actually a laughingstock in the face of corruption and great poorness in our country. People can barely put bread on the table, The average person is driving a car they can no longer afford because of the weakening rand. COVID-19 hit our families hard, and while it seems that the government has easily recovered, while it seems that our government has easily recovered, more than 60% of South Africans are listed in the Credit Bureau. And I will remind you that previously, the leader of the DA, Honorable John Steenhuisen, once said the Zuma years were actually much better off. We sit here today listening to stories about South Africa becoming a construction site with yellow machines. Mr. President, our people are actually looking for solutions to reconstruct their very lives. You mentioned economic growth as though it was a given, yet we are waiting for that growth to translate into tangible benefits. Recovery is on the horizon, you say, yet for many of us, horizon is quite distant. The past 2 weeks, we've seen EPWP contracts being cancelled left, right, and center, meaning that the youth is once again faced with the problem of hopelessness and unemployable situation. The gap between rich and poor continues to widen, and economic inequalities persist as a barrier to national unity and progress. The proposed economic policies of the GNU, Mr. President, lack clear implementable strategies. Ubuyiswa nini umhlaba wabantu wantshontsho? Azwanga lutho babu President ngeyinkinga ezibhekene nabantu bamakhosi, amakhosi asiphethe. And as a delegate of the NCOP in the KZN, I was quite intrigued that none of the traditional leaders made it as part of your GNU government. There was also nothing said about the everlasting presence of gender-based violence. And as a woman in South Africa, I'm quite sensitive about...
Will you please take your seat? There's an intervention on the other side.
Honorable House Chairperson, if I may rise on a point of order and clarify that the Minister of Public Service Administration, Inkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, is a traditional leader. Thank you.
With due respect, Honorable Hlengwa, that was not a point of order. It was a point of debate.
Thank you, Chair. Furthermore, we must address the issue of informal economy closer. Omama bethu abadayisa emgaqweni, nithini ngabo njenge-GNU? Ithini iplan yokubanika amathuba omsebenzi nokuthi babe yi-part and parcel of this economy? Nazo izinto ebesiyilindele kuwena babu President nethuma mina campaign yakho. Abantu bakithi deserve a government that not only acknowledges the challenges but also delivers concrete and effective solutions. The GNU has left nothing but a vacuum for us. And it is our commitment as Umkhonto weSizwe, together with the Progressive Charter, to ensure that these issues are addressed at every step of the way. And the reason why, Mr. President, Soqhubeka Sithule revolutionary songs is because of our heroes like Chris Hani, or Hector Peterson, or Steve Biko. Abantu abayifela lenkululeko. Lenkululeko namhlanje kudayiswe ngayo. Siyabonga.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable the Minister of Police, Mr. Mthuli.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the President of the Republic and the Deputy President. and honorable members, I join those who have commended the address by the President last night. Thank you very much, Mr. President. South Africans across the country, including all of us here in this Parliament, feel and believe that crime is on the increase in our country, and it has become highly intolerable. These crimes include murder, they include rape, GBVF, hijackings, and kidnappings. And all of these are on the increase. In addition to this, it is important to observe that most of these crimes are being committed by gangs and organized groupings in several provinces. Hence the surge behind this crime, this criminality. So our priority number one is to ensure personal safety, family safety, and safety of the whole communities. In this regard, we believe it is going to be important, firstly, to acknowledge all the efforts to fight crime in the 6th administration, and we will build on those efforts, and we recognize them. Where there are weaknesses shown in the last administration, we'll close those gaps and build from there, and where there are strengths, we'll build from those strengths. But it is important that we recognize work done in the 6th administration. One of the things that we believe we need to do is to contribute in the enhancement of the security cluster in the country, so that we're more coordinated, we're stronger, we're sharper. This includes all formations in the country that are geared to fighting crime. That we come together because it is our enemy number one in where people live. And we need all kinds of weapons and techniques and every other instrument to fight crime to be targeted towards criminals in the country. The safety and protection of women and children are non-negotiable priorities. We've quite a number of units in SAPS have been established to deal with this particular issue, including child protection. But further, there are campaigns, awareness campaigns out there. But we've identified a great need to coordinate closer with social development as a sister department, so that we can work in tight coordination with the police. Police are trained more to fight crime than to work as social workers, but there are units that are built, but they are not adequate, and therefore we need to coordinate closer with social development. But we also we've identified a need to work with the Department of Correctional Services. Quite a number of crimes are increasingly getting coordinated and even committed inside prison cells. And therefore it is important that we meet and we discuss this matter. But thirdly, the phenomenon of so-called repeat rapists needs to be brought to an end. And we need to focus on these people who are rapists, let alone repeat rapists. One of the weaknesses that we are identifying is technology in the SAPS, who are very low on technology. We cannot run on horses, in cars, chasing criminals. It's getting more and more impossible. And therefore, we need to enhance technology to this effect. We're going to review our budget so that we push a little bit of money into technology. We will do that. The other area that is important is to strengthen crime intelligence, which we regard as the backbone of driving, of intelligently driving crime fighting in the country by SAPS. The next priority is to deal with crime in partnerships. We are going to be partnering with everybody, us on the one hand, with the concept of building a functional police station, because a number of our police stations are not functional, and we know it's a concern in the community. Unless police stations that are existing and the ones that are going to be built are highly functional, even communities and organizations that want to assist us, want to work with us, it would be impossible. Of course, we need to professionalize SAPS. And in the process of professionalizing them, we need to remove those who are in cahoots with criminals in the country. And communities are very concerned about this. They are pointing at them. They even know them by name, that so-and-so and so-and-so is in cahoots with criminals. And therefore, we are going to work very hard and ensure that these police who are tarnishing the name of otherwise very good policemen and women out there will have to be dealt with. And in conclusion, we need to do what Martin Luther King Jr. said at one point. He said, I quote, "We must combine toughness of the serpent and softness of the dove, a tough mind and a tender heart." And this is what we are going to do. We are going, on one hand, to be very tough, and on the other, where we need to be soft, we will be soft. And we're starting in the Western Cape tomorrow. We will be meeting stakeholders here with a view to gathering information and things that are worrying them. But that's not the only thing that we're going to do. This is the first step in a program that we are rolling out in the Western Cape to fight crime. And this includes drugs, because the usage of drugs is quite rife and it leads to criminals. And I'm pleased that police are poised to pounce on some criminality in relation to crimes into drugs in Limpopo any minute from now. Now, we will proceed to the Eastern Cape. Ubaba where you DM la pubekhala ukuthi ayibafile crime in Gqeberha. That is where we're landing on Sunday morning, to do what will start in the Western Cape and do in the Eastern Cape, and will leave no stone unturned in both provinces. And it's not a one-day or a one-week program. It's going to last until we're able to overcome these criminals. We know that there are very few criminals compared to people who are law-abiding, and we'll overcome and defeat them. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid your time is expired. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Mpiti.
Honorable Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable President, Honorable Members, some of history's most important moments occur when political leaders take the risk of rising to seemingly insurmountable challenges because they know that the alternative of not doing so leads to certain disaster. It is in these times that we see who the true builders are of society and who the true breakers of society are. Honorable members, it must never be lost on us that many in our country place their votes in the ballot box in hopes that their struggle will be our #1 agenda in this House. It cannot be business as usual when South Africans are denied the potential of their dreams, when their talents are ignored, when their hopes are destroyed, and when their trust continues to be broken. It is this time that the true builders must stand up and ignore the breakers of society. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that urgently requires the government's attention is access to adequate housing. Across the length and breadth of South Africa, many people remain destitute and without dignity. The promise of our Constitution under Section 26 remains unfulfilled. We need to urgently focus the attention on fast-tracking and rolling out of title deeds to give people security. In doing so, we give the people the opportunity to leverage property as capital, to enable property owners to pass down formal title to their families, and to improve access to credit, and so much more. We need to focus on fast-tracking of the digitization of the housing list, because with each passing moment, this omission continues to strip the people of South Africa of the dignity that they deserve. There are 2.5 million households on the National Housing Needs Registers as of February 2023. This indicates that the need for housing is urgent and deeply material for South Africans in our country. Housing should be a means of numerous ends, not an end within itself. We do not own or occupy or rent houses merely to do so. Instead, a house provides security, shelter, and supports the good health of families. It is a space for livelihoods, a place from which we grow food or we operate home-based enterprises, and therefore its denial is a denial of a constitutional imperative. The environment and the climate, Mr. President, require the machinery of our government to move much faster than it has. The recent heavy rains across our country have caused chaos and have left many people displaced, as much as 15,000 people who remain without homes as we speak. The expansion of social housing for people who earn between 1,500 and 15,000 per month, particularly individuals who do not qualify for housing bonds and do not qualify for breaking new ground housing, is vitally important. We want to suggest that there should be an increase in rental housing stocks, specifically formulated to address targeted sections of the population for which the demand for rental housing is particularly high. This includes, but not limited to, students, young professionals, single-headed households, and the elderly. It is also important to ensure that we revise the income thresholds annually in line with inflation. We strongly suggest that there is a firm focus on the low spending of provincial and municipal grants, as this is important that people are able to receive the funds that government has set aside. It is deeply unfair and unjust that funds are simply not being spent whilst millions of South Africans remain outside of formal housing in this country. We further ask that government pay attention to blocked projects across our country, where projects are entering the third, fourth, and fifth year without completion, which leads to the delay of the dignity for many millions of South Africans in our country. Many of us will leave here today and go back to our homes, but the people that we represent don't have homes to go to. The people of South Africa need us to be builders in this house, because there is so much at stake. There's too much on the line. We have to succeed. The breakers believe that when other people succeed, they themselves are somehow diminished. They try to take down everyone else who is trying to build so that they can stand out. In church, they say there are two kinds of people: those that are born again and those that are born against. We know who those individuals are in this house. South Africa has called us to make their struggle the #1 agenda in this House, and the DA will and has answered that call. We repeat to say, hope and help is on the way. Thank you.
Honorable Adams, you are next on the platform. On the platform.
Honorable Speaker, House Chair, Mr. President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable members. House Chair, I just need to put it on the record that I find it deplorable that this House cannot recognize a former president of this country, but it was willing to recognize an apartheid president in F.W. de Klerk. If former President Jacob Zuma is still here, Welcome, sir. House Chair, I want to ask that you listen. You might just learn something. You know, Mr. President, I listened to your speech last night, and it wasn't a terrible speech. But I've heard 6 of them before, and the outcome has always been the same. Another year of nothingness. Mr. President, as I speak to you now, it is raining in Cape Town, and it is raining bullets on the Cape Flats, and no plan has been put forward to save the long-suffering colored child. Mr. President, I'm going to say to you today that when you were speaking last night, the cheer from the right wing was so loud, I could have sworn Verwoerd was standing in the front here. But, Mr. President, listen when I tell you, Graça Machel says, the day my oppressor applauds me, know that I've betrayed you. Mr. President, the NCC is here to ask a question. Has Solomon Mahlangu been betrayed by you and what purports to be an ANC? Has the memory of Ashley Creel been betrayed by you and what purports to be an ANC? Mr. President, the ANC is no more. Mr. President, it is interesting to hear the white supremacists raise the issue of VBS as if Pala Pala never happened. It is interesting, Mr. President, that Pala Pala is being swept under the rug by the same people who brought it up. Mr. President, the NCC has the national question. It is not the colored question. Was Pala Pala's money the deposit for the sale of the poor's rights in South Africa? Minister McKenzie, my brother, my brew, you have lauded the President for bringing the colored question. Why has it taken this man 6 years? Why are people still dying? Mr. President, your fine speech, it offers no warmth to those feeling cold today. Your fine speech, it does not put away the pains of hunger suffered by millions of our people, induced by the Democratic Alliance and their predecessor, the National Party. To the government of national unity, let me give you a message. We shall overcome. In spite of what you do, we shall overcome. Thank you.
The next speaker on the podium. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Bishop.
Honourable President, honourable members and fellow South Africans, I greet you. Agbare President, ek staan vandag voor u as 'n trotse lid van die nuut gestigte regering van nasionale eenheid. Hierdie regering verteenwoordig 'n betekenisvolle draaipunt in die Suid-Afrikaanse geskiedenis. Dit is getuienis van ons kollektiewe toewyding tot eenheid, versoening en vooruitgang van ons demokratiese bestel. Soos almal bewus is daar nie 'n verkiesingsuitslag gewees in die onlangse verkiesing nie en geen party het die meerderheid gekry nie. Dit is 'n klinkklare bewys dat Suid-Afrikaners oor die spektrum heen 'n regering begeer wat samewerking en verantwoordelikheid omhels. Dit is dus ons plig, agbare President, om te verseker dat die parlement en sy uiterste doen om die vaardigheid van elke Suid-Afrikaner te bevorder. Honourable President, the formation of this government is entrusted to us by voters to deepen our nation's commitment to the principles that underpin our democracy, to advance human dignity, equality, and freedom of every South African. It speaks to the strength of the Constitution's guarantees which include inclusivity, accountability, and transparency. We, as representatives of different political parties, are united by one common goal: to serve the people of South Africa. Our allegiance is to the nation, transcending party lines and ideological divides. Een van die primêre doelwitte van die RNE is om toe te sien dat dringende ekonomiese uitdagings aangespreek word, om sodoende te verseker dat werkloosheid, armoede en ongelykhede uitgewis word. The energy crisis, high incidence of crime, and failures in basic delivery are the enemies of economic growth. And it is to these issues that the government of national unity should look first, by taking concrete steps to reduce the cost of living, stimulate the growth of SMMEs, and attract much-needed investment. We can build a prosperous society for all South Africans. Deur ons hulpbronne en kundigheid saam te voeg, streef ons daarna om beleide te implementeer wat ekonomiese groei sal stimuleer, belegging sal lok en wat sal lei tot die skepping van broodnodige werksgeleenthede. Deur 'n kollektiewe poging moet daartoe gesien word dat 'n veerkragtige ekonomie gebou word wat alle Suid-Afrikaners sal bevoordeel, veral die mees kwesbare in ons samelewing. En derhalwe, agbare president, verwelkom die DA u progressiewe aankondiging gisterand dat daar van ons beleide opgeneem is in u lys van prioriteite. Dit is 'n duidelike aanduiding dat ons beroep vir 'n program gebaseer op vinnige groeiende ekonomie en werkskepping aangehoor is. Nou, President, together as the GNU, we must implement it. In closing, to every South African out there, we stand here today, not as members of different parties, but as united representatives of South African people. You have entrusted this Parliament with the extraordinary responsibility of ensuring that whatever it does to ensure a better life for all. And I'm sure that my colleagues will agree with me when I say that we intend to do just that. Together, we will strive to fulfill the promises of our vibrant democracy, ensuring that South Africa remains a beacon of hope, unity, and progress. Agbare president en Suid-Afrikaners daar buite, die DA het 'n verkiesingsbelofte aan die kiesers gemaak om ons wonderlike land te led. En daarom sê ons onomwonde, die RNE is u regering, nie ons sinne nie. Saam sal ons dit maak werk. Ons gaan dit laat maak werk. En ons nooi u uit om saam met ons hierdie pad te stap na 'n beter toekoms. Ek dank u.
Honorable the Minister of Rural Development.
Honorable Chair, Honorable President, and Honorable Deputy President. The opening of Parliament speech is a cement plastered on the new paradigm that has emerged out of the 29th May 2024 general elections, wherein the voters publicly, collectively expressed their wishes and aspirations to press the button and reset the governance of their beloved country. The outcomes of the elections gave a mandate to the 18 political parties to make the 5-year period between 2024 and 2029 a driving force for the change and transformation. The PAC understands the voice of a people-powered democracy. We have dutifully responded to the people whom we have declared to serve with our hearts and minds,
in what Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe described as an undying love of the African people. We are ideologically clear about the unity of the opposites, the negation of the negation, and the eventually transformation of quantity into quality. The citizens of a country are decisive. We have heard them and will act on their behalf, doing what they are calling for. We are guided by the idea of establishing African nationhood, as understood by Kwame Nkrumah, Kwame Ture, Zafania Mutupeng, A.P. Mda, and others in that League of Patriots and Struggle Heroes. The opening of Parliament speech is focused on what needs to be addressed and attended urgently. The influence of the GNU is most certainly reflected in the speech. We are particularly agreed with the focus to highlight the land reform and rural development. We are committed to spatial justice and equitable land use with more resolve, with more resources, and with more emphasis. We are intent on implementing deliverables that are aimed at relieving the people from systematic injustice on access to land and the right to improve their quality of life. We are, President, committed to improve the quality of lives of our society through building sustainable rural infrastructure to curb urban-rural migration. We will build rural enterprises that are based on area-specific comparative advantages. We are spiritually connected to land, and PAC long-stand slogan remains, land first and all shall follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Rural Development. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Maimela. The floor is yours, sir.
Honorable Speaker, Chairperson, Your Excellency the President and the Deputy President, honorable members, as we welcome the opening of Parliament address, we take a reflection, honorable members and President, on the background of the state of basic education in our country. On the 26th of June, 1955, South Africans striving for the liberation of their country from the yoke of apartheid gathered in Kliptown to adopt the historic Freedom Charter, which outlined the country we desired to live in and forms the basis of the ANC policy today. That festival of the oppressed and justice-loving people of South Africa unequivocally pronounced that the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all who live in the country, which was an affirmation of the demand on education Africans had made in 1943 through the ANC's African Claims document. Acutely aware of the reality that education is not class neutral, nor is it free from the chains of the dominant ideology of an epoch. The Freedom Charter articulated the education required to take South Africa forward by making the point that the aim of education, amongst others, shall be to teach the youth to love their people and their culture, to honor human brotherhood, liberty, and peace. This point was succinctly put by Comrade Zwelakhe Sisulu when he explained the concept of people's education for people's power to the National Education Crisis Committee in 1986, when he said, and I quote, "We are no longer demanding the same education as whites. Since this is an education for domination, people's education means means education at the service of the people as a whole. Education that liberates, education that puts the people in command of their lives. Since the 1994 democratic breakthrough, ANC government has been implementing different interventions to achieve people's education for people's power, which is an antithesis to apartheid education philosophy. The investment in education the ANC government has made since 1994, and through the passing of the seminal 1997 South African Schools Act and the 2024 Bill produce an education system which seeks to redefine the place of Africans in South Africa. We have transformed the education curriculum to advance human rights for all and the objectives envisaged in the Atlantic Charter, the Freedom Charter, which was consolidated after the democratic breakthrough in our Constitution. In the past 30 years, we have made strides to close the inequality gap between what was understood as Model C schools and schools in our rural areas without adequate facilities and learner-teacher material. Today, that distinction between Model C schools and public school is as good as non-existent. Today, learners from different class positions are able to get equal education, and they're able to get equal education due to the investment done by the ANC government to ensure majority of its expenditure is an investment in the people. To tackle the social ills impacting learners, social ills such as alcohol, drugs, and bullying, we must promote sports and cultural participation for the holistic development of our children. This is a commitment we should realize. The education system is driven by learning outcomes and various factors which contribute to learners' ability to succeed. In the 7th administration, the ANC prioritized a focus on early childhood development and the foundation phase to improve learning outcomes and indicators such as reading with meaning and numeracy rates. We must strengthen the relationship between higher education and basic education. This will ensure an unexciting pathway for learners in the rural areas and township, and it will enhance access and success in the learning progression. We are prepared to support the 7th administration, and in our true nature, we will undermine big and steep mountains as we clap side by side with all learners, all teachers and parents. Thank you.
Honorable members of this august House, I will now suspend proceedings until 16:45. The bells will be rung to alert the members to the resumption of business. The business of the House is now suspended. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Presiding Officer. Sispan. Our Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, our Chief Whip, honorable members. Mr. President, besides the three priorities that you so beautifully outlined, I was left excited with your emphasis on the following points. Elimination of red tape. President, if we can get this right, our government will function. If we can get this correct, we'll unlock lots and lots of potential opportunities that are available to our people. The second area of interest, President, that you correctly highlighted is the intervention and the need to strengthen local government, in particular our metros, and the urgent need to intervene where national government should intervene. We want to welcome your intervention, President, that you have alluded to in terms of the Durban Metro or eThekwini municipality. I want to extend my personal invite to you, President. We need to reclaim Johannesburg and reposition Johannesburg City to where it comes from. We can inherit Johannesburg from the apartheid regime and make it worse under a democratic government. We need a second time opportunity to reclaim Johannesburg and ensure that Johannesburg CBD is back to where it was, a beautiful city of gold. The third area, President, that we are excited as the Gauteng government, that you have correctly captured it in your statement, President, is reducing the cost of living. And the simplest way to reduce the cost of living, President, is when government do what government must do. President, just imagine if government was offering quality health services where there will be no need for us to have medical aid. How much will we save as a country? Just imagine if government was offering quality education where all our children are in the public education system, how much will we save? Just imagine, President, if police were doing what police should do, how much will save from alarms, private security, and many other things. And therefore, to reduce the cost of living, it means we need to start where we need to start as government, for government to provide quality public good so that government can be in a position to reduce the cost of living. But from our side, President, as Gauteng, we want to bring you, President, to something that is very crucial, and we feel it was missing in your input. The ability to raise, defend, consolidate, and support township economies. Townships are the new gold, and townships are the new economic opportunities in our areas. We really believe our townships, informal settlements, and hostels are the new backbone of economic growth. That they need guidance, they need support, they need all the relevant resources so that they can be in a position to prosper. We present, President, on the table a partnership fund of 300 million rands that we are directing to Abogogo and Abomkulu that are selling on the street so that they can sell even when it rains, so that they can sell even at night. We want to give them that opportunity to have proper infrastructure to sell their goods. We also want new investments that are coming to the townships, to be investments that will incorporate those entrepreneurs that open the shops that me and you bought from Ubaba Makumalo or Ubaba Mtimkulu, who had that corner shop at the townships. We are remodeling those shops and we are providing the additional resources that are needed in that particular area. Comrade President, we have identified 10 high growth areas in Gauteng. And your speech provides that opportunity for us to integrate some of our provinces so that we can be in a position to have economic opportunities for all in our areas. One good area is for us to ensure that Gauteng becomes the hub for automotive sector. We want to continue to work with the Development, Trade and Industry Department and also work with the Department of Science and Innovation as well as OEMs to develop a South African supply network as we cross over to the new frontier of automobility. You are right, Comrade President. The future belongs to electric vehicles. You are right, Comrade President. The future belongs to the automotive industry that is capable, able, and is possible for this particular industry to create more jobs. It is our humble view that South Africa has earned its stripes to move up the value chain of this sector. We are ready to support the infrastructure development that has been proposed to link Tshwane and East London so that a new corridor can be developed to transport the motor vehicles to that corridor and create new opportunities. The Tshwane Automotive SEZ is ready to showcase its commitment to the auto sector. And Mr. President, we welcome the work of the Southern Rail Corridor linking Tshwane to the new port of Ngcuka. Our commitment is to support this initiative. But we are nothing without the new 4IR. And we present ourselves to be at the center of that 4IR as Gauteng. And the center of the new 4IR in Gauteng is what you projected as the Lanseria Smart City. And I can report back to this honorable house, the Lanseria Smart City is about to rise. We have put all the necessary resources from the investment that was needed to ensure that there's bulk services and to the support that we've just received from the Department of Human Settlement. Lanseria Smart City will be the ideas for digitalization. Lanseria Smart City will be the home of Internet of Things. Lanseria Smart City will be the home of cloud computing. Lanseria Smart City will be the enterprise resource planning, virtual manufacturing, artificial intelligence, but most importantly, intelligent robotics. We want collaboration with national departments, hence our argument, President, that red tape must be minimized and red tape must make things to be possible. We are also excited, together with the Premier of Limpopo, President, Limpopo and Gauteng are interlinked and organically unified. We need a speed train that will move from Tshwane to Limpopo and connect with Maputo, and we are ready to take advantage of that opportunity and expand the Gautrain to that area. We are excited about this idea, President. We are only requesting one thing and one thing from you, President. Red tape must fall and allow this opportunity to rise so that we can have the train between the two provinces. We are also excited that we have finalized discussions with AXA. President, the new economy is cargo. We need to move cargo from one point of our province to another point of our province, and we've entered into an important agreement with OR Tambo International Airport, where they're expanding a new cargo section that is going to increase the opportunity of transporting cargo in our province. We are excited with this opportunity, and we really believe it's a very important opportunity for all of us. President, we have started to revitalize one of South Africa's oldest industrial hub called the Vaal region. The Vaal Mega City program got a capital injection from Citibank from the UK to establish a hydrogen valley that will create almost 30,000 new opportunities in our 30,000 opportunities in our province. This is another confirmation that if we work together with the private sector, we can create opportunities for all. Comrade President, there are some people in this house questioned your commitment when you said there were 2 million opportunities that were created in the last 18 months of our government. I want to confirm the almost 1 million opportunities that came from our Nasi Spani program in Gauteng. We agree, President, that we need tangible jobs. We agree, President, that we need firm jobs. But while you are still developing your industrial policies, while you are still developing quality jobs, the poor and the unemployed must eat every day without failure. And our opportunities, therefore, can fill the when the 6th administration and this particular house has passed that particular law. And the law is very simple, President. We are prepared to listen to any other person that wants to raise any view. But the law is simple. All our children must be in the same classroom and taught by the same teacher. What's wrong with that particular proposal? What's wrong with that particular proposal? That the language of teaching must incorporate all 12 languages, that there must be no language that is excluded. What's wrong with that particular proposal? That every child that is in ECD must be a formal education system starting from ECD. What's wrong with that particular proposal? And therefore, President, sign that particular law. We'll debate later with all other people. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Clerk.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the House Chairperson, to the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Speaker, and Honourable President. Today, we stand at a critical juncture as we discuss the National Health Insurance. While the Democratic Alliance has always championed universal health care and access to health care, we must ensure that our solutions are both practical and sustainable. As part of the National Government of Unity, it is our duty to uphold our principles while offering constructive recommendations. The ANC NHI proposal aims to centralise power, eliminate private medical options, and impose significant tax burdens on our citizens. These elements are fraught with risks and could undermine the very goal of equitable health care for all. Firstly, the extensive powers granted to the Minister of Health are deeply concerning. The Minister will essentially control the fund from setting prices to having the ability to determine which service providers would be entitled to provide services over another. The concentration of power invites corruption and inefficiency, as we have seen with the state-owned entities. The DA proposes an independent watchdog to oversee health entities, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, the elimination of the two-tier healthcare system will overwhelm our already strained public healthcare sector. Forcing citizens into a single, overburdened system will degrade the quality of care for everyone. Instead, we should enhance private healthcare, access through social reinsurance system, lowering costs and improving benefits while cross-subsidising care for the poor. Thirdly, the financial viability of the NHI is questionable. Without a recent feasibility study, we cannot accurately assess the costs of the NHI. Treasury's reluctance to commit full funding exacerbates this uncertainty. The DA recommends a phased approach, beginning with fixing the current public health infrastructure and ensuring sustainable funding mechanisms before full implementation. Additionally, the Act fails to address provincial debts, such as the Eastern Cape's massive medico-legal claims, raises serious concerns about its financial sustainability. We must ensure that provinces are not left to bear these burdens alone. Furthermore, the accreditation process for health providers is unworkable in the current form. Most facilities, especially in rural areas, lack the resources to meet the stringent standards. The DA advocates for practical solutions to improve rather than penalise our healthcare providers. Lastly, the creation of a national health information system raises significant privacy concerns. We must ensure robust protections against data breaches and maintain the practicality of such systems in areas lacking basic infrastructure. The recent cyber attacks on the NHLS proves just how debilitating vulnerable ICT infrastructure can be. Last night in your speech, Mr. President, you said, and I quote, "There's a broad agreement that we must draw on the resources and capabilities of both the private and the public sectors to meet the healthcare needs of all South Africans equally." You also stated in implementing NHI, we are confident that we will be able to bring stakeholders together and that we will be able to resolve differences, clarities and misunderstandings. As the Democratic Alliance, we welcome these discussions and will be watching this space closely. In conclusion, while we support the goal of universal healthcare, the NHI Act as it stands is not the answer. The DA's recommendations offer a balanced approach that addresses corruption, enhances accountability, and improves access to quality healthcare for all South Africans. Let's work together to build a healthcare system that truly serves the needs of our people. Mr. President, the DA is committed to work with your team of weavers, tabling recommendations, ensuring that we achieve the necessary outcomes enshrined within Section 27 of our Constitution in terms of quality healthcare. I look forward in working with my colleagues of the GNU within the Health Committee, achieving the best possible outcomes for every South African in this country. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Breed.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. I was full of hope yesterday when we had an opening of Parliament that didn't have the usual chaos from our colleagues in the red. And I thought that we might get to the job at hand this year and that we would really be able to restore and build South Africa together. But I was wrong.
Order. Honourable members, please allow the speaker at the podium. Honourable Breed, will you take your seat for a moment, please? Honourable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising in terms of Rule 92, read with Rule 85, subsection 1. In terms of that rule, a member may not cast aspersions. The member is casting aspersions on our organization.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Aspersions is to be cast on individual members, and the Honourable Breed, I believe, actually appreciated your behaviour of last night. Honourable Breed, please continue. Honourable Matthys.
I stand on the same point of order. You're also just out of order, so I'm calling order on you, House Chair. And this is not the first time you
Honourable
did the same thing during
please
the budget
take your
vote
seat.
there. You don't know how to chair a house, and we are not going to sit here and allow you and your white supremacist speaker there to come and talk about
Honourable
us
Matthys,
disrupting a
please
house.
take your seat.
No, I won't suggest her. Do your job properly.
Honourable
Or
Matthys.
don't come here. We can't be insulted by you.
Honourable Matthys, I have made a ruling in terms of the rules. If you're not happy with that ruling, please write to the Speaker. Honourable Breed, please continue.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Agbare meneer die president. Ek voel vir die eerste keer sedert ek die politieke arena as 'n student betree het, dat Suid-Afrika op die pad nog groter en beter dinge is. Die planne was vir eens realisties. Ons moet fokus op ekonomiese groei en werkskepping, armoede asook lewenskoste moet verlaag word en ons moet 'n bekwame en etiese staat van ontwikkeling daarstel. Ek dink wel dat hierdie planne ons kan oorweldig en moet ons eens wees en vir mekaar sê dat hierdie goeie planne gaan misluk as daar nie werklike dienslewering op voetsoolvlak geskied nie. En dit beteken dat ons op ons munisipaliteite gaan moet fokus. During this week's budget vote debates, I raised the issue of Kroonstad's wastewater treatment works and how, after 105 million rand was allocated, Phase 1 was completed and Phase 2 was supposed to be completed in June of 2024, not much can be said of this treatment works. The Deputy Minister, however, expressed his concern, and I cannot wait for our oversight at this treatment works because this is how we will restore South Africa. Similarly, sticking to Mokaka, die Hielstraat kliniek val uit mekaar uit. Die plafonne het gate in, die toilette en wasbakke is gebreek. Daar is sekuriteitsprobleme, daar is 'n tekort aan personeel en dan nog is die personeel wat daar is, se kontrakte nie hernie nie. Die fotostaatmasjien werk nie en die rekenaars is gesteel. Daarom is daar telefone wat hulle moet leen aan die Bier Boitumelo Hospitaal, want hulle telefone werk al sedert Januarie nie. Basiese dienslewering wat daar nie is nie. En laat ek sommer op die gesondheidpunt bly en die sê, NGV gaan nie ewe skielik en magies hierdie omstandighede in klinieke en hospitale omkeer nie. Dit gaan hierdie instellings in die steek laat. Ons het nodig om eers ons hospitale en klinieke op te gradeer, bevoegde personeel aan te stel, onder andere aspekte soos die apteke te waardig en die talle Suid-Afrikaanse medici wat werkloos is en by die huis sit, moet ons aanstel alvorens ons NGV kan oorweeg of implementeer. Dit is hoe ons SA gaan herstel. Honourable Mr. President, you spoke about SA being a water-scarce country and that we need to protect our water resources, but in many municipalities such as Ngwate, Mafube and Mfuleni, to name but 3, sewage is running rife in our rivers and it affects those ecosystems. We need to hold municipal officials to account and not allow this pollution to occur. The FF Plus requested that the ministers be the first in line to lay these complaints against accounting officers where there is pollution in our rivers, and I urge you to keep an eye on them for doing that. Meneer die president het ook genoem dat daar 'n verhoging in die kapasiteit van die energienetwerk gaan wees en dis belangrik. Maar ons moet eers fokus op die herstel van ons huidige netwerk. Dorpe soos Parys in die Vrystaat, wat veronderstel is om 'n toerisme spulpunt te wees, het munisipaal ingestelde beheerkrag omdat hulle netwerk nie die lading kan hanteer nie. En dit natuurlik op sy beurt lei tot watertekorte en pompe wat uitbreek, wat dan weer ook nie water vir die dorp gee nie. It is however not just cynicism from my side. And I have tremendous gratitude for the announcement of an expanded basket of basic and essential items, and particularly the fact that girl children will be able to have access to sanitary products at school. A third of our girl children regularly miss school because of this, and it is not right. Suid-Afrika is 'n ongelooflike land met astronomiese potensiaal wat ons net moet realiseer. Die RNE bied vir Suid-Afrika die geleentheid om te herstel en bou. Ek dank u, voorsitter.
Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Sangoni of the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. His Excellency, Comrade President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President, Comrade Paul Mashatile, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. Your Excellency, Mr. President, we cannot create jobs and build an economy of the future with skills of the past. Yesterday's impossibilities like driverless cars, voice and face cloning, drone warfare, robots performing complex surgery are the realities of today. We must understand, adapt and adopt, or risk being left behind. Technology and innovation is key in achieving all the SDGs and realizing Vision 2030 of the NDP. There is no sector of government that can function and policy or program that can be implemented or achieved without strengthening ICTs and harnessing technology in the interest of efficiency and optimal service delivery. Furthermore, we cannot eradicate the inequalities that exist in our society without focusing on the catalytic role technology can play in development. As the Honourable President said last night, economic growth has to be both inclusive and transformational. We must draw on the skills and capabilities of all in society, especially those who are marginalized. This is particularly true when it comes to advancing the digital economy. Every care must be taken to ensure that the existing socio-economic divides are not worsened by the digital divide. With its growing and youthful population, high levels of smartphone penetration and advanced digital infrastructure, South Africa is perfectly poised to be at the forefront of the digital economy. The focus on network industries, including telecoms, under the growth-enhancing structural reforms, is expected to unlock further benefits for our economy and the South African people. We are already reaping the benefits of these comparative advantages. Our country is one of the leading destinations in Africa for ICT investments. ICT have been major investors at successive South African investment conferences. We have a thriving startup culture. So we welcome the 7th administration's focus on the digital economy and creating jobs in digital services. We are building a country and an economy of the future, and we're already hard at work. But we must do more, we must do better, and we must do it faster together. We must harness the collective energies of all South Africans, the public and private sectors and civil society. As South Africans, across political divides, across race, gender and creed, we must ensure that we work faster. For our part, as the African National Congress, we will never cower from the need to build a cooperative approach where all South Africans work together to realize, as the President called it, our shared destiny. We will never be blackmailed by those who wish to pigeonhole us into a black party. The ANC is a non-racial party, not a black party. We do not now, nor have we ever hated white people.
Please take your seat for a moment. Honourable Manye, why are you rising?
Thank you, Chair. Again, in terms of Rule 92 read with Rule 83, a member is not supposed to read word for word her speech. Those are the rules.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The rules from the notes, and the rules as it is says do not read as far as possible. I see another hand, Honourable Mohlodi.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I rise on a point of order on Honourable Manye, who for the second time is quoting the wrong rules. We are using the joint rules of the joint rules, not the National Assembly rules. Honourable Shivambu, you have a responsibility to educate your member there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, yesterday when we came here for the opening of Parliament address, all of us were supplied with a joint roll book. Please use them. Honourable Member, please continue. My apologies for the interruption.
Thank you, House Chair. I repeat, the ANC is a non-racial party, not a black party. We do not now and never have we hated white people. We hate white supremacy and the system that perpetuates it. We do not believe that it is the color of a person's skin that determines whether or not a person is progressive or reactionary, but rather the content of their politics. For example, it makes no difference how black you are, but you call for a regression to feudalism, where government accounts to unelected traditional leadership. That is right-wing and reactionary to the core, regardless of how one tries to signal left. Honorable President, it is for this reason that the ANC supports and welcomes the opening address you gave yesterday. It speaks to the progressive policies, politics, and manifesto of the ANC and the mandate the people have elected us to deliver on. It addresses job creation, building an inclusive economy, and tackling the high cost of living, amongst other things the people sent us here to advocate for. House Chair, the building of a new digital world and an economy of the future begins at the very foundational level in our schools. Last month, amendments to the national curriculum were gazetted, which introduced robotics and coding, even at grade R level. Smart schools are equipped with cyber labs developed by CETA, and they've been launched around the country. They include amongst them Little Flower Combined School in Inxhopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Manor Secondary School in Gakobe, Limpopo, Ndafufu High School in Lusigisigi, Eastern Cape, Pagela High School in the Northwest, Bajalore in Kuruman in the Northern Cape. All of these areas, Honorable Hlophe, are in rural areas. Those with eyes to see and ears to hear will affirm that it is a lie to say this government does nothing in rural areas. In these schools, they all have 40 computers, desks, and interactive board. We are working with traditional leaders, and we have also facilitated connectivity to 937 traditional authority offices in Nqila Namakomkhulu. Through this initiative, our communities in rural areas get access to broadband connectivity, helping them to access the endless opportunities that exist in the digital world. Honorable members, with this razor-sharp focus on skilling our population and building an economy of the future, with a focus on inclusivity that ensures that technology narrows inequality and does not deepen it, and with the necessary political will, we can and we will build the economy of the future together. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Billy.
House Chairperson, honorable members, Speaker of the National Assembly, President, Deputy President. Mr. President, it is a great honor to have the opportunity to respond to your address opening the 7th Parliament. While voters did not give any party an outright majority, South Africans from all walks of life are represented and their vote matters, as political parties across the political spectrum form part of the 7th administration's cabinet. And with no doubt, Mr. President, this brings hope to South Africans as it does to many of us here. Mr. President, you can be rest assured that as the Democratic Alliance in both the Houses of Parliament, in the NCOP, in the National Assembly, along with the ministers from the DA you have appointed in your cabinet, we will be active participants in the government and provide our input as well as support, provided that, Mr. President, all participants respect and uphold the Constitution of our beloved country and the rule of law. In recent times, Mr. President, we have seen elements of questionable actors that have threatened the integrity and the Constitution of the rule of law. We have seen rogue elements masquerading as political parties, actively campaigning against the Constitution, seeking to replace it with anarchy, chaos, and confusion, while the looting efforts in our country intensify. Mr. President, our people are desperate for a stable and working government, a government that creates a conducive environment for investment and job creation. Our people are desperate for jobs, to feed their families, to build homes, to live in peace, free from criminals and construction mafias who have terrorized communities and interfered with the progress of much-needed development in our country. And that is why we welcome, Mr. President, your intervention and your commitment yesterday to deal decisively with the construction mafias, which are a huge problem in our country. Mr. President, our people are desperate for a reliable public transport system
that doesn't force our people to wake up at the crack of dawn to travel for hours and then do it all over again at night, costing them a large portion of their salaries. This cannot be, Mr. President. Like many South Africans, I was born in extreme poverty and experienced the hardships of growing up living in informal settlement in Reservoir Hills in eThekwini. I lived in the village of Flagstaff in the Eastern Cape, KwaBhala. I live in the hardest townships in eThekwini, Umlazi, and Claremont. Mr. President, in 1994, when our country's first democratic elections took place, as young as I was, I do recall my late mother, who was a domestic worker with her siblings and friends, excited to cast their votes. To them, it was a momentous occasion and the beginning of a new era, an era of jobs, of houses, of the introduction of electricity and running water, the building of schools and hospitals, providing free quality education for many of them. Mr. President, to date, those communities remain in informal settlements in Reservoir Hills. My village in the Eastern Cape, KwaBhala, they still don't have running water. Crime is at its worst in Claremont and in Umlazi, eThekwini. Mr. President, as the government of national unity, we must change that. We must do things differently. We must bring hope to all our people. It is true that progress has been made, Mr. President, in our democracy, but many continue to live without quality access to water, sanitation, and electricity. So, Mr. President, more must be done, and more will be done under the National Government of Unity. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Democratic Alliance is committed to the National Government of Unity. Ministers from the DA will work diligently in their respective departments. You would have seen, Mr. President, as you did highlight yesterday, that there was some excitement. Indeed, there is excitement. Our ministers have started working quite hard. You would have seen that. And that is why we continue to commit to what you have initiated and what we are part of. And that is why we will never be part of
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
President, let us stand for South Africans. The strength of our nation lies in our collective commitment to justice, equality, and the rule of law.
Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Mahlatsi.
Greeting, House Chair, to President of Africa, Jacob Zuma, to President of the Republic, Khotsontat, the Deputy President of the Republic, Khotsontat, Khotso ma Afrika. President, yesterday you started your speech with the concept of Ubuntu, using the aphorism of Motuki Motukabatu, one of my favorites. But the concept is meaningless when there's no relation. There must be just for statement to have a meaning. If I say I am because of you, it's difficult to be I am because of you when you have something that belongs to me. There must be just. When it's injustice, it's difficult to be you, to be who I am because of you. If you can give me my land back, then I am because of you. So, to the Minister of Land Reform and the President of the Republic, while waiting for the amendment of Section 25, we don't have to wait indeed. We can always utilize the candidates that exist in other laws. There are land that is vacant, land that is abandoned. There is a land that is acquired illegally. There is a land that is neglected that you can still expropriate while we are waiting for the amendment. And then we can discuss the modality. And the second point, now I'm referring to all African leaders in this house. It's okay, I'm talking about leaders, not you, ma'am. President, in a township, each and every house has a brother or a sister or a cousin that is under the influence of this thing called Nyaube, this drug. I appeal to you, even if you look at me as a rival in a way, but I appeal to you that let's put money and investment in saving these kids. Let these kids experience the economic freedom in our lifetime. In your plans, let's put these kids in our plans. All these kids are black kids, are African kids. So I appeal to you, leadership, that while we are talking all these beautiful things, excluding the policies, because there was no policy yesterday in the speech, let's think of our people. Our people are hungry, and our people are under the influence of drugs. Let's save our kids. He is ready to.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call Honorable Christians from DA.
Honorable President, honorable members, fellow South Africans, we are at a critical juncture in our nation's history. Apologies. Honorable President, honorable members, fellow South Africans, we are at a critical juncture in our nation's history. The President's address has set the stage for our collective future, and the focus must be on harnessing the transformative power of education. Our journey in the Democratic Alliance has been defined by relentless advocacy, rigorous scrutiny, and a vision for a better tomorrow. Today, we renew our pledge to the children of this country, to their families, and to every citizen who dreams of a brighter future through the power of education. While South African learners cannot read for meaning, while they attend schools in unsafe environments, and while they sit in overcrowded classrooms with overworked and underqualified teachers, forced to teach an overloaded curriculum, the department continues to face immense challenges in implementing effective plans to turn the situation around and save this generation. The President's acknowledgement of the dire state of school infrastructure is a sobering reminder of the work that lies ahead. Dit is 'n skande dat daar in 2024 steeds talle skole is wat ontbreek aan noodsaaklike fasiliteite soos lopende water en behoorlike sanitasie. Die tragiese voorval onlangs waar 'n 3-jarige in 'n pittoilet geval het, is 'n hartverskeurende herinnering aan die gevaarlike omstandighede wat baie kinders daagliks ervaar. Hierdie tragedie, asook die katastrofiese ongeluk wat die lewens van 11 jong leerders in Carletonville geëis het, beklemtoon die dringende behoefte aan veiliger skoolomgewings en betroubare vervoerstelsels. Pittoilette en onveilige strukture moet binne die volgende regeringsperiode verwyder word. Elke kind verdien 'n veilige omgewing om in te leer. Honorable President, we cannot ignore the critical shortfall in funding allocated to key areas such as infrastructure development, teacher training, and learner support services. The shortfall to these critical areas are deeply concerning and threaten the safety and quality of our learning environments. The importance of early childhood education cannot be overstated. The childhood education lays the foundation for lifelong learning. The DA supports the President's call for high-quality early childhood education and safe spaces for children in all ECD centres. We urge the Department to expedite plans for educational programs for 3 to 5-year-olds and provide systematic support to home-based care and learning initiatives. As the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill awaits the President's sign-off, we must remain vigilant about its implications. While efforts to streamline educational administrations are necessary, the Democratic Alliance has consistently raised concerns about clauses that could excessively centralize power away from provinces to the minister and undermine the critical role that parents play in their children's education. Despite efforts from the Holden schooling sector, the department has failed to have proper engagement on how the sector should be regulated, with the bill still imposing excessive regulatory burdens on parents who opt for homeschooling. While amendments to the bill now do allow schools to opt out of centralized procurement, the process must be streamlined to eliminate any delays in delivery. As we look towards the future, the establishment of a government of national unity offers a unique opportunity to forge a new path. The inclusion of diverse voices and perspectives will strengthen our democracy and enhance our policy-making processes. In this new era, we envision a DA-led Ministry of Basic Education that brings innovation, accountability, and unwavering dedication to our educational landscape. Regardless of which party you belong to, we all want to see our people and our children live a life of dignity, to be part of the solution that breaks the change of intergenerational poverty. Aan die ouers en voogde, ons verstaan julle hoop en vrees vir jul kinders se toekoms. Aan die onderwysers, julle toewyding vorm die leiers van môre. Aan die leerders, julle is die hartklop van ons nasie en julle drome moet ons missie hier dryf. We will move forward with courage, determination, and an unyielding belief in the transformative power of education. Together, we can overcome our challenges and create a future where every child in South Africa has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now call on Honourable Yofase from ANC.
Honourable House Chair, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, the President, Honourable Members, Kiali Dumedis. I want to agree with you, President, when you said yesterday, open quote, in recent days we have witnessed runaway fires in the KwaZulu-Natal, in which 14 people, including 6 firefighters, lost their lives. The fire is caused the destruction of homes, livestock, and grazing lands due to climate change. Therefore, Honourable President, I would like to send our deepest condolences to the families. The impact of climate change is no longer a distant idea, but a lived reality globally. Climate change has social, economic, and environmental implications that pose a risk to the sustainability and livelihoods of life itself. As a nation, we have an obligation to join global efforts to reduce greenhouse emissions and move towards a low-carbon economy that protects our national interests. As we speak today, the floods in the Western Cape are impacting the most vulnerable in informal settlements and the homeless. Floods do not only have a social impact, but also an economic impact, as they lead to damage the infrastructure. In 2022, the floods impacted KZN, Gauteng, and Northwest, and we experienced a high death rate and a displacement in our communities. This tragic experience has taught us several lessons, including the need to build resilient systems and capabilities to respond to the disaster management with low casualties and low impact. The National Council of Provinces in the 6th administration had a focused approach of oversight, jointly with the National Assembly, to oversee and monitor the response of government. Parliament made a number of observations, and we need to continue to monitor and follow through the key recommendations. This requires the government to coordinate national framework of disaster preparedness and adaptation of mitigated plans. We need to maintain this objective efficiently. Climate change should be a critical element in the formulation of policies. The disaster intervening capabilities should be developed. In our communities, we must enhance awareness in our household on how to respond to natural disasters. We must ensure that our municipalities have a particular level of preparedness to tackle a disaster. In the 7th administration, the government needs to closely measure and monitor the capability of the state in relation to disaster management capabilities and capacity. We must also implement a disaster-facing strategy which mitigates the risk of social and economic loss, and as efficient funding system which enables implementing agents to respond to a disaster. We need to also develop regional and continental disaster financing institutions to leverage the capacity of countries and to enhance the continent's ability to respond. Responding to apartheid. Spatial planning is another fundamental consideration in shaping development. In green development, planning is important as part of the philosophy and human settlement and land use planning. Another climate change risk is drought, which impacts many communities, particularly in rural areas. Dependence on subsistence farming, drought also negatively impacts on the agricultural sector. We must take decisive measures against deforestation, which is rampant in protected areas. We must strengthen law enforcement agencies to tackle the problem of deforestation, as the wood industry has risen due to load shedding. Honorable President and members, conserving our natural resources is critical for the sustenance of our resources and future generations to benefit from the wealth and the richness of our natural resources. Honorable members, economic development is local, and our municipalities should be at the center of creating an enabling environment for local economic development. Our municipalities' capability have spillover effect on local economic activities, and we believe that when we have effective planning at a local level, opportunities and many jobs can be created in communities where our people live. Honorable President, we should ask ourselves some critical questions if we are to respond to development at a provincial and local level. We must ask ourselves, when last did we adequately capitalize on provincial development financial institutions? We should also question whether such development agencies at the provincial and district levels are having a desired impact. We believe we need to support the agency and ensure it is capacitated with persons with the requisite skills and capabilities to manage development cooperation. Honorable members, long-term planning should not be a strategic function largely undertaken at the national level, but also at a provincial and district level. For the district development model to work efficiently, intergovernment planning should also be done at a conceptual level, not just to integrating plans. Long-term planning will enhance the predictability of policy, which enables a better proportion for long-term investments. The government of national unity creates opportunity to coalesce all social partners towards a developmental path, which will enable distribution, redress, transformation, and improved living conditions in our country. Tackling the high level of unemployment is a commitment the ANC has made to the people of South Africa. And through municipalities, our metros and the province, we realize our commitment. We welcome the focus on addressing the financial structural factors impacting municipalities, mainly in rural areas and those revenue challenges. The bulk of challenges impacting South Africans on a daily basis is service provision to our communities. Yes, the cost of living and the overall economic environment alienates the youth and those above the age of 35 who are unemployed. We must ensure that our youth, women and entrepreneurs are involved in manufacturing of construction sector input. We must leverage the infrastructure spending to also transform the linked value chain. We must be intentional with industrial development and localization. We believe that we can create many economic opportunities by supporting and investing local ecosystem in villages, townships, farms, schools, colleges, and civil society. Lastly, the African National Congress, we undertake a process of organizational renewal. This renewal is not for itself, but to persevere the ANC as an instrument in the hands of South Africans to transform their living conditions. Lastly, President, thank
you, Honourable Member. I will now call upon the Honourable the Minister of Tourism. The Honourable the Minister of Tourism.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable President and Deputy President, the May election was a major step in the realignment of South Africa's political landscape. The GNU is not the final destination. It's an important junction in the road. It has the ability to implement policies and programs that will strongly influence where our country heads next. The Good Party joined the GNU for two reasons. One, to contribute positively to the realignment process, and two, because the statement of intent was closely aligned to our policy pillars of social, economic, spatial, and environmental justice. When we enter cabinet meetings these days, we don't just leave our phones outside, but our party hats. We have a mandate rooted in the Constitution, directed by the approved policies and legislation, and led by the President. Outside of Cabinet, we will continue to be sensible, constructive, critical, and add value wherever we can. We want to be part of defining a better, more inclusive country. The GNU means putting politics aside and not wasting the opportunity. As the GNU, we must be careful not to structure our message as if nothing has been done in the past. We must not send out a message that the GNU had now discovered all the mistakes. The GNU ministers must know that when you inherit a department, you inherit it with the good and the bad, and you must fix it. When you are called to serve in the executive, you serve the people of the country, because the needs and the pain of our people knows no political affiliation. Madam Speaker, the fiscus is not in a good space. Therefore, all departments must introduce zero-based budgeting as we agreed in the 6th administration. We must do more with less. Mr. President, like Minister Park Stow, I also want to quote your economic advisor, Ms. Marihana, in a book called Mission Economy, and I quote, "Government has bought into the ideology that their role is simply to fix problems, not achieve bold objectives. Government cannot limit itself to reactively fixing markets, but must explicitly co-shape the markets to deliver the outcomes society needs," close quote.
Tourism is one of these bold objectives to co-shape markets and ensure inclusive growth that create jobs for our people. And we are already busy with it. In 2023, the tourism sector grew by 49% compared to the previous year. Like Mr. President said, a demand-led approach to skills development will empower our people. I see tourism as an enabler that will absorb many unskilled and semi-skilled citizens in a growing and thriving tourism industry. Madam Speaker, we must not take the patience of our people for granted. Like weaver birds, what is left for the GNU now is to implement, and implement. Lastly, I've been waiting long to say this. Honourable Minister Steenhuisen always accused Minister McKenzie of myself of working with the ANC. He can no longer accuse us of that. You are part of the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I will now call Honourable Chirwa from EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, Julius Sello Malema, EFF officials, commissars, the leaders of the Progressive Caucus, and sympathizers of the revolutionary movement in Africa that turns 11 years old on the 27th of July. To be young is to be in a stage of becoming, of working towards your goals and aspirations to transition from being dependent to independent. However, the youth of this country are perpetual children, and some will never know independence until their old age. At the realization of how doomed we are under your leadership, Mr. President, thousands continue to give in to Nyaupe, and young women and girls amount to bottle girls for you and your friends at the peak of their vibrancy and zeal for life and prosperity. We live with our parents, and finding a 40-year-old man asking his mother for bread is more common than otherwise. This phenomenon is known as the Ramaphosa economy. Joblessness, poverty, and constantly questioning if we are truly the young adults of today. In 2018, Mr. President, you launched a jobs summit and promised the youth of this country 275,000 jobs per year. You failed. In 2019, you promised 2 million jobs and an end to hunger, halving of crime, and empowering the school curriculum where a 10-year-old will be able to read for comprehension. You failed. In 2020, you unveiled a 100 billion rand fund to create jobs in the public sector for the youth. You failed. You launched the NSP against GBV and femicide, and 4 years later, on the eve of elections 2024, the murderer of Kirisaleti Elsin Donje was granted bail of 2,000 rands. You failed. In 2021, you spoke about building new cities, and the National Youth Development Agency would fund 1,000 young entrepreneurs in 100 days. You failed. In 2022, plagued by your own failures over the years, you promised the National Youth Service would create a modest 50,000 jobs in its first phase. You failed. In 2023, you came here and praised yourself for the Youth Employment Service that placed 100,000 youth in peace jobs that lasted nothing more than 12 months. Once again, you failed. Yesterday, you came to this house and promised 2 million jobs to the youth of South Africa. It is thus fair and deliberate to then say that this time next year, the result will once again be not achieved and failed. When you became president in 2018, youth unemployment was sitting at 43%. And nearly 7 years into your presidency, youth unemployment currently sits at 45% for individuals aged 15 to 34 and a whopping 59% for young people aged 15 to 24. Your presidency is characterized by many promises and many failures. It is now apparent that as the youth of today, we must ready ourselves psychologically like the youth of 1976 for the biggest fight against the establishment. The establishment has charged you, Mr. President, at the forefront as the weapon that is formed against us. The youth of today
like Nelson Mandela, who is now hailed as an icon of peace, must be ready to be called terrorists. We must be ready to be called criminals. We must be ready to be jailed for crimes we did not commit. We must be ready to be character assassinated like Idam Dwana, Robert Sobukwe, Onkgopotse Tiro, Steve Biko, Winnie Mandela, and Julius Malema. But amongst ourselves as the youth of this country, we know who the true criminals are. We know who stole our land from our grandmothers. We know who stole our mines. We know who stole COVID-19 funds that was meant to keep our people alive. We know who stole Tembisa Hospital money. We know who stole SAA, ISCO, Sasol, Telkom. We know who is now stealing Eskom, Transnet, Prasa, and even privatizing our water. All the while, you are creating an impression that these are natural disasters, despite the fact that they are orchestrated by the true criminals of the government of today, deployed by the Oppenheimers. We know who stole the money that is meant to eradicate pit toilets in the Eastern Cape. We know who stole NSFAS money. We know the mafias of the Steinhoff heist. We know the thugs of the Skills Development Fund. And we definitely know who the #1 money launderer is. There is absolutely nothing that the establishment, masquerading as a government of national unity, can do to deter us, the youth of today, from seeking out our generational mission. The government of the ANC has not fooled all of us. It is under the ANC that we saw privatization of state-owned entities at a large scale, much higher than that of the apartheid government. A trail of privatization that is so aggressive that even our healthcare isn't spared through the NHI. The rise of the establishment and the collapse of the state takes shape under the government of the ANC. That is the legacy of the ANC today. The positive outcomes of all of this neoliberal facade of the government of the day is that we now rightly characterize the neoliberal agenda encompassing of all its participants who are part of the GNU coalition. We now know who the enemy of economic freedom is. Even if in the past they pretended to be a part of us and spoke like the forefathers of the emancipation movement. The battle lines have been drawn. It is the subject of the Oppenheimer, the GNU coalition versus the people of South Africa. The youth of this country will continue to chant economic freedom in our lifetime. We will continue to present bills in this house that call for expropriation of land without compensation. We will continue to call for nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sectors. We will push back against your corruption and hold the captains of the ruling class accountable. We will fight for the scrapping of student debt and continue to call for quality, free, and decolonized education in our lifetime. We will continue to call for free healthcare, housing, water, and sanitation. We will continue to remind you that the young people in this country deserve real jobs. Iseng mebereko ya otopa dipampiri internship is 6 months. We want industrial development, insourcing of security guards and cleaners, free pads, Mr. President, and all those rent manipulators to be arrested and to rot in jail. The people's power is rising in Africa, and we will not be left behind.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call upon the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies.
House Chairperson, let me take you to church. The scripture reminds us that there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the sun. This is the time for all patriotic South Africans to rise beyond the borders of our parties and to join hands in working towards what is in the best interest of our country. The results of the 2024 elections delivered the season that needs real leaders to unite against the instability that our country has in order to fulfill the dream of a better life for all. So I speak on behalf of my colleagues that my party, the DA, is proud to be part of the government of national unity. We would rather be part of the solution that spurs South Africa towards prosperity rather than perpetuate the problems that deny millions of South Africans to live in a stable and thriving country. Unlike some Johnny-come-latelys who are masquerading as wannabe, red and camouflage socialists, having no shame while they are exhibitors of opulence gained through the proceeds of crime and corruption, we would rather find solutions to uplift poor South Africans out of poverty. Mr. President, the department you have mandated me to lead has the potential to unlock unimaginable opportunities for millions of South Africans through widening access to broadband connectivity so that no one is left behind. And by the end of this financial year, we will be able to connect approximately 2 million households through the public Wi-Fi hotspots program. And as part of our efforts to building a digitally inclusive society, we will be in a position to connect over 20,000 government facilities. These include over 4,000 health facilities, 16,000 schools, 900 traditional authorities from those of us who live under traditional leaders, and 570 libraries over the next 36 months. And notwithstanding this, there are major obstacles that are imposed by the overregulation that exists in the information and communication technology sector, which make it impossible to reliably connect millions of South Africans to the digital world. Smartphones and smart devices should be a basic essential for learning, doing business, and even for personal entertainment. Yet one of the most obvious inhibitors to connectivity is the cost of smartphones and devices. Their classification as luxury goods drives their prices to the extent that they are unaffordable for many South Africans. So to this end, Minister Godongwana, we will be engaging with you to consider the introduction of a price threshold for the determination of smartphones as a luxury good. Mr. President, we welcome what you said about the need to simplify legislation in order to encourage investment. We will become obsessed with making evidence-based decisions so that we remove every regulation and policy that impedes opportunities for investment and job creation in this sector. House Chairperson, progress is not linear. It is a series of small steps, sometimes forward, sometimes sideways. But we know that progress always endures turbulence. It attracts pessimism from doubting Thomases, and there are many in this House. But with every persistent effort towards prosperity, making progress is possible. So the digital universe needs to be able to connect to every single child in every village throughout our country. If we do this, we'll be able to discover a generation of geniuses that will spur innovation in the digital world. So I would like to challenge all the mobile network operators and telecommunications companies to work together with government to put devices in children's hands. And before I end with the scripture, Honorable Ndlozi and Honorable Bambo, have you really relegated your intelligence to trolling other members because of their wardrobe or height? Please do justice to your own intellect. But to end with the scripture, many are called, but few are chosen. The GNU has been chosen by people. Thank you.
Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Councillor Stofile.
House Chairperson, the Speaker of National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the President of the Republic, Umhlaba Uhlangene, Mzansi Afrika, Sekela Mongameli welizwe lakwethu. Indeed, it is my honor and humbling privilege on behalf of the South African Local Government Association and the sector as a whole to welcome the opportunity given to us and also to be the first person to congratulate you on your elections. As a seventh administration that will take this country to the new heights. President of the Republic, South African Local Government Association and the entire 257 municipalities in the country feel so happy to hear the news that you announced yesterday that there will be a focus in changing the funding model of municipal system in the Republic of South Africa. And these news are news that comes after 24 years of struggle, led by Fathers Mangaliso Mkhatshwa, Amos Masondo, Thabo Manyoni, Parks Tau, Thembi Nkadimeng, Sebenzile Ngangelizwe, divorce, whom waged a struggle that ultimately there should be a different way that municipal system in South Africa is funded. And that made us to be very happy, to be quite honest, that ultimately that debate you have managed to close it. So I'm trying to say, at least as South African Local Government Association and the entire municipal system in the country, we feel proud about that and we are looking forward to the implementation. The second issue that, President, we wish to bring to your attention is our appreciation that ultimately there is a recognition in South Africa, and you've made it very clear in your opening statement yesterday, that the government must stop to operate in silos. And you said it is important that the government to ignite the cooperative nature that the government was betrothed to in South Africa. And this, it must be appreciated to us as South African local government, because it is indeed a problem that when the government operates in silos, it creates problems of lack of service delivery. Thereby your call to us, it means we must understand that we are a government that are elected, that's supposed to act as a single unit in responding to challenges of our people. I think, President, you then spoke directly to the words that were uttered by Dr. Nelson Mandela, the founder of our democracy, in 1996 when he addressed us as councillors. He said, we have the task of doing whatever is necessary to ensure that our new local government system serves the needs of our communities. You have the responsibility to make their voice heard and to provide an effective instrument for them to improve their lives, close quote. It is against this backdrop that we proudly join the President in calling on the seventh administration to ensure that all spheres of government supports local government as the sphere closest to the people. Implementing this request, it is in line with our belief that in order to achieve a state that is capable of playing a developmental and transformative role, if we are serious about reversing the legacy of apartheid, local government is strategically positioned and a key pillar to play a fundamental role in building a capable state. We agree with the President that the role of municipalities, and in particular our cities, given their importance as engine for economic growth and job creation and dealing with the spatial transformation and legacy of spatial transformation is key. We do want to do this work. However, it adds that this should come with a particular focus and reflection on the powers and functions necessary to execute that mandate and why devolution and assignment is critical to the management of the integrated spaces. However, President, in respect of exploring opportunities for stimulating rural development, as detailed in your address, local government can play a meaningful role in the implementation of the effective and innovative development program. We therefore have high expectation that this 7th administration will find ways to reinforce rather than undermine the role of developmental local government so that municipalities can address poverty, inequality, and begin to develop rural communities. Having said this, while focusing our discussions on necessary ingredients for building a capable and developmental state, we should not and cannot ignore the current topical issues confronting the local government. Madam Speaker, whilst admirable progress has been made, substantial work remains to be done. During this 7th administration, frustration with the continuing lack of fundamental economic transformation and inequality are real. And President has spoken to this when he was talking about economic growth. The 7th administration must therefore address the stubborn challenges that continue to bedevil the local government progress. These include governance and oversight challenges, including strengthening community involvement and ownership of development in municipalities, integrated development and safe, inclusive human settlement, in particular dealing with the key levers required to enable local government to effectively transform our municipal spaces and direct development, confronting our energy and infrastructure challenges and making long-term sustainable choices. And that is why we appreciate Professor K. Ramaphosa and the department for interacting with us on issues of energy transition. Intergovernmental debt and rising consumer indebtedness, as well as the declining revenue base of municipalities, and linked thereto, the viability and long-term financial sustainability of the sector, local government. Safety and security of councillors, municipal officials, traditional leaders, and people that are representing the interest of our communities. I think, President, I've heard the Minister of Police, and I think it's a plan that we need to support in trying to fight the challenges. I think in this afternoon, he raised some issues. We support the President's emphasis on cooperative governance. It is our respective submission as SALGA that the promulgation of the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Intervention Bill, which is currently at subject consultation, will create a standardized framework of the support to municipal system and thereby make municipalities to operate as a single unit in responding to our challenges. As I conclude, noting the details unpacked by the President in his address, the journey of local government in South Africa has been an impactful transition. We stand proud to support the commitment made by President and his cabinet. We must, however, say the course on policy is still long. It requires the unity because united we can prosper. And the last issue to us, we must be careful of what I term it, auto-deficiency syndrome, where systems begin to contest and destroy each other with no progress and prosper of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the Council.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, will you just take a seat, please? I want to recognize the Honourable Ndlozi. Honourable Ndlozi.
House Chair, you are amending the program Wishing Us. We don't have this program of this speaker. And I think it would have been prudent either to share or explain rather than just ambush us. We have agreed times as to how long this debate must take place. Speakers have been released and now there's someone here.
Yes, no, thank you, Honourable Ndlozi. The speakers list has been updated, and it's incumbent on the table staff to ensure that all the chief whips of party get the speakers list. The Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the Council is the next speaker. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, you may proceed.
How long does he have?
The Honourable Deputy Chairperson, will you proceed? Please get the speakers list to the Honourable members.
We didn't get, I started by saying we haven't received it.
Yes, they will ensure that you get it.
How long does he have?
Honourable Member, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP will now proceed. Please ensure that the speakers list is provided to the whippery of the EFF.
Thank you very much once again, House Chair. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, National Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy Speaker, House Chairpersons, the President of the Inkatha Freedom Party, the Honorable B.F. Slabisa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, Mr. President, we want to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families of the 6 firefighters who tragically lost their lives in the KZN Midlands whilst bravely battling the R617 Boston Road fire. These were first respondents, Mr. President and colleagues. These are first respondents that risked their lives to save the lives of other citizens in our province. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and their families and the survivors, and we wish them a swift and speedy recovery. Yesterday, the Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and the President of the Inkatha Freedom Party, the Honourable B.F. Slabisa, made statements in this House which have resonance with this joint sitting in starting a new chapter in our country's history. Undeniably, the title of this chapter is the Government of National Unity. From this chapter, our pages will be filled by one common theme of reshaping and the political landscape of our nation and leading to the molding of a coalition government that reflects the collective will of the South African electorate. Honourable House Chair, the IFP's unwavering commitment to the Government of National Unity serves as a testament to our principled dedication to the well-being of our nation. We have always been a party that prides itself on constructive engagement, rooted in a belief in unity and progress for the betterment of our country. As IFP, we pledge to never let go of the values of servant leadership. Our participation in the NGU means that we now have a greater responsibility of transparency, accountability for the upliftment of all South Africans. We are undoubtedly called by a diverse group of South Africans to find each other, reconstruct the fabric of our society, and rebuild the nation's pride. The legacy of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, characterized by statesmanship and advocacy, continues to resonate within the chambers of this parliament. His steadfast commitments to justice and equity stands as an enduring example for all those who seek to serve our nation. As we navigate the complexities of the changing climate and socio-economic landscape, the IFP's advocacy for responsive government and tangible outcomes resonates deeply. It is our resolve to foster a stable and effective GNU that should be a testament to the unwavering belief in the transformative power of collaboration and collective action. I thank the President of the country for recognizing the poor condition of eThekwini's infrastructure. Mr. President, I grew up in eThekwini. This is the only metro in KwaZulu-Natal and is the economic hub of our province. Sadly, it is no longer the shining gem it once was. But I feel encouraged by the Government of National Unity that has found traction in the province. And the commitment by the President in his address last night to restore Itukwene to its former glory. Mr. President, I will hold you to that. Emphasis must be placed on the continued and far-reaching impact of natural disasters on the lives of the vulnerable communities in KwaZulu-Natal, which requires better intergovernmental coordination to effectively address prevailing challenges. The National Disaster Management Center should strive to ensure that all provinces meet a minimum set of requirements in disaster response readiness, addressing the current unevenness in provincial capabilities. The sets of standards are not a one-shoe-fits-all, but must rather be a response to the individual needs of each province. And whilst reference has been made to KwaZulu-Natal, in this instance, we must not forget other provinces who have been through climate change and natural disasters. It is imperative that all stakeholders in the disaster response chain act urgently, align with the gravity of the national disasters, and be able to respond to those communities who have been affected. While we acknowledge the recent commencement of the 7th dispensation, we express gratitude to the KwaZulu-Natal Premier, the Honorable A.T. Ntuli, and his cabinet for their commendable response to disasters in the region. Honorable members, the NGU will face judgment by the people of this country in providing services, and this is the essence of why we are in this type of government. We must not fail our people. And as the government of national unity, we must commit to ensure that the needs of the people come first. Servant leadership must be the cornerstone of everything that we do. And I thank you, Honorable President, honorable members.
Thank you. Next speaker is the Honorable Shavambu.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Commander-in-Chief, in the struggle for total economic emancipation in the entire African continent, the leadership of the Progressive Caucus here in the 7th Parliament. Let me do what should have been done by now and acknowledge the presence of former President Jacob Gedleyisikisa Zuma in our presence here in Parliament today. President, we had said in the budget vote on national treasure that we, as the economic freedom fighters, stand categorically opposed to the government, the so-called government of national unity. We correctly stated that a sensible approach should have been to construct a revolutionary government, a progressive government of forces whose umbilical cords are buried in the same yard. Maybe we're wrong to think that and believe that we share a common heritage and perspective with those that chose to constitute a government with neoliberal and neocolonial forces. Instead of constituting a progressive government, the president of the ANC assembled a bloated executive of open-armor puppets, of semi-literate matriculants, of apartheid apologists, of ex-convicts, of waffling careerists, and called them a government of national unity. That's what we're dealing with now. And as if that is not enough, he comes here yesterday, he calls them birds, sunyenyani. Sayifambiswa emfumo wa sunyenyani, izinyoni, ulumeni wezinyoni, umuso wadinonyane. That is what we're dealing with. So he likened this government as government of sociable weaver birds, which are well known for building sophisticated nests. But one thing that you must know about birds is that only those that look like each other flock together. They identify with each other. However sophisticated and beautiful the nest that they build will be, they will never even allow the most peaceful of birds, a dove, to enter that nest. So this social weaver needs birds that you are bragging about and speaking about here will always associate with themselves. Maybe you are correct that that is what we intend to achieve. as a social weaver beds, 75 beds in the executive, bloated executives, 77, which are supposed to be government of South Africa, who are supposed to be constituting a government. Now, on the 15th of July 2024, the National Film and Video Foundation, the NFVF, issued a call for South Africans to nominate people who must receive the awards for the South African Film and Television Awards. I want to propose here, House Chairperson, that we should nominate Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa for the SAFTAS Awards for Best Fiction. If there is no such a category, we must introduce a category of even a Lifetime Achiever Award on fiction, because everything else that it represents is just fictions. So the NFVF, Minister of Arts and Culture, is a very important instrument in the Department of Arts and Culture. So before you introduce the sporting code of spinning mostly stolen cars, you should pay attention to the NFVF so that you can deal with all of these issues clearly. That is what we're dealing with. Now, the nomination is based on the following fact. In 2018, after the coup d'etat, which we regrettably supported as the EFF, what Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa said, he said, we are determined that expropriation without compensation should be implemented in a way that increases agricultural production, improves food security, and ensures that the land is returned to those from whom it was taken under colonialism and apartheid. Did that happen? No. He said again that starting this year, free higher education and training will be available to first-year students from households with a combined gross income of 350,000. Is that happening? There's no free education in South Africa. He said that we're going to forge ahead with the localization program through which products like textile, clothing, furniture, rail rolling stock, and water meters are designated for local procurement. Do we have got local procurement in South Africa out of those products? No. He further said that we're going to improve our capacity to support black professionals, deal decisively with companies that resist transformation. Is it dealing with that? No. He further said that moving forward, young South Africans will be moved to be at the center of the economic agenda. Are young people at the center of our economic agenda? No. He even further said that government will honor its undertaking to set aside at least 30% of public procurement to small, medium, and macro enterprises, cooperatives, and township and rural enterprises. Is such happening? No. He even said that it's going to accelerate the land redistribution program, not only to redress the grave historical injustice, but also to bring more producers into the agricultural sector and to make more land available for cultivation. Is that happening? No. So this person deserves a lot of awards. The closing date of that nomination for SAFTAS Awards for Best Fiction is the 9th of August. Let's make sure we nominate him so that he is awarded for all these fictions. Yesterday he came here to even add to a lot of fictional imaginations, claiming 2 million jobs that are not there. Leave the 2 million jobs whom we said you have created yourself. There are no 2 million jobs that were created since you took over as a president yourself in South Africa. Where does the 2 million come from? It only comes from the figments of your imagination. It comes from your creative writing skills, which you must be awarded for in terms of what is expected. Now, even if these fictions were possible, there is no money to finance such. Currently, we have got debt obligations of upward of 5 trillion rands. We expend 384 billion rands on debt service costs. That is the biggest expenditure item on the budget of South Africa. And that debt is rising. From your cabinet, the cabinet of beds, you came, the only thing that you changed was to say from medium-term strategic framework to medium-term development programs. But the content and the essence of what your government stands for has not changed. You have not even made a commitment that are going to move away from the debt obligations that characterizes the state. Now let's call in Thomas Isidore Noel Sankara. He says that debt is neocolonialism, in which the colonizers have transformed themselves into technical assistants. We should rather say technical assassins. Under its current form, control dominated by imperialism. That is skillfully managed reconquest of Africa, intended to subjugate its growth and development through foreign rules. That is what is the trajectory of this government, the continuation of debt obligations that are not sustainable. We are going to give a far much more substantial perspective of what is to be done moving forward. But one issue that we want to highlight is that South Africa should optimally utilize its strategic partnerships with countries in the BRICS Forum, Brazil, Russia, China, and India. And of course, now added the UAE, Ethiopia, and all these other countries. Now, if you were to check what Ethiopia got to benefit out of its strategic partnership with the People's Republic of China, is that over the past 15 years, Ethiopia's economy has grown average of 10%. They built a railway from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, which is a neighboring country, which is coastal, of 759 kilometers, to lead an export-led industrial development manufacturing plan, which is reducing poverty, is giving jobs to our people. That is what is happening in that, and that is through proper, meaningful usage of strategic partnerships with countries that relate with. The Commander-in-Chief is correct that when you exclude the global balance of forces in trying to design domestic politics, you will completely miss the point. You will never achieve anything domestically without locating it within the global economy. South Africa, this is not going to go anywhere. They disagree on everything, on Bella Bill, on NHI, on the source of energy. These ones of the DA, even those who are leading the department, are saying that we must discontinue coal. You can't discontinue coal in South Africa as a source of electricity. We have to have a clear agenda. There is no developmental state that is not based on a common, sound, ideological perspective. All developmental states must be founded on a sound ideological basis. And what we have created now is confusion, which is going to take South Africa backward. And that is what we stand. But we are inspired that the Progressive Caucus is going to take South Africa forward and take political power from this government of national confusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Mika Lakis.
Honourable House Chair, even though some in this House are still in denial, the fact remains that South Africa now has a government of national unity in place. They can launch frivolous court challenges to contest the fact, but that will not stop those on this side of the House getting on with the business of government and delivering for all South Africans. House Chair, as we celebrate the GNU, we must ensure that Parliament remains robust. Without debate, without constructive criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. Parliament is a separate branch of government, independent of the executive and the judiciary. Part of our constitutional mandate is to hold the executive to account. The opposition does not have a monopoly on this role. In a robust democracy, the active participation of backbench MPs from all parties is vital as it adds value to the legislative oversight role of Parliament. So, Mr. President, it's up to us as Parliament to ensure that the strategic objectives put before us last night are monitored by every committee, that we get the public engaged, and that we help where we can to make it succeed. And we will do the same to ensure that laws passed in this House create the freedom and the jobs we need. We will help your executive to deliver on this by holding them to account and monitoring their progress every step of the way. We must make this Parliament and this government of national unity work, because there is no real alternative. House Chairperson, when the Honourable Malema in 2014 started taking all the EFF speaking time for himself, I thought I would never hear anything more boring. I was proven wrong this morning when we all lost 30 minutes of our lives that we will never get back. Because for something to be a meaningful contribution, it has to not only be constructive but also intelligent and entertaining. What we have heard this morning from the Leader of the Opposition meets none of these three criteria. If there's one contribution that the official opposition does make, it is to serve as a visible and audible reminder of the trouble we will find ourselves in if we don't succeed. Their caucus attendance register reads like the index to the Zondo report, with one notable absentee, the face of state capture, usually in Nkandla, but today pulling the strings from the gallery. The man who, apart from all the looting, was once responsible for the largest cabinet in the world, Honourable Mokoena. And then we have the EFF. Overalls serving as a cover-up for the empty Gucci suits paid for by starving gogos whose money went into VBS Bank. And as I have said before in the other House Chairperson, if the MK and the EFF is the future, Mr. President, the future is not very bright. Dan het ons ook die agbare Adams, wat duidelik nog ontsteld is oor die feit dat hulle sy voel gevat het.
Honourable member, will you take your seat, please? Please pass the mic to the honourable member.
Chairperson, you see, we have respect.
What is your point of order?
Listen, Chairperson, we just want to put this thing into perspective.
Honourable members,
respect our leader, and we are not going to actually have
honourable members,
white men coming here to disrespect our
honourable
leader
member,
in front of us.
It's not a point of order.
Actually say it's not a point of order.
It's not a point of order.
White boy is going to come here and disrespect our leader.
Please take your seat.
The manner that is actually doing.
Honourable member, please take your seat. Honourable member, please look at the rules of the joint sitting. You cannot get up and just start a speech. You rise on a point of order, you say what your point of order is, and then a ruling will be made. So please do not do that again. Follow the rules. Please continue, honourable member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. So many buttons were pushed there. Terug by die agbare Adams se voel. Agbare lid, jy moet na jou voel kyk. Ek sou my geskaam het as ek jy was.
Honourable Michaelakis, please take your seat. Yes, honourable member. Honourable members, I can't hear the speakers from the floor if you also comment. So please give me a fair chance to be able to make a ruling.
To be insulted by a white man led by an illiterate is a crown we wear with pride.
No, honourable member, that's not a point of order. Please proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, House Chair. But there is hope, Honourable House Chair, for those who have been seeking opportunity and real freedom. There were some breakthrough announcements by the President last night that the DA has put on the table over the past few years. Suggestions that will get South Africans into jobs again. Mr. President, thank you for including these constructive suggestions that we agree on, and thank you to the millions of South Africans who backed these initiatives, such as the review of the fuel price model, the increased basket of VAT-excluded food items, to abolish cadre deployment and end political interference in the public service, and the release of state land as a priority for meaningful land reform, to mention a few. House Chairperson, we have to make the GNU, in defense of our Constitution, work, because the alternative is simply too ghastly to contemplate. We wish the President and his executive well in this mammoth task. We do so with one message, Mr. President. Where you should be held accountable, you will find a Parliament that stands ready to do its oversight duty as required by the people of this country. And where you act in their interest, you will find us standing behind you in support. We wish you and this government well. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Bubane. Order, honourable members.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Speaker, I rise here in respect of the son of the soil, the only patriot in this country, the dedicated servant of this country who has served the people of this country with dedication. President Zuma, President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, so we'd like to thank you for coming and then to see your team performing today, President. Thank you very much for coming. On another note, I would like to convey a message of condolences to a family member of the DMV who passed on yesterday. A lot of military veterans in this country are not treated as the veterans of the other color. So we pay convenience. The member passed on yesterday at on the 18th of July. Antonio Gramsci, in his prison writings, Cultural Hegemony, describes how the state and the ruling capitalist class used their power and state machinery to suppress the same people they claim to be representing. This is evident with the former ruling party, ANC, and Gramsci calls it a pitfall of national consciousness. History has taught us that liberation movement in Africa becomes irrelevant to the society after 30 years in power. Typical examples is Chama Chama Mapinzo, a party that was led by late Julius Mwalimu Nyerere in Tanzania, Frelimo in Mozambique, led by late Samora Machel, SWAPO in Namibia, led by the late Semnu Joma and Andimbo, Toivo ya Toivo, and the last one to be rejected is the ANC of Ramaphosa on the 29th of May. The people of South Africa said it loud and clear to the ANC. They say, Hamba ANC, asisakufuni. They gave you below 50%, which means you fail the society of South Africa. On the 29th of May, it was the people of South Africa that decided their fate, not the market, as usually you used to say, that it's a market that you respect more than the people who voted for you. And as usual, Mr. President, you started to use Chapter 9 institution, IEC, which is not independent anymore, but rather became the subcommittee of the ANC to do your dirty job. What happened to the ANC, to the IEC? We were there, we were watching. The IEC is riddled with loophole. It needs to either be reformed, revamped, and be redone from scratch. That institution, all political parties are only able to monitor it on the voting day and on the counting day only. Anything else from there, on capturing of the slip, on auditing, you need to know this because you don't know about the IEC institution that you are running. It's riddled with loopholes, and from there onwards, the officials, they do as they please. They capture numbers that do not tally with the slip, and they are not monitored. That's why, as the MK, we do not recognize this president, because the election was stolen. That institution, you can see one of the executive is Dr. Masego. It doesn't audit its executive. A member stole millions in the bank, but the member comes and works for the IEC. The whole of that institution does not vet its staff. They are all full on there, working unvetted because they do the bidding for the ANC. With all the evidence we provided to the IEC, we did everything in our power. We provided every evidence, and then we're still going to challenge that in court through and through. We're not going to give up on that. The GNU, abakufuni ku-GNU, because you were blocking the IPPs, abakufuni tata. The GNU is a group of people who are trying to protect the president that his time has passed. It is ballooned, and the president says he needs to save cost, and there is no money in the country, but you are busy ballooning the executive.
Order, honourable members. Order.
On your speech, Mr. President, you spoke about inclusive economic growth. Whatever name it is, there is no inclusive growth that you've ever seen. Most of the business people that I know in the middle classes, they are not included in your economic growth. You are busy assisting the monopolies to grow in their economies, but our SMMEs and our middle class business people are at poverty. You've neglected the poorest of the poor. You spoke about the reduction of poverty. There's no reduction of poverty. In your tenure, the poverty has escalated. The high cost of living of our people is so expensive. There's no reduction of poverty, and the tackling of cost of high living, you haven't done it. You have failed even on that one. You spoke about redistribution of wealth. Wealth is not being redistributed. There are no opportunities for black middle-class poor people, worse, the ones at the lowest level. In your speech, there is too much we will. It's empty promises as usual. The will stands for promises, as people say in politics, but yours are empty promises. Remember, Mr. President, the first openings of Parliament in your presidency, how you were dramatic with a Tumamina song of Hugh Masekela, telling people that you will remove the red tapes, you will remove the barriers to entry in business. You said you will restructure the economy. You said you will reduce the monopolies in our economy. It was dramatic, but today all we see are those we will again, which are flat. You said we are simplifying the regulations on public-private partnerships to enable greater investment in both social and economic infrastructure development. You must explain it. How is this going to be done to us as people? As the government of national unity, your government of national unity, you said we are resolved to intensify on our investment drive, encouraging and enabling business to invest in productive capacity. And your investment conference has yielded nothing out of all of this. You spoke of trillions and trillions in these investment conferences, but there is nothing. Instead, the country is deep in debt. You spoke about red tape debilitates the creation of jobs. Every department and every public entity has been directed to reduce the undue regulatory burden that hold black businesses from creating jobs. Where is this directive? You speak about a directive that you will say the department must remove the red tapes. There's no directive that you will issue, Mr. President, to these entities. It's just a cheap talk and a cheap talk that you say. There's nothing, no directive, nothing that you've given to this department. Where's the EPWP? The EPWP, you've used it for electioneering. We've seen it in KZN after finishing the voting. It was cancelled again.
Order, honorable members. Order.
You see, President, I cringe when I cringe because I know this has nothing to do with the people of South Africa. All these things you're saying. Even the investment you speak about that you're going to invest in Africa and above, it's all a cheap talk. All what we're going to see is monopolies going to Zambia's, opening malls and opening ShopRite and Clicks, but there's no black people of ours that will go out in the Africa and invest. Your speech, Mr. President, was hollow, it was cheap talk, and there was nothing that we can applaud you on. You wasted our time yesterday, completely wasted our time. Instead, Mr. President, if you wanted our black people that you want to push to the African country, you must push the TRIP, business people that are selling shoes. You must push the BATU to Africa to open the market for them. You must push the Xhosa clothing brand, the gentlemen that sell Xhosa clothing. You must push the brand, the Zulu clothing brand. You must push the Tsonga shoes. There's a gentleman who sells the Tsonga shoes. Those are the people you must push when you go and invest in the brands in Africa. But you are failing again to do that. You only push the monopolies, the ShopRite, the Pick and Pays, all the Stellenbosch. They've opened all the businesses in Africa and abroad, and you leave our people here, and you don't push them to go open the business in the African countries. So your speech was hollow. It's not bringing hopes to our people, and it doesn't give us anything to benefit from. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, I now invite to the podium the Honorable Minister of Electricity and Energy.
Thank you very much, House Chair. And my warm and sincere greetings to Honorable President Ramaphosa, Honorable Deputy President Paul Mashatile. I must say that 12 minutes can be a very, very, very long time when you don't know what to say. And I want to say the following to the previous speaker, that I think he'll be served exceptionally well by directing the arguments against the IEC to the Electoral Court. So I really want to pursue you, not to withdraw the case, but to pursue that case, and hopefully you'll be able to prevail. So on the occasion of the inaugural Lekgotla of the 7th administration, the President made an inspired decision to invite one of the most preeminent and prolific political economy scholars in the country, Mr. J.P. Landman. Mr. Landman delivered a compelling paper, and that paper is titled From Crisis to Opportunity, A Path to Sustainable Growth. And that decision is inspired at two levels. The first one was it is important that we are able to invite outside parties who will be able to provide a critical analysis, a critique of the performance of the South African economy in this instant, and we are able to get better insights on how best to improve the situation going into the future. And what Mr. Landman did was to compute a longitudinal study of the South African economic performance over an extended period of time. And he was able to illustrate that that period is punctuated by a number of tectonic events. And these events include the Great Depression of 1929, the crisis, the oil crisis of the 1970s, the financial crisis of 2008, and the most recent headwinds of COVID-19 of 2019, amongst the others. And he was able to illustrate that they were on a correct path, but there are things that requires our collective attention. And in his own independent computation, contrary to what has been shared before us here, was that we have returned to pre-COVID levels from a position of, if you had to use multiple matrices, including the issues around jobs, that we have been able to claw back those jobs, although we still have a lot to do for us to be able to address this situation. But it's also important because there has to be a greater appreciation that, unlike what has been deposited here by Dr. Hlope, he makes the point that the scholars of political science suggest that the government of national unity are only constructed to respond to an emergency or a crisis. I want to suggest to you that there is more contemporaneous studies that suggest that it's not only about emergency or crisis, but the possibility of collectively pursuing an opportunity that presents in the context of a geopolitical crisis. I am making this point because, as the good doctor will know, is that we've got both an intellectual and academic responsibility to surface alternatives and, if you like, counter views when we posit an argument. And in fact, what we have done amounts to, if you like, an intellectually and academically incompetent argument. And I'm saying that with the greatest of respect. So it's important that we are able to pull this together. And then the issue of the GNU. I must say that the African National Congress entered into this arrangement and it has not lost its character. We have always and remain of the following view in our characterization of the South African conflict, that is underpinned by three interrelated and antagonistic contradictions of race, class, and gender. And the resolution of this question gets to be articulated in the most substantive fashion in the crisp apex priorities of this seventh administration. And I want to say to Honorable Maimane that we are not all over the place. We simply identify the three priorities. I'll unpack those. As I confront what I refer to the Malema oxymoron. What do I mean by the Malema oxymoron? So, it is acceptable for the EFF to enter into an arrangement with the DA and other parties to displace the ANC in Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and Johannesburg. But when we do that, we get to be labeled. The oxymoron goes further. He makes the following point. He says that this is a sellout arrangement. And essentially what President Matamela Ramaphosa delivered yesterday was authored by the Oppenheimers. And then in the same argument, he says, but this is a repeat of what Matamela Ramaphosa has been saying all along. So this articulation really belongs to us. Is the originality of this. So that is the oxymoron I'm referring to. Let me go to the substantive issues. The first issue on inclusive growth and job creation. The President Ramaphosa makes the following point, that there is a need for us to beneficiate the minerals. Honorable Shivambo says that the geopolitical consideration should be factored in the speech. Of course, there's an undercurrent of that in his articulation. What do we know about the clean conversation about the just transition? We know that the Western industrialized North are likely going to introduce artificial barriers in the form of carbon border adjustment mechanisms. So it is important that for us to protect our industry, that the generation that support the production of these products that serves the Western and industrialized markets should come from cleaner forms of technology. And what do we know about the possibility of clean forms of technology? Is that we have to have an appreciation of the entire value chain. That there are minerals that constitute what I refer to as the battery economy. So this is cobalt, nickel, copper, rare earth elements, PGMs, to mention but a few. And a significant number of those are found here. And that's why on the back of an industrial policy, having concluded the cadastral system that Minister Mantashe is referring to, we are able to articulate in the most comprehensive and coherent manner what these opportunities present as we evolve towards the electric cars, the displacement of an internal combustion engine to be replaced by electric vehicles. South Africa's market is much bigger than that's the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, but the possibilities goes beyond. And when you go to the issues around green hydrogen, the appreciation is even much better. The hard-to-abate sectors, we are sitting with those endowments, and South Africa is sitting pretty to exploit these opportunities going into the future. So that sits in that articulation of President Ramaphosa. Just a few months ago, we got to be accused that the kind of progress we're making, spectacular progress, in the resolution of the preeminent and existential question that was facing the South African economy, that of load shedding. We are accused as we're moving closer to the election, by all quarters, by the way, that this is an election gimmick, that in fact, after the elections, load shedding will come back. And in fact, the leader of the EFF, Honorable Malema, he was even prophetic. And he said on the 29th of May at 10, the lights will go off. We are 113 days today without load shedding. And when I was advised that respond to this question. When I looked deep, I said it doesn't warrant a response. But in fact, what it calls for is education. It's a very complex engineering question to understand. And I'm going to give myself time to be able to educate you so that there's a greater level of appreciation. But we also, on the issues of reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, President Ramaphosa makes the point about expanding the flow of the social wage. When I'm talking about the social wage, I'm not only talking about transfers. The 340 SRD grant is the threshold of water and electricity that we give to the poor. And the zero rating, the expansion of the zero VAT rating of the basket of food. President Ramaphosa refers to that in his articulation. Surely, someone who defends and expands the social wage can't be a sellout. He's someone who's on the side of the poor and doing everything to ensure that we address this question. I want to say, as I move closer to conclusion, that we are going to protect also the interest of the poor to the extent that their wages and their disposable income is eroded by the exponential increases with regards to electricity tariffs. And it is at this point that we are going to super exploit our renewable endowments in the form of the sun and the wind speeds that are found in the Cape provinces. And in this way, we are able to green faster, cheaper, more affordable, and we are able to achieve universal access as we continue the agenda of reindustrializing the South African economy, as we articulate a comprehensive economic growth policy undergirded by an industrial policy and an energy policy, and will be coming out to articulate the integrated energy plan going into the country. And the last one is around building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The turnaround, as an example, that we are seeing in ESCOM, is not an act of miracle. It is a deliberate, calculated, orchestrated engineering effort to respond to an existential problem on the economic front by competent men and women of ESCOM who are diligent. Chalmers Johnson, one of the most foremost scholars on the political economy of countries, when he studies the Asian tigers, he makes the point that what is common about those Asian tigers is that the state was never in retreat. The state led the developmental agenda and was able to aggregate all of society, including business, behind a common agenda. The second one he makes is a concentration of pockets of excellence, what we call SOEs, and that those are the major drivers. We're able to push back state capture at ESCOM, and that's why the lights are on. It's because of the honest men and women. But that's not only restricted to the public sector. The private sector also has an obligation, and we can see the decimation, the devastation that has been visited on VBS. The poor who have spent all of their savings with the intention of retiring happy, their lives were destroyed by the greedy and those who don't have the interests of the poor at heart. As I conclude this, I want to say the following, drawing from the counsel of President Mandela. He has the following to say: difficulties break some men, but others but make others. No axe sharp enough to cut the soul of a man who keeps on trying, one armed with hope that he will rise even in the end. And I'm confident that with this GNU will deliver the results for our people. President O.R. Tambo makes the point. On the occasion of the burial of Joe Kavi, he says the future is bright, the end is glorious. The intervening period is dark and bitter, but finds glory in acts of struggle. The GNU will deliver us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Order, Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members, please take your seats. Thank you. Honourable Members, that brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The reply by the Honourable President is scheduled for Monday morning at 10 a.m. That is on the 22nd of July. That concludes the business for the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
And that brings us to the end of the robust debate on the opening of Parliament address delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa.